Members of Council, please take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize the National Poetry Month, and I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Good morning. Where are our poet lawyers? I know you're here. Yes, I see you. Hello. April is National Poetry Month, and Toronto is proud to have not just one, but two poet laureates. Yeah, the great Lillian Allen. Yes. And our inaugural Youth Poet Laureate, Shahada Jack. Another round of applause. Yes. She was, and who was elected for the new position in 2024. But let me tell you, I've seen her in action just since then, many times already, and thank you for your contribution. We are so lucky to hear a poetry reading from both of them today. Established in Canada in 1998 by the League of Canadian Poets, National Poetry Month takes place every April and brings together schools, publishers, booksellers, literary organizations, libraries, communities, and poets from across the country to celebrate poetry and its vital place in Canada's culture. Lily Allen is Toronto's 7th Poet Laureate. She is a professor of creative writing at Ontario College of Art and Design University, a 2-time Juno Award winner and a trailblazer in the fields of spoken word and dub poetry. Lillian artistically explores the aesthetics of old and new sounds with her powerful reggae dub poetry and spoken words recordings. Shahada Jack, a 21-year-old bilingual spoken word poet and human rights activist from Toronto. Shahada is a proud graduate of the Remix Project. She uses her poetic lens to dive into the Black experience and the challenges of adolescence. Now, please join me in welcoming Lillian to help us celebrate National Poetry Month, and she will be followed by Shahada. Come on in and join us. Woo!
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Olivia Chow. Thank you to City Councilors. Thank you for all the people who are here to show us that we are a city that works and that you're interested in building this great city. It's such a great honor for me to be your poet laureate. I love it. Today, I want particularly to honor the aging poets of our city and those who have gone before, upon whose legacy we have built this amazing city of culture and the arts. Arrivals. We are arrivals. our rivals, but for our dreams. Our voices crackling, creaks, rustling, echoing through city trees. Culture springing eternal in the eclecticism of our city, connecting and interconnecting. Visionaries, social labor, a community, a flowering, with accents and ethnicities meshing, ancient and new, a land indigenous. For a beat, a minute, a decade, a mile. We are the land, the light, percussive movement of things, sentient connections of beings, the breathing of rocks. We are water in the before and the after. Centuries through time, we have held our dreams together and apart. Our hopes thread tenderness like magic, mysteries floating on soul's surroundings. Reaching, we create temples of belonging. Art heals. Culture can cure. A city grows. In our sprawling graffiti of footprints, we pull from a magic world. Hearts aflutter, set alight to be, make new. To be moved and touched by those we are not, beaming our lives, beaming into our lives, beaming to the world, our stories, our city. But the real miracle is we are present here, now, thus. And you know, Toronto has these clusters of people who locate somewhere and transform the city. They give us this energy. And I want to, we probably are more familiar with Queen Street, at least my generation. A little before that, it was Yorkville. And I want to just honor that energy and those folks. And just to say, you know, we're all part of this family of culture and the arts. The Village Corner, Old Yorkville. Pan down Cleve Street, Cafe El Patio, Neil Young and Rip James mainlining music like you've never seen, guitar and hipster cool. All those dreamy power riffs, verse curving, spinning. Duke Redbird's eloquence rooted in the land down Hazelton Lane. Gordon Lightfoot whispers, Canada, we can. Sylvia and Ian Tyson, a mood away, folk before folk was young. Cobblestone streets and laneways huddles with rumors too eager to accept free love like a panhandler's loot, crawling all over time like there was never a clock or calendar invented. Time lived as easily as one should, servant, not master. Let the building build themselves. Let the city managers go to their harried lives. We will take their children and turn them into freedom lovers. Make them babble and inhale holy grass. Not far from the riverboat, St. Marie Groove's indictment soldering on universally. Bruce Coburn calling us awake as Joni Mitchell grooves power, flower power, tuning strings in Vera's rooming house, readying to burn vocal tracks at the Penny Farden. At the Bohemian Embassy, Dan Hill's afro stood out. Margaret Atwood, Milton Acorn, Gwendolyn McEwen carving worlds out from the old. David Donnell already gone rouge. Michael Ondaatje's awkward tongue, finding the two Billies, Billa the Kid and Billa the Holiday, that is. BP Nickel Channel's B said, on it, we'll free the syllable, liberated from its Puritan hell. Poets making a joyful wave and foaming at the mouth. New voices, new voices, something wonderfully lush, new meaning to Canadian. 'Cause this land is promise, rich with raw, rounding words, flying out of skin, shocking and comforting, and at home all at once. Community. And that was how we freed ourselves to be ourselves, with language storming the barricades, language flaming in our hands. This land. Thank you. I will now introduce and now bring up our Youth Poet Laureate, the amazing Shahada Jack. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. Lillian is incredible. Can we please give her one more round of applause? Over the time that I've gotten to know her, I've called her Auntie Lillian because she is a matriarch of poetry in this city and beyond, and her work continues to represent the best of us. Thank you, Mayor Chow, for this incredible opportunity to be here today. Happy Poetry Month. Can you hear me all right? Happy Poetry Month. Awesome. Poems are more than an expression of art. They are community. They are the people that live in this city, that live in this country, that have existed in history that has come long before us. Poems are a call to action. They're a call of remembrance. They're a call of resilience. Poetry is the bridge between the dreams of our ancestors and the hopes of our future. So as I share today, allow it to be a reminder that you are a poem, and you don't have to be an artist to create, to enact change, to inspire generations beyond you. So this is I Am a Poem. Now before I share it, can I get some snaps? Okay. Can I get some stomps? Can I get a And I'm from Scarborough, so can I get a jeez? Okay, so if you hear anything that resonates with you today, give me a snap, stomp, jeez. Because this is for us. I am a poem. I am my ancestors' living dream, manifested through metaphors and similes. I am a poem. I am a seed of rebellion planted by relentless revolutionaries. I am a poem, a literary weapon, a call for liberation. I am a poem, and my mother is too. And her grandmother was too. And her grandmother and her grandmother and her grandmother was too, like all the women before us were too. Like all the women who carried us in their wombs, like all the women who refused to have their legacies buried with them in their tombs, like all the women society deemed nasty women. They were brilliantly nasty women, women who made homes out of hopelessness, women who revolutionized medicine, women who redefined science, women who uprooted politics and rose above politics, women who survived, women who undeniably shaped history, saved history, made herstory. Women are the world's most beautiful poem, bravest poem. Analogies of courage and resilience, illusions of strength and autonomy passed down to generations of girls like you and me. See, girls like you and me. We are poems. You are a poem. I am a poem. Thank you so much. Happy National Poetry Month. You are a poem.
Thank you. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 29.7, review of the order paper. There are 37 items left on the agenda, including 17 member motions. Council has timed NY 22.27, headed naming recommendations for parcel land within Lawrence Park Ravine to J. Robinson Park as the first item of business this morning. The mayor has timed a second key matter, item EX 22.10, headed Build More Homes, identifying opportunities for more purpose-built rental housing as the second item of business this morning. I will now take the release of holds. Sorry.
That's a point of personal privilege. There's a group of amazing people right here. I want to acknowledge the young people here with us today. They are part of the Toronto Community Housing's The Next Surgeon program. Yes. This program gives young people the opportunity, there they are, to shadow doctors and learn about medical careers. And it helps young people from the TCH communities explore a career in medicine. And it invests in the next generation of talented young people who wants to make a difference in our city. And do we ever need you? I want to congratulate the young people who participated and recognize the staff, including our CEO, Sean, that is here, I think, yeah, and volunteers, lots of volunteers of the next surgeon for the incredible work. In particular, I want to recognize, of course, the TCH staff, Unity Health Toronto, U of T's Faculty of Medicine, and the Upsurge Mentorship Program. This is the kind of creative collaboration and community building that we love to see at Toronto Community Housing to benefit the next generation. I can't wait to see what all of you are going to accomplish. Congratulations again. And come on down, we have a scroll for you. Or maybe I'll come up there. Thank you for being here. Do you want them to come up? Okay.
So I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Any releases of holds? Any releases of holds? Please? Please? All right. All those in favor of adopting the order paper? Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I have reviewed some urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. We will put the motions up now. Okay. Councillor Ainsley. Oh. Well, there's two on the screen. There's two virtually. So, Councillor Fletcher, if you can please take, we need 18 members. Is the mayor? Councillor Perks?
Speaker, the mayor has asked me to make the following point of order. She would like to propose that we consider MM 29.16, freezing development charges, alongside the second key item, building more homes, as they are both about getting shovels in the ground and building more homes faster. Unfortunately, the mayor is otherwise occupied.
No, I know, but there were some. Okay, on favor, MM 29.16 on favor, carried. Okay, I'm waiting for 18 members. Where's? Okay, Councillor Ainsley, you can present your motion now.
Sorry, have we got 18 or what?
Yeah, we do have 18, I'm told.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce the Scarborough Bluffs West Project Environmental Assessment Agreement. The reason for the urgency is this motion is urgent because the Toronto Region Conservation Authority has already signed off on the agreement. The Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks has asked that the city do so as well.
That's great.
Okay,
Thank you.
On favor, carried.
Hold.
Okay. Who's
Councillor
next?
Canterville.
Counts. Yeah, we do have 18. There's members on the screen, virtual. Okay, well, if Councillor Fletcher leaves, do we have 18 members? Okay, Councillor Myers.
Yes, I'd like to introduce an urgent motion to align existing unspent Section 37 funds with proposed partnerships advanced by community stakeholders, support capital works necessary to meet the June 2026 timeline of the FIFA World Cup 2026 Toronto, and advance planned facilities master capital works in 2025 and 2026 across Ward 23.
Okay. On favor, carried. Just a sec. Is there another one for Councillor Meyer? No, there's just the one. Oh, point of order, Councillor Myers.
Yes, is it possible to deal with the off-leash dog parks after the lunch break? Councillor Chang would like to be here, and she has a motion for that.
Oh, well, we still have the mayor's key item, so.
Okay,
Well, we have members' motion after lunch.
just if we could do that item after lunch.
Okay.
Councillor Chang would like to be here.
Well, we need to do members' motions first, Councillor Myers.
Okay.
Okay. No, okay, please. We've already adopted the order paper, so, okay, so let's just move on. Let's get these motions on the screen. Okay, who's next? Councillor Matlow.
I move authority to align and extend the existing ground leases at Yonge and Eglinton at the Toronto Transit Commission lands. The matter is urgent because the tenants fear that their anchor tenant may give notice to vacate Canada Square if the amendment to the lease is not heard at April City Council meeting, and without the anchor tenant, the tenants will not be able to secure financing for the new development.
On favor, carried. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to move a motion which is charting a path for a memorial for the Yonge Street tragedy. Unfortunately, there's been some delays over the years securing a location with Transform Yonge and a refresh of Mel Lastman in the works. And so we finally found a location, and the reason for urgency is because this Saturday we have a gathering of a community moment of silence, and we hope to give them comfort to know that something is in the works.
All in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Is that it? Okay, members, we will now consider item NY 22.27. It was supposed to be the okay, on NY 22.27, Councillor Turnus Lynn, you held the item down.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank everybody for accommodating this schedule. Today, Council has the opportunity to approve the naming of a new park within Lawrence Park Ravine as J. Robinson Park, almost 1 year after her passing. Jay's husband, Bill, and her sons, Jake, Sam, and Will, as well as Jake's partner, Brooke, are here with us in Chambers today, where Jay spent so much time, as well as many of her former staff who are here today as well, sitting behind the family. Jay Robinson served as City Councillor for Don Valley West for nearly 14 years and left a lasting mark on our community and our city. Many of my City Council colleagues and City staff here today worked with Jay, and I know that she is deeply missed here at City Hall. Jay was beloved in Don Valley West, and many, many residents have expressed support for naming a park in her honor since her passing. In fact, when I canvassed throughout the ward, so many people made park suggestions, and I know that they will be happy with the choice we are making today. I have heard resounding support for naming this particular area, not just from residents, associations, and community groups in recent months, but also from her family and from staff. Jay lived nearby, and her friends, family, and community will have an amazing opportunity to reflect on her life and her legacy while enjoying this beautiful park for many years to come. For those of you who aren't immediately familiar with the space of this park, it's the 2 sections of land just south from the Locke Library. And when the Locke Library, which is currently under renovation, is finished restoring its beautiful heritage elements, it will be such a wonderful spot to remember Jay. It has prominent frontage on Yonge Street, and naming this park within the Lawrence Park Ravine after Jay Robinson is such a fitting testament to her years of public service and her community leadership. As a committed supporter of Toronto's ravines and green spaces, Jay spearheaded ambitious park revitalization and ravine restoration projects across Ward 15. Opening new parks was one of her favorite parts of the job, and she built so many new parks. At City Hall, Jay championed planning reform, road safety, public transit, and fiscal responsibility. Jay was a committed environmentalist, and she played a leading role in expanding and protecting Toronto's tree canopy and advancing sustainability initiatives, including single-use plastics and textile waste. As Chair of Public Works and Infrastructure, Jay introduced the city's first Vision Zero road safety plan and the long-term waste management strategy. From 2018 to 2022, she served as Chair of the Toronto Transit Commission, stewarding the organization through the challenging years of the COVID-19 pandemic. Under her leadership, the TTC secured historic investments in public transit, fast-tracked critical infrastructure projects, and expanded its electric bus fleet in keeping with her commitment to environmentalism. Most recently, she spearheaded Toronto's preparations for the 2026 FIFA World Cup and led efforts to bring a professional soccer team, women's soccer team, to the city. Prior to her election in 2010, Jay had a long career in public service. As Director of Special Events for the city, she was responsible for founding and producing Toronto's most iconic special events, including Nuit Blanche, Moose in the City, the Celebrate Toronto Street Festival, and Summerlicious and Winterlicious. A champion for the arts and economic development, she served on the board of directors for the Art Gallery of Ontario, the Canadian Film Centre, and the Toronto Symphony Orchestra. Jay was truly a visionary leader at City Hall and a strong voice for the communities she represented in Don Valley West. As the local trustee for Don Valley West for 6 years prior to my appointment as City Councillor, I had the opportunity to work with Jay firsthand and was always impressed by her professionalism, her responsiveness, and her integrity. Her staff often tell me about her incredible work ethic, her tenacity, her meticulous attention to detail, and her keen sense of humor. I know that this park naming means a lot to all who knew her and will continue to mean a lot to all who knew her. And I am honored to support this initiative, recognizing her extraordinary leadership and legacy, and I hope you will all join me in that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Like Councillor Chernos-Lynn, I'd like to welcome husband Bill, sons Jake, Sam, Will, and daughter-in-law Brooke to the Council chamber, and of course endorse wholeheartedly this choice as an honour to Jay, who was a remarkable councillor here at the City of Toronto. This is a wonderful park, and when it comes to cities, cities are defined by their parks, and in many ways Jay was defined by the green spaces. It's a wonderful choice for a most worthy person. Jay's time at City Hall was very much focused on the quality of life of the people who live here and the people she represented. She did everything she could to preserve and protect the tree canopy in her ward and across the city. Whenever a tree removal application would come to North York Community Council, she would tell me, stay away from my trees. The parks, the green spaces, the ravines, the sports and community safety that she advocated for, these were hallmarks of building a strong and resilient city, and these were hallmarks of an excellent councillor. It is one of the city's most important parks, and honoring using this park or renaming this park is certainly worthy of one of the best councillors we've had at City Hall. I was fortunate to grow up near a ravine, and back in those days, kids were just running around the place. I was quite young, and we would go into those ravines for various adventures for hour after hour. And you know, it is our ravines and parks that really make up the great city that we have, and this honor is certainly worthy of her. She has been deeply missed around the council chamber. I often say, as we face the various issues of the day, what would Jay do? And is she really gone? So to the family, I hope you find comfort in this honor. We certainly miss Jay, but her legacy lives on, and I look very much to the renaming of this wonderful park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
I want to thank, Councillor Chernos-Lynn for this incredibly thoughtful and caring initiative that she's doing with the community to honor the legacy of Jay Robinson. I first met Jay in the early 2000s when we were volunteer board members on the North Toronto Green community. And I knew her as an environmentalist. I knew her as somebody who cared about the community. And I wasn't surprised when I was telling her that I was planning on running for council, and she told me that she was planning on doing the very same thing. And we came to council together in a cohort that we named the Mighty Middle. And we were a group of councillors who wanted to work together to improve our city. There were challenging times. We had a controversial mayor. We had significant challenges to face as a city. But we did it together. And I considered her a friend. Admittedly, we went through a time where our relationship became fractious. And I was talking with my wife the other day about that because I was reflecting on that time, which I regret. And I know it was because while I cared deeply and passionately about our Midtown community and the issues that I was fighting for, so did she. And the reason that it became tense at times is because she cared that much and she was always true to herself. And I will always remember Jay as somebody who was dedicated to not just the city at large, road safety, the festivals, all the things that she cared about citywide. But she got a new crossing guard for my daughter's school. She worked with me to preserve the Regent Theatre. She cared about the local community. She cared about their quality of life. And there's nothing more that she cared about than improving our parks. And that's why it's just so appropriate that she is now being honored in this way with a park in her name. So I just really want to thank Rachel again for her care to do this. I hope it's meaningful to Jay's family. I believe it is. But I also just wanted to say, maybe to also find some personal closure today, that I really appreciate Jay. And I appreciate the legacy she's left. And I'm looking forward to going with my own family and visiting J. Robinson Park in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you. I, too, would like to welcome Bill and the family back into the council chamber here for this very special occasion. And to our new council colleague, Rachel Chernos-Lynn, for shepherding this forward in a really meaningful and thoughtful way. We appreciate that. And of course, the Rachels in that office, Jay's former staff, Leslie, everybody, thanks for getting this done, because I know it's important to all of us here in the chamber, and I know sometimes renaming and the bureaucratic process around that can be a little bit tricky, but we all, city staff included, rallied together to get this done in a timely fashion, and I think we all appreciate that. I just wanted to rise one more time on the memory of Jay, of course, because we had a shared journey to the council chamber. I relied on a lot of advice and support from Jay, especially in my early days as a former bureaucrat, which was Jay's story as well, coming from economic development. And, you know, as we talk about the different programs where we're supporting festivals and we're supporting small businesses, of course, she had done that with Summerlicious and other activities that continue to be a legacy and a big part of why we have so much fun in the city in the summertime. But making that transition from staff member to elected official is a difficult one, and you have to sort of shake off the, no offense to anyone, but the sort of bureaucratic mentality, and remember that you're put here by the people in your community. And as I have spent, more time across Toronto and some time in Don Valley West, I can't think of any individual that represented their constituency better than Jay Robinson. We get caught up in the politics and some of the hubris and the different things that go on in this chamber, and council meetings always seem like a big deal in the 2 or 3 days out of the month. But what actually matters is the time in the constituency, representing your community, representing Torontonians. And if you look at Jay's record and the things that she advocated for, and you overlap that with the priority of Don Valley West residents, there's zero daylight there. Whether that was managing intensification, advocating for transit, advocating for the environment, parks, ravines, all of that sort of stuff. Jay was bang on the issue set, and that's because she had personal relationships forged over many, many years, a mother who raised her family in the community, and of course, very much reflected back to them their perspectives at City Hall. So I'd echo my colleague's sentiments, and James as well. She's very much missed in this chamber. You know, a voice of reason and somebody who always took it back to her residents. We miss her, but this park is such a fitting tribute, and I want to thank everybody sincerely for those who were involved in making it happen. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Prusa, you just put your name up. Okay, just one sec. Councillor Prusa.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, me too. I just want to just add my voice and support to the initiative. I first met Jay as a young person in the 80s at North York. I was elected to North York City Council. Don't want to age myself, but 1988, and Jay Robinson was working there for as a very young Jay Robinson, a very bubbly, young, eager person. She was working in the protocol office at, I think it was clerks or protocols, but special events. She was responsible for organizing a lot of, Mayor Mel Lastman's special stuff. And we had just opened a new square in North York. Later, I think it was called Mel Lastman Square at that time. That's right. The City Hall had been renovated, and they were responsible for a lot of that activity. So got to know her a little bit that way, and later in life, I caught up with her one more time here on Toronto City Council, and it's wonderful to see someone grow into a role, grow from being there as a young, bubbly, eager person to now later a responsible, articulate, intelligent representative of a particular ward in a community. And it's wonderful to see that transformation, and I think it's fitting that we recognize Jay and Jay's life and Jay's work for both the then City of Toronto and later City of Toronto, amalgamated City of Toronto, in this way. And I'm happy to lend my voice, vote and support to her and to this recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker. Oh, Mayor, you took your name off? Okay. Okay, just a sec, yeah. Okay, Mayor Chow.
Yes, life is fragile, but there are things in this world that is very eternal. Whereas nature, art, some core values like caring for each other, those are things that live on. Art, for example, are there. A piece of music, a beautiful painting, all of that lives on. And so is nature. Park, wilderness, lakes, all of those things. And the ability for human beings to care for each other and make a difference also continue. Why do I mention that? Because that is so Jay Robinson. She loves the arts. She loves the music and the art world, because art allows us to see the world in a different way. It lifts us up, brings us together. But art cannot just be appreciated by yourself. It needs to be shared. And Jay Robinson specialized in bringing people together, having ability to organize special events that give everyone a sense of belonging, that bring us joy coming together. And she loves to do that. She loved to do that and she's incredibly good at doing that. And she took that talent and expanded it to being a counselor, because she cared for her people, which is why we just heard all the wonderful things she have done. And giving people and giving families a place where there's a park or ravine, a place where they can enjoy each other company, enjoy nature. And now we have programs like Art in a Park, which is so Jay Robinson, right? So Billy, Jake, Sam, and Will, when you see a beautiful park or tree or lake or a ravine, as you listen to an amazing symphony, see an OCAT show or something, HGO, when you go to a special events, a gathering or at the park, know that Jay Robinson's legacy continued. Oh, and a new subway car that will come soon, sometime. Yeah, because, you know, TDC, very important because you need to bring people to these special events. So when the new subway car arrives in line 2, finally, eventually, do know that Jay lives on through all of those beautiful things that she has helped create it, and she certainly left an incredible mark in this city. So this park is just a small token of our appreciation, but certainly when we hear all those things in the show or the gallery at Tiffany, at the Toronto TSO, or any parks and ravine, we'll remember Jay Robinson. So thank you for supporting her all those years, because it's never, knowing all the politicians here know, it's never a person. It's the entire family plus all the staff that have supported her at her public service to this wonderful city of Toronto.
Thank you. On the item, can we have a recorded vote?
Councillor Sachs, how do you vote, please? Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, please. Thank you. Councillor Burnside, please. The item is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So we will now go to our next item, the mayor's key item, EX 22.10, build more homes, identifying opportunities for more purpose-built rental housing. And we're also going to deal with MM 29.16 at the same time. Okay, so do we have any questions? Councillor Holiday.
Speaker, I just wondered if MM 2916 has been costed out.
Pardon?
Has MM 2916 been costed out?
To the Speaker, yes. So through the budget process, we were anticipating a freeze of the DCs. Assuming roughly $300 million in DCs collected in the year 2025, foregoing the increase would result in about $12 million in foregone revenue. Again, that was factored, so there is no impact on any of the projects in our capital plan.
So $12 million in foregone revenue, how would that otherwise be made up? Would we cancel projects or would we raise the money in other ways?
To the speaker, again, through the budget process, we had already factored foregoing the increase. So when we run our continuity schedules on our DC reserves, we had factored that change. It had no impact on the projects planned in our 10-year capital plan. So there would be no need for us to find other sources to make up that shortfall.
I'm struggling with this. So we would otherwise raise the money and not spend it or not need it?
To the speaker, so when we review our continuity schedules on development charges, we'll look at all the projects within our 10-year capital plan. We'll look at that across every DC eligible reserve. We will run the projects against the timing included in our reserve. We'll also review it against unfunded projects. So when you do factor unfunded projects, that is where the impact would lie. But in terms of the actual funded projects in the 10-year capital plan, there is no impact.
Do I remember correctly, Mr. Conforti, you may even have said it, but somebody said it, that the monies raised through development charges and even the eventual property taxes never make up for the burden that's placed on the city with the growth. In other words, there's constantly making up happening. It's a myth that that development self-funds itself.
To the speaker, that is correct.
Okay.
The cost of growth surpasses that which we receive either through development charges or even through assessment growth once individuals move into those properties.
So freezing development charges places pressure on the city. Is that a fair statement?
To the speaker, yes, that'd be a fair statement.
Okay, and I guess staff didn't write it, but there's a fair amount in here about all of the really important things that development charges are used for.
To the speaker, this is consistent with how we've expressed the importance and the need for development charges, both to support the development of private development of housing units, but also to be able to support the communities once individuals move into those units.
One last question. It's maybe a little more general, but council makes decisions often on to forego revenue, right? To waive charges, to waive fees, in this case, development charges. How does the city account for all of that? Do you have a running total? How do we assess all of that foregone revenue?
So to the speaker, there is a myriad of foregone revenue, both in the form of it could be a municipal capital facility, foregoing property taxes, it could be the waiver of fees, it could also be concessions on user fees. So we wouldn't have a way of absolutely tracking to every dollar. We do put estimates forward in many cases. As you'll see through the budget process, we do put estimates in terms of foregone revenue associated with housing goals. Off my memory, I think it was around $5 billion that we noted in total foregone revenue.
So, I'm floored about what you just told me. So we have an $18 billion city budget, and nobody knows the cumulative effect of all of council's decisions to forego revenue.
To the speaker, to be clear, if you capture everything, including a concession on a user fee for a child fare, we have estimates. I wouldn't have absolute dollars.
So do you have a sense of the estimate? Like just an order of magnitude?
I wouldn't have everything in front of me at this moment.
No, fair enough. So the city can do two things to help people. We can give a grant, or we can offer some kind of a discount. Grants are very much through the front door. That's in the budget every year. But the foregone revenue, which could be equal or greater to it than a grant, is not tracked in the same manner. I'm hearing that.
That was your last
So
question.
it would not be an expense to the city that would have to flow through our budget. No, we would have to estimate what the impact of that foregone revenue would be.
Thank you. Sorry, my screen is frozen. Okay. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. To Mr. Conforti, in the member motion, There's a recommendation 4 asking the province to make us whole for develop the cost of Bill 23. Can you remind me what the cost of Bill 23 to the city is?
To the Speaker, it's approximately $2 billion. It's about $1.9 to $2 billion was the final impact after the Bill 108 changes.
Right. Okay. So our ability to, stimulate rental housing, build affordable housing, that was one of the specific things that was taken out. Is my memory correct?
To the Speaker, the key change coming out of that change to development charges was affordable housing or housing in general was not an eligible development charge funded category, which meant predominant impact of that were lost revenues that we would have then used to support housing initiatives.
Okay, thank you. Over to the housing staff, the other item, the executive committee item, directs you to do another call for the rental program. Can you just remind me how the first call went?
Yes. Speaker, the first call was very successful. We anticipated being able to waive around 7,000 DCs for around 7,000 units. We received over 32,000 units in applications. And so in the end, we made approvals of around 8,158 units. There were 75 projects in total. There are 58 projects that we were not able to support through that call. They are the letter that we received through committee directs us to go back and update the information from that call and see whether any of those projects, how close they are to being able to move forward and to report back on that. So we will not be opening up and inviting new applications. We'll be reviewing the information of the 58 that we did not fund in the first part of the call last year.
So if I followed your math, we got 8,000 units, but in the call there were 32,000 units. So basically we could do what we did again times 3.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And the federal government has made money available to support that expansion. Am I correct?
The federal government provided a carve-out of financing for $2.5 billion. They had said that they would bring $7 billion to the table, but they announced 2.5 of that, so there's the balance of that remaining. And so that is, we would likely need more than that to finance all of the remaining 58, but it's a really great start for a future partnership.
And one of the things we're asking for here is for the provincial government to come forward and match.
Speaker, yes, that's correct. The discussions that we've had with the federal government and the additional financing do seem to be all contingent on getting the province to the table to provide that additional money that we asked for phase 2.
So have we heard anything back from the province on this program?
We've not heard anything since the new parliament was in session.
Legislature, yeah. Okay. And I don't know who would be able to answer this, maybe the city manager. I mean, the news is very clear. The condo construction industry is grinding to a halt in Ontario, well, right across Canada. And that creates real risks for us. It creates risks in the financial sector. It creates risks for people employed in the building trades, for people manufacturing the furnishings that would go into new housing units. It's a large economic impact if we're not building housing.
Speaker, a huge economic impact. And what worries me even more is if this goes on a while, how you come back when the economy starts to pick up. We lose people from that. So when things do get better, and they will get better, what we don't want to have happen is have a situation where then we're having to ramp up years and years and years of work to get back to where we need to be to build housing. The need doesn't go away. Our capacity to have the right resources may, if there's a huge economic impact.
So if the provincial government did come forward and match here, and we were able to spend the federal dollars and keep that industry going while the private market builders are slowed down, we would be not only contributing in the short term to the Ontario economy, but helping it stay stable over the long period. Is that a fair assessment?
Absolutely, and what we're finding out, as you've heard from the Housing Secretariat, is there is an ability to build. So if the question is, well, if we did all this, would anything actually happen? The answer is yes, it would. So that's why we're really encouraging this all-of-government approach to keep this economy moving.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. This request of the provincial government actually has come back to us several times over the years, but it's not clear whether this is directed to affordable or market units. Would this be across-the-board construction, or would this be specific to affordable construction units?
Speaker, the ask of the federal and provincial governments as it relates to Housing TO, which is our 10-year plan, was primarily focused on supporting us to deliver the 65,000 affordable units. However, the new purpose-built rental incentive program that Council approved in December expanded that to include an ask around private market purpose-built rental. So we now have a full spectrum of programs and a full spectrum of ask from both the provincial and the federal governments to cover market and non-market affordable and purpose-built rental.
So there's quite a difference between freezing and deferring. When it comes to freezing, how long are they frozen for? What's the vision here, or that's to be determined? Is it?
I will let the CFO talk to the freezing of the DCs, but in terms of the deferral, that is related to the purpose-built rental program, and that's an indefinite deferral of any projects that came through and were approved as part of that 8,000 units that we approved back in December. But I'll let the CFO speak to the freezing.
So if we defer, is that paid back upon occupancy or 50 years down the road, or?
To the Speaker, yeah. So there was the recent report that came forward to Council last month that deferred development charges on condos, essentially, I believe, in roughly about 4 years or until occupancy. Those funds would then be due at that time. What that did is that provided a relief to the developer in terms of upfront financing, whereby outside of that deferral, they would have to pay those funds up front. In terms of freezing the rates, we're obligated under the current DC bylaw to raise the rates by 4% May 1st. The recommendation in this motion allows, absent provincial authority to not increase the rates, allows us to use planning tools to hold those rates flat, which would be an indefinite change.
So under this motion, we're asking for this policy change effective May the 1st, 2025, which is coming up. Those projects that are fully approved by Council but have not broken ground, are they grandfathered? Is it envisioned that those are grandfathered in, or those are just not eligible because the process had not been started as of May the 1st?
So for any projects that have received indefinite or temporary kind of timed waiver or deferral, the rates that are applicable at the time are when they come in to pay, when they would come in to pay their development charges, which is usually at the point of building permit.
And
so
to this,
go ahead.
I would also note, freezing the rates means that we would freeze them to the current rate, the rate that exists today prior to May 1st. So it would ensure that any that had come in prior to May 1st would have the same rate for any developments that would come in after May 1st.
So I'm sure I'm not the only ward that has holes in the ground where the property owner is not pulling above grade permits because of the fees due, whether it's old Section 37, CBC, or development charges. would they be eligible under this plan? In other words, holes in the ground, fully approved, but they haven't reached the point of building it grade.
Speaker, they would be eligible if they haven't already paid their DCs for the rate that is being changed as a result of the freezing. So they would be eligible under this motion for the frozen rate if they haven't already paid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, what is the rationale behind the freezing of the DC churches?
To the Speaker, the rationale, and consistent with some of the other programs that have got brought forward, is appreciating and understanding the current challenges in the housing market and affordability around development.
So, with this as a pretext, what is the economic impact to the end user?
Speaker, really depending on whether it would apply to a condominium unit or a rental unit, the impacts would likely be different. The impacts to a price of a condominium is largely driven by the market and the demand, and we can see a reduction in prices currently due to the market conditions. On the rental side, it's much more linked to the cost of that unit, and so depending on how much people borrow, how much they're able to borrow at, and the costs associated with that unit, then that will often drive the ultimate rental price. So it really depends on the type of unit, but broadly speaking, costs are certainly an important part of what the end price or the end rent would be for a unit.
So there's a possibility that we might not see a drop in price for the end user, even with the freezing of the DC churches.
Speaker, I think the goal here is to assist a market that's in difficulty, and certainly the freezing of DC rates is one tool that the city has to enable that. There are really many, many things which are driving end rents and end prices, and in particular right now we're seeing a softening of the rental market, a stabilization and even a reduction in rental rates in Toronto, and that's a result of many different aspects that are happening in the market, an increase in supply, many factors. So it's hard to really point to one particular lever that results in rental reduction or condominium market reduction, but it's still important for the city to exercise its ability to affect that market more broadly, which is what is being done here with the freezing of the rate.
Okay. But at the end, I mean, the whole point is that we see in this economic climate is for the end user, no matter if it's a renter or if it's a purchaser for a condominium. I mean, we need affordable units, and we need people to be able to afford these units. So why I'm asking the question is there going to be a benefit for the end user? Because if there is no benefit, where is then the benefit for the freezing of the rate? Is it for the development corporation, or is it for any other, lever in this economic model?
Speaker, our goal with all of our housing programs is to create a more healthy housing ecosystem which has the right number of housing units at the right price for the people who live and work in the city. So it is a broad ecosystem that we're trying to improve the health of, which is why we have such big goals and targets, 65,000 new affordable. Our purpose-built rental program includes 20% affordable, and so we're trying to incentivize the creation of a substantial amount of new supply, which will ultimately help increase the vacancy rate, stabilize rent increases that we've seen over the last number of years. It's very difficult to track particular incentives all the way through and prove that the rent charged in that particular unit was less than it would have been otherwise. These are broader housing policies that are designed to help the health of the entire market. And we do track that in our annual report to Council. We provide you information and through our housing hub about what's actually happening in the housing market.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Okay, members. There's a hockey game tonight, guys. So, Sir Chang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A question for Housing Secretariat. So for the purpose-built rentals that are being supported by this program, will they be rent controlled?
Speaker, in the program that was approved by Council back in December, there are rent restrictions and rent controls on any affordable units that we create. They have to be in line with the city's income definition and thereby have a built-in rent control. They can't increase more than the provincial guidelines. On the market rental side, any units that were created are not restricted by a rent control framework, and so can increase rents. Most during the consultation that we did with the private sector around how they would consider rent increases, most of them are looking or don't anticipate large rental increases and are looking at rents increases no more than, say, CPI plus 4%.
Is there any way to further restrict the rent increases and tying it to this funding, that if we freeze their DCs, that they would further control their rent in the years to come?
Speaker, we did a lot of consultation prior to changes in the program, and we heard that it's really a delicate balance to create supply. If we create too many constraints on what our program needs to deliver, then the supply will not be created. And so in this program, we chose to focus our requirements, if you like, or constraints around the requirement of 20% affordable rather than any constraints on the market. That has proven to be a successful outcome. We've seen interest from over 30,000 units, over 70 projects. So that could be successful in harnessing federal financing. So staff would not recommend the inclusion of any additional constraints at this time, and instead stay focused on trying to get tens of thousands new rental units created in the city.
Thank you. This is a question for the CFO. I heard my fellow councillor was concerned about the foregone revenue of $12 million, but what is the impact of the $2 billion loss of DCs through Bill 23? What can residents expect to see in the future of Toronto because of this ongoing loss and not being made whole?
To the Speaker, so I think the impacts of that are actually already felt within our 10-year capital plan. So in previous capital budgets, we had to augment them and reduce housing programs that had been built in or estimated within our 10-year plan that would have been funded through those development charges. That funding was removed from our 10-year capital plan, and as such, we had to augment some of those housing programs and leverage other tools that would be available to us for us to continue to provide those important supports.
Is there any way to succinctly or clearly explain this impact? Because I think our voting population cannot visibly understand, because there is a lag. When you feel the pain, it's about unfunded projects. So people don't understand what is not happening. Is there any way to pull this to the surface so that more people understand the impact of the loss of this $2 billion?
To the speaker, so we actually are beginning to embark on the next work around development charges, and I think there would provide us an opportunity for us to express that and be able to speak what the impact of past changes have been, especially as it relates to housing services that formerly were an eligible DC service.
And my last question is around Section 37. What is that number, that loss of revenue for the city that used to be used for parks, for amenities, community centers, and no promise to be made whole? What is that financial impact?
That was your last question.
To the speaker, I don't have it off the top of my head. I know it was in the tens of millions. I'd have to go back and dig up the number. I know that under the revised community benefit charge format, we expect to receive about 30 to 35 million a year.
Okay.
And under Section 37, it would have been probably more than double that.
Okay, thank you. Let's try to focus on the item that we have before us. Mayor Chow. Before you speak, I understand you want to say a few words.
Yes, I have a point of personal privilege. I want to talk about Abby Bond. This is her last council meeting. Abby joined the City of Toronto. She joined the City of Toronto in February 2020, just before the start of the pandemic. And incredible, tremendous impact that she had in her time at the City of Toronto. Here's just a few examples that she has advanced in her time. Abby led the implementation of the Housing TO 2020 to 2030 plan, including working with my office to aggressively increase our targets from 40,000 to 65,000 rent control homes. That's a pretty aggressive increase, and thank you for agreeing to it. You worked hard to support Toronto residents through the housing challenges brought on by the pandemic. And whether it's the rent banks and the EPIC and the rent save, all of these programs is under her work. She launched modular housing initiative in order to rapidly deliver supportive homes as quickly as possible. And you noticed recently, we heard that some can be done in 17 days. I thought, wow, right? That's speed, and we need a lot of these supportive homes. She has been working with Create TO and TCHC to advance city-owned sites to deliver thousands of affordable and market homes on sites across the city, several of which have now broken ground. Yay. Abby developed the multi-unit residential acquisition program, better known as MIRA, now copied by the federal government, and turned it into a major program that has made over 1,000 homes in 33 buildings affordable forever. Now, as we face a challenged housing the housing market is really difficult, and the risk of tariffs, Abby's team has delivered on a groundbreaking program to unlock thousands, may I say 30,000 units of purpose-built rental and affordable housing through the Rental Housing Supply Program, one of which we are talking about today. Through this all, she has established city's housing secretariat into what it is today. Her team, much bigger team now, is delivering housing for Torontonians. One of the first reports that Abby delivered after I became mayor was on, here's the name, Generational Transformation of Toronto's Housing System to Urgently Build More Affordable Homes, better known as the G&T report. Because that's a long name, right? And normally a report of this size and magnitude will take probably half a year to deliver. And as a new mayor, I said, no, I want it next month. How about, it was September, can I have it in October or November? So she did phenomenal work on this report and many others. So Abby, I hope you are able to enjoy a GNT to celebrate all of your successes in making Toronto a more affordable, safe, and caring city. A lot more housing being built. Thank you for your contributions, and we wish you all the best as you return to British Columbia, and we'll miss you.
Okay, Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you. Well, there are two items we are doing right now. We all know we have a housing crisis. We all know that we need to build a lot more housing. We consolidated all the team to make approving building housing a lot faster. It used to be 3-5 years plus to get a zoning, OPA you call them, or site plan, even registering for a condominium, or any number of getting a building permit. It takes a long time. So we brought everyone together, have it all in one place, coordinated, and buck stopping at one spot. And I'm looking at you, one of our staff who is in white today. And lo and behold, it worked. It is now 80, we cut the time by 80%. So it's now fast. It's so fast, some of the developers said, oh, we're not quite ready yet, right? And we're mightily proud about that accomplishment. But cutting red tape is not enough. We have thousands and thousands of units of housing. Oh, in fact, 200,000 approved homes sitting in the pipeline. But for a lot of home builders, the interest rate is still too high. Costs are rising with inflation. Math simply doesn't work. So we need to build more affordable homes. And as you remember, last December, Toronto City Council approved the plan written by our CFO and Abby and her team. Approved a plan. So what we did, we waived development charges plus cut the tax, property tax, by 15%, and we were able to get 8,000 units of housing passed, ready to go, shuffle going to the ground. They are Quayside, they are on Ontario Street, there's a good number of them, but it's only 8,000, right? Remember at the time, 76 developers, right? 77 developers rushed in within a month, and we said we would exempt the development charges for all of them and cut the taxes if we can get some financial support. Because those development charges, all of you are asking the question on Council Holiday, you asked a really good question. What are we going to do? Like if without that money, what are we going to cut? Well, we certainly can't cut a state of good repair for public transit. We can't not pave the roads properly. We can't not deal with the potholes. Those are money that we need because the city is growing. So you can bring all the people here and build a lot of housing, but what about the infrastructure, right? So we're waiting for the federal and the provincial government to financially support us so we can do more. So one of the motions that are in front of you is to say that please, our housing secretariat, approve the next chunk, next package so that the minute we get the financial support, shuffle goes into the ground. Okay, all right, that's not very controversial because we can absolutely do that. The other thing in front of us is this. We are mandated on May the 1st to increase the development charges by 4%. Now, even without the increases, people are saying we can't build, and they actually stop building because the math doesn't work. All right, then what do we do? In front of you is, let's freeze the development charges for this year, because it's a difficult year. No one is building anything unless they get some support from us, some relief from us. It's money that we're not collecting anyway because they're not building. Let's spur this 1 year only, right? This is for 2025. And let us get some building going. And let us then continue to work with the federal and the provincial government to get some financial support. Some of you are asking, the development charges. Okay, I'm going to wrap up. Remember Section 37, councillors? There's a bill that Section 37 allowed us to build community centers, parks and good child care centers, parks. Well, Section 37 were eliminated by Bill 23. And at that time, when the bill was put on, we were told that we will be made whole, that we will get the financial support back because that tool has been eliminated. We haven't seen the money yet, so we are continuing to ask them, please, you remove the ability for us to charge Section 37. We need financial support or else we can't do anymore. We also are asking them to make they need to cut the red tape. Why? Because as we collect, and we have collected development charges, there are a lot of red tapes binding it and saying that you have to spend it this way and that way. It makes it really difficult for us to have the flexibility to use the money as we need to, such as state of good repair for public transit, for example, or fixing the roads, right? Fixing the bridges. So we're asking the province to give us the flexibility, cut the red tape, give us the financial support in order for us to stimulate the housing development so home builders can build. So those are the recommendations in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik. I understand that you want to make an introduction at this time. You have students in.
Yes, I'm sure we felt the room got a little more excited and brighter because we are welcoming grade 3, 4, and 5 students from Waterfront School. Can we give them a big cheer? Waterfront School is an incredible school on our waterfront. It shares space with our community center, the Waterfront Neighborhood Center, and I am so proud that they are here. I used to be the school board trustee for Waterfront School, and at that time, we started an incredible project to revitalize their playground. And thanks to local benefits, money that we could put towards that project, it is now underway and going to be in shape for young people here to be able to enjoy it, who go to the school, but also in the neighborhood. How does that sound? Yes, and we are putting their amazing ideas and making them a reality. It's a wonderful school. I'm so proud that you're all here, and thank you for joining us today. And we're gonna show you all the good work that we get to do for and with you to make our city a fantastic place. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to propose something novel to Council. If I could get a little bit of quiet behind me, Speaker. For once, we should put the interests of the existing ratepayers first. Instead of worrying about future residents or developers or other people. What do I mean by that? The existing ratepayers, those are the citizens of the city, they pay taxes, they pay rent to their landlords that pay taxes. All this is the remarketing or rebranding of the same idea that comes around here. One group is going to subsidize the other. And so the existing ratepayers are going to have to handle the financial burden of not raising development charges and other incentives and other breaks through these various initiatives that are being shifted over to the development industry. I agree that that money is probably going to improve their performance, improve the columns on their ledgers, make things a little bit more financial. No, it is very hard to know how this might stimulate development and how this might affect end costs. What we do know is it pushes a large burden, a material burden, on the existing residents of the city. So in fact, you're asking them to shore up the development is millions of dollars. That's material, right? We've seen property tax increases, fees increase, the cost of living increase, cost of construction increase for sure. And yet, we're pushing the money in that direction. This happens over and over and over again in this council chamber. And then we hear from people that say, my goodness, I paid like a 16% more in property taxes. How do you explain that, councillor? Well, here's one example. And the most frustrating part is everyone goes on about, the affordability and the cost of rents and so on, and there's no mechanism to ensure that those are going to change. It is simply a benefit pushed over to the developers and an increase in burden in this city. The mayor talked about really important stuff, state of good repair, potholes in roads, infrastructure that needs to be fixed. Not quite what the development charges are for, but I get all of the connection and the pressure. Those development charges are raised for a purpose. They are simply taken from the builder, and really ergo the new resident, to help pay for the increases to the capacity of the city to handle that growth. It's just trying to keep the city whole and level and not actually transferring their burden onto the rest of the taxpayers. One of the things I struggle with, and I'm sure you do as well, is you take a look at our application information center, and whether you look at the Committee of Adjustment or sites, you're seeing different buildings that were approved over the last number of years that sat, not developed, not moved on, and they're trading up, adding more floors, adding more density. Maybe they're chopping parking out of it to improve the pro forma. And even that, those big changes haven't quite been enough to stimulate the growth. So I ask council to think very carefully and just once put the existing residents first.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. Let's put the existing residents of the City of Toronto first. Let's do that. Let's make sure that they can get homes. Let's make sure that those residents in the City of Toronto who are currently in our shelter system, in parks, couch surfing, or underhoused have homes. And we should do that for the benefit of the ratepayers Councillor Holyday talks about. Because the cost to those ratepayers of providing policing service, of providing ambulance service, of providing shelter are 2 or 3 times greater than providing them with a home. We save money when people who are underhoused or unhoused get homes. So that meets Councillor Holyday's criteria. Let's also think about the tens of thousands of people in the City of Toronto who actually work building homes. Some of you might not recall, but the last time we had a complete collapse in our housing market in the late 80s, the unemployment rate for people working in the trades jumped to about 80 or 90%. And the cost to the ratepayers that Councillor Holyday talked about went through the ceiling because they had to go on social assistance, many of them permanently winding up on Ontario Works. Huge cost to the ratepayers that Councillor Holyday talks about. When governments intervene in a moment when the economy slows down, in order to house people, in order to keep one of the central industries in the City of Toronto, which is the home building industry, going, we save public money. It is penny wise, pound foolish to make the argument that Councillor Holyday makes. So, having dispensed with that nonsense, let's move on to the great thing we are doing in this moment. We went to the building industry and said, listen, we know you're in trouble. If we gave you an incentive and put a requirement on that you provide a proportion of the new rental units as affordable, would you be interested? Many in this chamber said, oh, you know, that won't work. We got to help the condo industry. And there were nervous Nellies all over the place. But within a week, the program was oversubscribed. In fact, 4 times as many people applied as we had funding for. So the mayor, city staff, had a conversation with the federal government. We directed them to have that conversation. And the federal government looked at the incredible success of our incentive program and said, this is remarkable. This is the kind of economic stimulus that we need in this critical economic moment in Canada. We are right now facing a moment that could see, many are calling for a recession, huge job loss, economic activity seizing up and freezing. But the City of Toronto has figured out a way to keep people employed, to keep a key industry going, and to get people homes. We'll put money behind that. We're ready to go. So the city is doing everything it can. The federal government has stepped up and recognized the incredible work of the City of Toronto and said they'll match. Now we have one player that we need to come to the table. The 2 items you have in front of us directly talk to that one player that we need to come to the table. We've said, okay, we've heard you. You don't like development charges going up. Well, you actually require us by law to increase development charges. So we're asking you to give us a freeze. Province of Ontario, you tell us we have to increase development charges. We're saying to you, give us a freeze. But we're also saying 2 other things. We're saying you need to match what the City of Toronto and the federal government are doing so that we can keep the critical home construction industry in Toronto employing people and building homes. But also, we need you to backfill the money you took away from us under Bill 23. If the provincial government does those 2 things, the City of Toronto can continue to be the economic engine of Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
oh,
so
thanks, guys.
on EX 22.10, on favor, recorded vote, EX 22.10.
Councillor Myers, please. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Councillor Kendeville, your vote, please.
In favor? And Councillor Morley, your vote, please. Affirmative. Thank you.
The item is adopted. The vote is 19 to 1.
On MM 2916, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. And Councillor Kendeval, may I have your vote, please? Affirmative. Thank you.
Item MM 2916 is adopted. The vote is 18 to 2.
Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher. Because the next two. Jesus. Okay, Councillor Prutz, are you ready for EX 22.4? You held the education tax levy?
Speaker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Questions. I have some questions to staff.
Yes. Put your name on the list, please. We have to get this agenda moving on. Okay. Questions?
Okay. So briefly, I'm sorry, what was the number of the item again, Speaker? Oh, 22.4, here we are.
Okay, please,
Yes,
members of council, pay attention what we're doing. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Peruzza.
The question is staff. So what are we doing here? We're passing a bylaw to basically go out and collect some property taxes, correct?
To the Speaker, specifically, we're bringing forward the education tax portion, which was held flat from prior years, and ensuring that that's in front of council, so we now have our final tax bill ready to go out to the public.
Okay, so precisely. So this is a bylaw we need to pass so that we can collect, some $2.2 billion for who sets this rate?
To the Speaker, this rate is set by the province.
By the provincial government. All right. Okay. So we're doing this for him. Just quickly. So income tax, for example, the federal government collects the provincial share of income tax, correct?
To the Speaker, I could answer questions on municipal finance. I'm not an expert on
Right,
what the
but
provincial
essentially,
and federal government do.
so income taxes, it's well known that that is collected, all income tax is collected by the federal government, and the provincial government sets some basis points for its share of income tax, but essentially it's collected by the federal government, right?
Yes.
And you don't know if the federal government does that for the province at no charge, right? You don't know that. Okay.
No, I don't.
Okay. And then you don't know whether or not the provincial government actually pays the federal government considerable amounts of money for that service.
To the Speaker, I'm not aware.
Okay. So let's focus in on this one. So the provincial government sets this rate, basically obligates us to do this. to pass this bylaw so that we go out and collect this tax for them, essentially. How do they compensate us for that? How much money do they give us for that service?
To the Speaker, there is no direct compensation associated with the collection of these fees and the redirection of them to the province.
Okay. And so why do we do this? Why do we go out and, for example, on residential properties, we collect somewhere in excess of 26, 27% of the total property tax, making life far less affordable for people. And why are we doing this for the province? Why are we doing it for the provincial government?
To the Speaker, the short answer is we are mandated to collect these funds on behalf of the province.
Oh, so the province basically obligates us to go out, collect this money, make life less affordable for them, and gives us diddly for it, gives us nothing for it.
Again, to the Speaker, we are required and mandated to collect these funds.
Okay. And if we chose not to do that, then what are the consequences for that?
Madam Speaker, the municipal government is required by statute to collect and remit these funds for the province. I cannot comment on what the province would do if the city chose not to collect and remit the funds. However, I will remind Council that the provincial government has the authority to make many decisions which affect the city. In fact, should it choose, the provincial government could dissolve City Council and bring all the services into the province. I mean, it is that extreme. I'm not suggesting that's what would happen, but there are certainly many options open to the provincial government to address this sort of situation.
Fair enough. That would be the end of my questions there, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Let's try to keep on topic here. Okay, so on the item, 22.
No. Those were my questions.
Okay, do you want to speak?
Absolutely.
Okay, but please keep to the
topic. I
topic.
held the item, yeah?
But just keep on the topic.
Why, my questions weren't on the topic?
No, but you, okay, go ahead. Go ahead to speak, Councillor Perruzza. Go ahead.
So here we are. What are we doing here today? So you've heard from our staff. We are going to pass a bylaw today that basically gives us monies from Toronto property tax payers and basically do what with it? Give it to the provincial government. Thank you so very much. And we are going to do that, or I thought we were going to do that, quietly without a word. So quietly, without a boo, we're going to pass a bylaw that says that we're going to, if you're a residential property taxpayer, we're going to collect about 25, 26, 27% of your property taxes and basically give it over to the provincial government. And the provincial government sits quietly at Queen's Park saying to people, you know what? We're not raising taxes. We're not collecting taxes. We ain't doing any of that. In fact, what we're going to do is we're going to give everybody $200 because we want to give you a bit of a break because we understand that life is tough for people right now. That life is expensive in the city of Toronto, that you can't afford housing, that you can't afford, gas, your energy costs, that you can't afford the price of eggs. But we have this sort of quiet law that says under the table that the city of Toronto is going to do this dirty work for us. They're going to go out and they're going to pass a bylaw and collect $2.2 billion of property taxes in the city of Toronto and basically turn that money over to us on the QT. Now, you've heard me talk about this before. How do they keep it nice and quiet? Well, there's also, and we didn't get into that in the question and answer, but there are regulations that stipulate how that tax goes on the bill, on the property tax bill. The font type, the size of font, where that information is located on the property tax bill, making it very, very, very sneaky so that most people at home who get this, whopping property tax bill, whether you're a homeowner, a tenant, a commercial property taxpayer, a retailer, you get this bill and there's a hidden amount there that's very, very substantial, very large. If you're an industrial property taxpayer, it's about 40%. It's half of your bill. If you're a tenant, if you're living in multi-residential housing, right, it's very, very hefty. If you're living in a single-family house, it's about a third of the bill. But the amount is hidden, cleverly hidden there, and we are going to cleverly do this dirty work for the provincial government. Oh, sneaky, 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 aren't they? All right? And most people at home look at that and say, oh, I'm paying my property taxes and all this money is going to the city of Toronto. But you know what? I look around the streets and the streets are dirtier, the grass is unkept, the trees unclipped, right? And the city is like, oh, it's not working, traffic congestion everywhere, I can't get around the city, I can't afford a place to live, I can't afford the price of eggs, it's really, really tough, I need a second job and so on. But you know what? On the sly and the sneaky, we're going to collect $2.2 billion for the provincial government today, because that's what this bylaw does.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. EX 22.4, recorded vote. Let's just ask the province to take over. Recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, we're going to need your vote, please. Councillor Cheng, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative. Councillor Burnside's in the affirmative. And Councillor Candaval, please. Thank you. And Councillor Fletcher, please. Thank you. The item is adopted. The vote is 18-1.
Councillor Fletcher, are you ready for T 20.40? Okay.
And I don't know who's here to answer questions.
Do we have anybody here to answer the questions? Transit priority. Yeah.
Is anybody here from the TTC? Besides the chair?
Yes,
While
sir.
we're waiting, Speaker, you probably did this already, but I'd just like to acknowledge our former councillor and budget chief, Gary Crawford, with us today in the council chambers.
Thank you.
Show us, hello, Gary, we're saying hello. Council's saying hello.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, we do have all staff here. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. This is, I just want to get a sense of how big this is as a change, because there was some kind of failure on the tracks, correct? TTC? Track failure, TTC?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, there's no immediate failure of the tracks, but they are susceptible to failure, higher risk of failure.
Susceptible to failure. So why don't we just look at, and that was discovered many years ago, just last year. I understand that this has been on the repair list for a number of years and deferred many times. Am I correct or not?
That's correct, Councillor.
Deferred by whom? The city or the TTC?
Speaker, this project, the King Street Capital Project, has been deferred because there's been a number of other parallel corridors that have been under construction in this area, and so it was originally scheduled to go in 2024, I believe, and because Queen Street through the Ontario line and Metrolinx, we had to change it.
How many times before that was it deferred, if at all?
That I don't know. I just know the capital.
I'm asking TTC. How many times was it deferred?
Through the speaker, this project has been deferred twice. It was first scheduled in 2020 and then deferred twice.
And just asking you if in 2020, we didn't have a closure at Queen and Yonge in 2020. The Ontario line closure had not yet taken place, correct?
I believe it was in 2023 that it commenced.
So it was not happening in 2020. And what would the extent of your diversion be the same had you gone in 2020 and made that and fixed that during the pandemic? Yes or no?
Through the speaker, the diversion plan would be similar as to
Similar.
what we're proposing now. Yep.
Exactly the same. Okay. And so let's just look at the, quickly, this diversion plan. How many buses will you have to now use in order to get people from that location to Broadview Station? That's a very large diversion plan, correct? It's a massive diversion plan. It's not like a festival where you're running it for, yep.
That's correct, yes.
How many an hour?
I think altogether at Queen and Broadview, for example, we would go to about 1,100 trips going in every direction.
1,100 trips for how, a day, an hour?
Daily, on a weekday.
1,100 trips a day by bus. How many buses is that?
Sorry, the 1,100 would be streetcar and buses. The buses itself is, I think, better than every 10 minutes throughout the day.
Well, how many buses is that?
We'll have to follow up with the exact number, Councillor, sorry.
You know, folks, there's so many streetcars on that route already. There'll be a new streetcar taking the diversion from Councillor Moises, and then how many buses will be used to divert that streetcar, which we know will be very many more. So I'm a little disappointed that you don't have these numbers here today, because we had this on the agenda for it was deferred until today. So I could defer it again, but I think that would cause you a problem. Would it not?
Yes, Councillor, because this project is slated to start on May.
Yes, so my expectation is that we would have information here today, not going to get back to you on this particular project. I want to know, for years I've been asking to have Dundas and Broadview looked at because of the issues at that place. I'm considering that we didn't look at all of the neighborhood. I have a motion that will take a quadrant, and you have to look at everything there. I don't want to ask you how many times I've asked to have that intersection reviewed with necessary changes made, but I'd like some assurances that based on however many buses there's going to be, that will be looked at, and all the traffic issues that will be created here by no left turns and however many buses that we're going to have will be taken into consideration immediately. So when can that be looked at? I guess I'm asking you, Ms. Gray. How quickly can you now do this review of that intersection and anticipate what's going to happen?
Speaker, the Broadview and Dundas review that Councillor Fletcher has asked for is, I don't know that it's underway, but it's something that we can certainly advance within the next couple of weeks.
So I need to know when it's advanced. I need to have a schedule. I have a motion for that. But that was, did we not discuss that when we met for our site visit about the ramifications of your no left turn and your minibuses and your new streetcar that will be? The King car, I understand, is being replaced, but the buses are a large number.
Yes.
So
that
was
has
that not
been
a topic
discussed.
of discussion?
That
and
was a topic
request?
of discussion, Councillor.
So I don't have the answer here today.
Okay. Sorry.
That was your last question.
The staff is committed to 2 weeks to get back to you with that schedule, Councillor, to do that review and confirm that schedule with you.
Okay, I'll speak. Yeah.
So Councillor Fletcher to speak. Okay, just one sec. Okay, go ahead.
So we have the standard motion, which is to authorize all of the changes that are required. And then we are going to have to move all these changes. And then I have my own motions that I'm also moving here today. And if we don't have them, I'll stand this down. Are they in here?
We have them.
This is a supplementary, and then I have mine.
Yeah.
Well, it's just, you don't have my motions up yet, do you? No, there they are there. Thank you. Apparently it's not degraded, but here I'm hearing that in 2020 it was determined that there was a problem. That was during the pandemic. That would have been much better to have that work then. Then in 2024, and here we now go 25, 26 for this work, which has a massive impact. Yesterday I spoke about what's happening in the East End to get across the river and to have all the bridges under construction for the Ontario line. I do believe that we continue to look at each project separately. And I know people will say that's not happening, but in my experience, that happens far too often. I'm quite disappointed that the TTC is here today and can't say, here's the number of buses, here's what's happening on that diversion, because that's a diversion required to take people on King Street, get them up to Queen, and then get up Broadview. And that is a no restricted turn now on Broadview. There's only one other street that goes north under the tracks on Broadview, and that's Carlaw. The East End is under siege. Gardner, Eastern, Queen, Dundas, Gerrard, all the bridges under construction, all of the railway bridges under construction with the Ontario line. So I'm surprised to hear that this isn't falling apart tomorrow, because that was my expectation. I have asked many times to have that intersection at Dundas and Broadview looked at, I think for at least 4 or 5 years. And I'm bitterly disappointed that in 2 weeks I'm going to find out about it. I don't feel that's a good enough standard for what's going on in the East End, for the difficulty getting in and out, for the extra pressure that will be put here. And it's up to me to say, well, here's the zone of impact. It's not just Queen and Broadview, people. It's not just Queen and Broadview. It's the Don River, it's the Don Valley entrance, it's the Don Roadway, it's Queen and Broadview, it's Dundas and Broadview, it's Gerrard and Broadview, it's all the way up to Danforth and Broadview. It's all the way up there. And I hold Metrolinx to a very high standard in my community. They have to meet a high standard. So I don't want anybody here to feel that I'm picking on them, because in my mind, the TTC and the Transportation Division have to also be held to the same standard. I can't hold Metrolinx to a standard and then let the city and the TTC do whatever they want. Not on. So I'm really need to know what's going to happen. I need to know who's watching this project, who's going to be sure, oh, look at, they're all going through the neighborhood, they're doing this and that, it's all backed up, it's a mess. Who is that person? Who is that person that's going to be watching this every day on the field? I think we need people in the field. And I know, Speaker, you would agree with me more than anybody. Where are the people that are in the neighborhoods watching this? Where are they? I don't see them. Who are they going to be? That's the standard that I expect. With so many things going on. I can go over again, the Gardner takedown, redoing. Eastern Avenue, the bridges are closed. There's one lane both ways. Queen Street, this will have this diversion now as well. Ontario line at Queen and Degrassi. Dundas, the intersection, not planned anything for it. Now we're going to start to look at it. Dundas Bridge, Ontario line, Gerrard, Station, Bridge. The bridge is under construction. I sound like a broken record because I have to sound like a broken record, but how and where, and our DCM isn't here, but I'm going to be asking, how are we going to have a bigger view of this whole area during this time? It can't continue the way we've been doing it.
5 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, through Madam Speaker. I want to move staff's recs in the supplementary report. Oh, that was moved already? Okay. Change is hard. Construction is hard. You know, for me, during the Ontario line, we've had a lot of pressures in downtown core. As you know, Yonge and Dundas, Yonge and Queen has been closed for a couple of years now. Deputy Mayor Malik had a lot of pressures in her ward as well. We've asked for, infrastructure improvements, and we have them now, and it is painful at times. I meet with transportation staff on a regular basis to make sure my office is on top of these issues and working with them to try to mitigate any problems that may arise. Do they get it correct 100% of the time? No. But we have to adapt and adjust as time goes by and goes on. So, yeah, I just want to say that it's a lot of work. It's a big project, and there'll be hiccups along the way. Thank you.
The motions. We'll put them on the screen. Recorded vote. Recorded vote on Councillor Fletcher's motion. On favor? This is a supplementary report. On favor? Okay. On Councillor Fletcher's motion, the recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please, and thank you.
Councillor Chernes-Lynn, please. Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Crescenti, please. Thank you.
Councillor Prutza, thank you.
Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please? Affirmative, thank you. Councillor Candeveld? Affirmative, thank you.
Motion 1B carries unanimously, 18 in favor.
That's him. Councillor Fletcher, you ready for EX 22.3? Towards a beautiful city?
That motion is still being worked on by Mr. Kelleher. So I'm not ready, but it will be a quick release when it's ready, Speaker.
Mayor, are you ready for EX 22.9? The Mayor's Economic Action Plan?
Yes, I believe Deputy Mayor Mike Coe was going to speak on this item.
Councillor Coe, where are you?
If you can give us a few minutes, if you can do the next item, we'll come right back to that, okay?
Okay, then Councillor Fletcher, you're the next item, which is GG 20.10, review of bid award panel.
Here.
Okay.
That I finally have the motion and working with our Chief Procurement Officer. It's right up there, Speaker. It is. Oh, would you like to wait and have it? No, it's okay.
Okay, I'm here, Francis.
Okay, go on.
This has to do with change orders because it's one thing to be the lowest bidder and then if you have a lot of financial change orders.
Okay, so we're putting your motion on the screen.
Right, so I'll speak to it. Number one is about change orders. You can't be the lowest bidder and then come back and have so many change orders that you're past the second bidder. So we just need to understand how the change orders are working and they're at the division. That would be helpful for bidding. And I believe the report says it's going to come to your committee, Councillor Ainsley. And this is just looking at the applicable procurement policies and procedures to require the mandatory completion of contractor performance evaluations for contracts over $500,000. They'll be submitted by the division heads. I got very upset at the bid committee because I looked and saw a contractor that I've had a tremendous amount of trouble with and others have cleared everything with 50% and 51%. And we've discovered through this that I thought Ms. Sharkey spent all night going over everything and seeing how everybody does. No. She relies on every division to turn that in. So for a couple of my park projects, it's been an abysmal performance. Somehow they've squeaked through. So I really want to make sure that those performance standards are very clear because if they are not performing to standard, they should not be on able to bid. When somebody has job after job that's falling below standard and taking forever and change orders, why would they continue to be on that list? And how do they get a passing mark? So I don't know about everybody else. I just know about parks because I watched that very closely, as you know, around ferries and park development and everything else. So I think these two motions are very important because we are always talking about what standard we're setting for ourselves.
Amber.
And this is, I think, helping us set a proper standard around procurement, around change orders, and around performance evaluation that needs to be far more stringent than it currently is today. Thank you. And this is our opportunity to do that. Councillor Perks, I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
I'm so excited. I can't wait to vote yes.
Motion by Councillor Fletcher. On favor? Pardon? Recorded? Recorded.
Councillor Fletcher, please, your vote. The motion carries unanimously, 17 in favor.
Item is amended. On favor, carried. Okay, Mayor Chow, Councillor Coe is here now on EX 22.9. Okay, Councillor Coe, you would like to say a few words?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the other day, the Premier of the province announced that the new subway cars that we finally got financing for Line 2 are to be built in Thunder Bay, Ontario. And I think that really illustrates the critical role that the City of Toronto has in responding to the tariff assault that we're undergoing not only in Toronto but all over the world, it seems. So it just demonstrates that Toronto does have a critical role to play, that we do purchase everything from subway cars to building materials to vehicles, and we also have contracts with outside consultants. And I just want to commend, again, I've said before, I want to commend our staff and our city manager and everybody who's really stepped up in response to this unexpected threat to our economy, our sovereignty, and that I think Toronto has been punching above its weight. I think we're probably the leading city in North America, one of the leading cities certainly in Canada, in terms of working with what we call Team Canada, whether it be the federal government, the provincial government, to inoculating ourselves against the incredible threat that these tariffs pose to our economic well-being. And I think it was Councillor Holliday said when he spoke to this, he said that we cannot look at Toronto in isolation. So whether it's what's happened to Thunder Bay, or the steel workers in Sault Ste. Marie, or the auto workers in Brampton or Brantford, if those plants close down and they can't manufacture automobiles for the North American market, we are going to be impacted because we have members of our families, all of our industries here in Toronto. Some of them are in high tech, connected with the hard manufacturing. We're all interconnected. So therefore, we just can't say, well, it's just going to impact the auto workers, and how does it really matter what happens in Sault Ste. Marie? Well, it does matter because we are the financial center. We are also the tech center of Ontario. So we have to be very careful to do whatever we can to put in measures that protect our industries, our commercial well-being going forward, because this isn't just going to be an event for a couple of months. This is like almost like a tariff COVID that's hitting us. So I just want to again reiterate the incredible support for the work that's been done by staff, and the work continues to go forward. And the fact that the mayor took this on, because it wasn't as if people were demanding she do something, she took the initiative and has led the city and with the support of staff and with council on doing whatever we can to ensure that the economy of Toronto, the economy of the GTA, and the economy of Ontario and Canada has some protections in place, because the stakes have never been so high. And the real silver lining in all this is the incredible response by Torontonians and people all over Canada in terms of appreciating things that are made in Canada and the jobs that are connected with those products that we buy that are made by Canadians and assembled here in Toronto or assembled in Ontario, whether it be Sault Ste. Marie or whether it be in Thunder Bay or whether it be in Brampton. So it's all hands on deck. There is no quick fix to this, but at least we have a underpinning of an economic action plan, and I really urge you to support this and just to do whatever we can on our part to protect our local industries, and also reminding people about how critically important it is
Thank you.
My last words is, please buy local.
Thank you.
Buy local, Madam Speaker. Please buy local. I hope that dress was locally bought. It's a beautiful dress. Okay.
All right. Okay, it seems like Councillor Cheng has a question. We thought this was a quick item, but I guess not. Let's go to the speakers. Like I said, we need to finish by 6 tonight. Well, the thing is, I guess all the questions were asked at executive, Councillor Cheng. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. No, but I have to get the computer set up. That's why we have committees, so people can ask questions at committee. Okay. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. Thank you for this hard work. I know that this is, we're responding to a fire, we're trying to put it out, and a lot of effort has been put here. I'm just looking at the market diversification, which we recognize as an important measure that needs to be taken in order to strengthen our economic future. And I see several mentions of how we're going to help and encourage companies to expand into Europe, including a $5,000 grant to 25 export-ready companies, as well as developing European markets, working with Toronto businesses to access Horizon European funding. And my question is, our city is very diverse, and not all people are growing their marketability to Europe necessarily. And in fact, in our recent trip to Asia, we had a whole delegation. We see the contributions in technology and the opportunities of incredible markets in Asia, and I'm sure in other markets around the world, especially given the diversity
Councillor Cheng, your
our
question.
city. Yes, I am asking
Okay, please ask your
so
question.
I'm just wondering, there is a strong focus of Europe here in market diversification. And how do we ensure that companies that are developing other markets, which may include more racialized members of our community, how they can access other markets through these measures?
To the chair, to Councillor Cheng, Toronto absolutely needs to diversify its trade. Currently, that stands at upwards of 80% with the U.S. Asian markets present a great opportunity to do so, and we have new free trade agreements between Canada and 10 other Pacific region countries in the form of the Comprehensive Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. We will work with partners in other governments, Toronto Global, to look at export market opportunities, such as trade missions and market activations, and make those known to local Toronto businesses. We will equally work on export readiness for Toronto businesses to take advantage of those opportunities. And while we did reference a few European examples, certainly Asian markets are of significance in this trade diversification effort.
Will there be an opportunity to extend micro grants to support businesses expanding to other regions?
Through the chair, yes, we're working very closely in partnership with Toronto Region Board of Trade, whose World Trade Center offers both training and financial support, and Toronto Global. So we're looking at a range of supports in capacity building through to direct grants to enable people to take advantage.
So in a future update, because I'm sure there will be one coming, will we see other channels opened up for other markets and the market diversification efforts?
Through the chair, yes, certainly in the next update to council, I assure you that we'll speak to the opportunity in Asia.
Great. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Mayor Chow to speak.
Yep. Well, every day we hear another threat about the President of the United States are planning to do. More tariffs, more discussion about Canada being the 51st state, etc. And what the city is doing is there's a 10-point action plan. And you know that we are deferring for 6 months property taxes for the industrial sector. We are also doing the Buy Local campaign, Buying Canadian campaign. You're seeing signs that said Love Local. There's a social media campaign with short videos that are about to be launched. There's a Made in Toronto business directory that I believe is coming. There's a one-window concierge service for Toronto medium and large manufacturing businesses. There is a huge number of activities that our city staff are preparing or are doing, and it involves not just one department, but many, many different departments, whether it's procurement, economic development, and many other places. So this report is in front of you. I would like to encourage you to take a close read at it. If you have manufacturing industry in your ward, let us know. We'll do our best to promote them. So far, I was at the Armstrong Fluid Tech. I was at Cadbury, which was the amazing chocolate factory. Yaya Foods that employed 1,000 people. I was at the Plastic Lens where all your glasses are being made. So we are exploring every way to support our local businesses. So if you have ideas, if you have companies that you want to promote and support locally, let the city staff know. This is the time where we embrace local, love them, and do what we can to support each other. We are proud Canadians, absolutely, and we are known to be diverse, and we are also known to support each other. And let's demonstrate that, and absolutely we will not be the 51st state of America. So the report is in front of you, hoping that you would give it full support.
Councillor Carroll.
Yes, just very quickly, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to encourage councillors. The Mayor's Action Team is such a stellar group of business groups. We've gone a long way to make sure that it is as representative as possible, and not just chairs of organizations, but people who are deeply embedded in the sectors we think are most impacted. Then the next time you'll get a report will be July. But in the meantime, because it's unique work, in that it's work that is being done, including the businesses. I hope Councillor Chang is listening as I say this. I see she's in conversation, but I do hope she is listening as I say this. Don't wait until July, Council, when you see this on the agenda. If in your community there's a business being uniquely impacted by tariffs right now in a way that you don't see represented here, don't wait. The Mayor's office door is open. My door is open. Mr. Tobin's door is open. We need to know so that we can incorporate it into the work that those pillars of the business community and the sectors we're focused on right now are doing. If we're missing something, we need to know so that we can take it to that table. So don't wait till July council table. Walk through the door and tell us what you know about what's happening on the ground. That will make sure that the action team is really responding in real time. That's why it's reporting to you so frequently, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. But doing the work here in the council chamber risks not running it by those business people. So if you see it, if you hear it, bring it to our attention before we're in this chamber so that we can act on it with that partnership. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Perruzza, quickly, because we want to get this done before lunch.
As quick as I can, Madam Speaker, as quick as I can. So, Speaker, this is good. You know, we are entering sort of a new phase in our history. I just want to take us back a little bit. And for some of us who have lived through some of the cycles of this, it's really interesting. But I'm also, this time around, somewhat more optimistic that we're all a little smarter. I remember when free trade came on in 1990. I do remember. I lived it. I remember I was a newly elected member of the Ontario legislature, and we were all obviously convinced by, you know, then Mulroney and Reagan and all of the players at that time that free trade was the salvation for Canada and salvation for the Canadian economy long term and into the future. Well, free trade hit and plants shuttered overnight. We went into the deepest, darkest, coldest recession that we had experienced since the Great Depression of the 30s. Why? Because in all of our communities, plants shuttered. They moved to Mexico, to Asia, to China, to everywhere else but Canada. I remember the great debates of the day, along with the readjustment, where what are we going to do with all these empty buildings? Well, I'll tell you what North York did, for example. They made the industrial bylaw back then much more permissive. You know, allowing things like massage parlors and used car lots and places of worship in our industrial areas. Why? Because those buildings were left empty. Because people left. Because our economy was undergoing this change, this adjustment to this new global market reality. And now we are dealing in reverse with some of those big issues, right? In a sense. But what happened in the intervening time, in the intervening period? You know, every time we went out to purchase something, and somebody stood up and said, hey, how about adding some Canadian content? Oh, no, you can't do that because you're in violation of some agreement somewhere, free trade or other agreement and so on. You can't do that. You're in violation of some interprovincial trade agreement. You can't allow construction workers to come here in Ontario. No. If they're from Quebec, they can't because you have agreements. Right? All of that. And those adjustments have taken place over time. So where are we today? What has President Trump done for all of us? Well, he's basically ripped that one up, ripped it a new one, and said, go back to the drawing board. And that's, I think, what we're attempting to do. Hopefully, this time around, we are a little smarter, a little more committed to our city, to our province, and to our country. And hopefully the impact won't be as deep, as dark, and as long as occurred in the last cycle of adjustment in the early 90s. Hopefully this time we'll be able to get through it, with a little less pain, but there will be pain. If this continues, if the trade war continues, and there has to be that readjustment, that rethinking, that recalibration, that reinventing of local productivity and local production.
5 seconds.
That will come with some significant pain, but hopefully, if we all pull together, we can lessen the impact of all.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to declare a conflict on this
Okay,
item.
can you just speak in the mic? We can't hear you. So Councillor Myers would like to declare a conflict, and if you
Yes.
can give the reason, please.
My spouse works for an American company that does government procurement contracts, bids on government procurement contracts.
Okay, so you can submit in your declaration?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to put a pause on this item because we do have some members' motion that we want to introduce before lunch. So we're not going to be able to get this item done because we have one more speaker. Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole?
Yes, I just have a motion here. This is about something that's made international headlines, where a poor mother had inadvertently left her 5-year-old in the back seat. The Uber driver took off. Anyways, we're just trying to fix this oversight that occurs with this motion.
On favor? Carried. Okay. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is a motion to introduce a motion concerning the development of a cultural community center addition that is constructed onto the Armenian Youth Center, and this is a motion concerning their development charges and levies.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Anything else? No, just one sec. Is there any more? No? Okay. So let's do quick releases before we break. Okay, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can quick release GG 20.12, litigation arising from the rehabilitation of Section 1 of the FG Gardner Expressway. Councillor Fletcher has a motion that we both agreed on that she would like to move.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, your motion.
Thank you, Speaker. It is city manager. Council direct the city manager to advise Metrolinx of the commencement of the supplier suspension procedure and to report to the General Government Committee on whether WSP should be suspended from being eligible to bid on city contracts. And this is just in particular because WSP is doing a lot of work on the Ontario line for Metrolinx, and they should be advised that we have a serious issue, and we're investigating whether or not they'll be suspended from all work, and I don't know what the impact will be when they're working on city property, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so on GG 20.12, Councillor Fletcher is moving a motion. On favor? Opposed, if any. Carried. Item as amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Perks, you have a quick release?
Yes, Speaker. I would like to release PH 20.6, authority to enter into municipal housing project facility agreements with community housing providers. Councillor Holyday has a motion on this, which staff has reviewed and I have reviewed. And if we just let him move his motion, vote on it, and then move along, we can be rid of the item.
So on PH 20.6, we have a motion for Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. I move my motion.
Okay, there it is. On 20.6, Councillor Holyday has an amendment on favor, carried. Item is amended on favor, carried. Is that it, Councillor Perks, for your releases? Okay, now Councillor Fletcher, I'd like to release CC 29.9, which is in my name, and Councillor and I'd like to release the item with the supplementary report, and then Councillor Fletcher has an amendment on my behalf. Councillor Fletcher?
Move the supplemental report, Speaker, and I'll also move the motion, which is coming up there. There we go. For the mayor to look at assigning the CBCs for Weston, Mount St. Denis.
Okay, thank you. On the amendment, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. On the supplementary report, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Bravo, did you have a quick release?
Yes, I do, Speaker. I'd like to release T 21.4, 158 Sterling Road Blocks 5B, 5C, and 5D, and 190 Sterling Road Blocks 3B, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Applications, Decision Report Approval. Long title. I have a motion.
Well, the motion is on the screen. Thank you, Councillor Bravo.
Yes, thank you.
There's two, right?
Yes, first I will move, this is about ensuring that there's parking access in the community. I will also be moving the staff recommendations. This came
to just one sec, sorry. Okay, we're just putting the second one up for you, okay? Okay.
Yep. Thank you. So I'm moving this amendment to request the feasibility of amending Schedule B, the City of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 925 around permit parking. And the reason for, I just want to speak quickly to this, why this came to Council without recommendations. This is a situation in which we see employment lands have been converted without a plan around a traffic plan, management plan, without a real vision for what this community can and should be, creating enormous amounts of stress, not just on residents, existing residents all around the community, but also on the employment uses that exist nearby. So I think it's a cautionary tale, and with that, I'll move the staff recommendations as well.
Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Bravo. Recorded vote on the long one. Okay, recorded vote on 1A.
Councillor Bravo, may I have your vote, please? I'll take it verbally. Affirmative? Thank you. Motion 1A carries. The vote is 20-1.
Motion 1B, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor. Recorded vote. Oh, there is no item is amended. Okay. That's it. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, then we'll have to recess. Councillor Fletcher?
I don't, Speaker. I may have some after lunch, but I just want to remind that after lunch, we agreed to do the safety barriers on the Leaside Bridge and have any of the first responders from the divisions, from Councillor Chernos Lynn, 53 and 55 Division, or anybody from TPS here. And then I'd like to, if we can reorder and have CC 29.2 being held by Councillor Stephen Holliday done right after that. So it'd be, I don't know if I can do that right now or not. Notices of motion, Leaside Bridge, and then
Well, we're doing members' motions first.
Leaside Bridge.
And then the Leaside Bridge, and
then I would ask to have the results of the collective bargaining done after that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, yeah.
Can I do that?
Hello, quiet. On favor, carried. Recess to 2 o'clock.
If any members of council are online, could you please turn on your camera so we can count you for quorum?
We'll call this meeting to order. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge and welcome the Centennial Infant and Child Center from the Yonge and St. Clair neighborhood. Their school provides support and strengthens families and young children with special needs to develop the confidence and skills to have the best start in life. I visited their school several times. I see the love and the care and the support that they provide both the kids and their families, and I want to welcome them on all of our behalf to City Hall. Thank you.
Before we go to members' motions, are there any quick items? Councillor Perks, your name is on the list? Oh. Any quick releases? Councillor Myers.
I have amendments that I've circulated with staff.
On what item?
So on the GFL, we just had to do a quick technical amendment. So we had to reopen it and just make it clear that we're just talking about waste collection contracts and not all of their contracts. It's the GFL. GG 19.27.
So what we need to do is move a motion to reopen so there could be an amendment on it. On favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Myers.
And then do you want me to move the amendment
Yes.
now? Okay, so staff have the amendment. It's just adding the word.
Okay, the amendment is on the screen.
So we just added the word collection so that we're just talking about garbage collection and not all of their contracts.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, item as amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher, quick release.
One more.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Myers.
Staff have the amendment for SC 21.7, 5933 and 5951 Steeles Avenue East. The amendments that I've worked on with the staff.
Okay, we'll put the amendment on the screen. There is the amendment on SC 21.7. On the amendment, on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor. Oh, that's the item. Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher. You have a quick, your name was up there, no? Oh, you took it off. And Councillor Candeval, are you ready to release your item? You're not. Right, we'll go through the members' motions.
Madam Speaker, can I rise in a point of order?
Point of order, Councillor Mantis.
I just want to speak about the Armenian genocide.
The what?
The Armenian genocide. Today, we commemorate the Armenian genocide, a dark chapter in history that must never be forgotten. In 1915, over 1.5 million Armenians were systematically killed by the Ottoman Empire. Families were torn apart, communities erased, and generations forever impacted. This was not only a crime against Armenians, but a crime against humanity. Denial of this genocide is a denial of justice. As a city that values human rights and dignity, we have a responsibility to remember, to speak the truth, and to stand in solidarity with the Armenian community, many of whom call our city home. Here, in the Greater Toronto Area, we are blessed with a vibrant and resilient Armenian community. Many are descendants of survivors, carrying with them a legacy of strength, culture, and enduring call for recognition. This atrocity not only devastated a people, it echoed through generations. And while history cannot be rewritten, it must be remembered. The resilience in the face of unimaginable loss is inspiring. Today we honor their ancestors, affirm their grief, and renew our commitment to never stay silent in the face of atrocity. As leaders, we must always be the voice that defends truth and upholds dignity. Let this chamber be a place where memory is preserved, truth is spoken, and compassion prevails. Thank you.
All right, we'll go through the members' motions now. So members, just to let you know, on members' motion, MM 29.1 and MM 29.21 from the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer has been posted with the agenda item RM 29.7 review of the order paper. So we'll go through the members' motion now, MM 29.1. All right. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor, pardon? You would like to hold it? Is there an amendment that you want to do on this? MM 29.2. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 29.3. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 29.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 29.6. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, pardon? Okay, just one sec. Councillor Myers would like to hold. MM 29.7. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor? Hold. Councillor Fletcher is holding 7. MM 29.8. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 29.9. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 29.10. Notice if this motion has not been given, a 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded vote, recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, are you present in the meeting? The motion carries. The vote is 17-4.
MM 2911. Notice if this motion has not been given, a 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Pardon? Recorded vote on waiving referral. Waiving referral.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 16-5.
Councillor Matlow would like to hold. This is on 2911. MM 29.12. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2024 NY 17.6 as it pertains to Part 1 only. 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. A revised attachment was posted on April 23rd, 2025. Communications have been submitted on this item. Bill 351 has been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving notice? Okay. All in favor of reopening? Okay. And on the item? All in favor? Carried. Councillor Matlow?
The Ontario Place item to avoid a lengthy debate, and I was just talking to a couple of my colleagues who I thought might want it. If I don't believe there will be one, so I'm happy to quick release it if we don't need to.
Okay.
No, not on Ontario Place.
Yeah.
So what? So you're saying?
So I'm happy to just quick release.
Okay, on MM 2911, Councillor Matlow's releasing. On favor? Carried.
On a recorded vote?
Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. And Councillor Myers.
Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Mantis, and Councillor Perks, please.
The item is adopted. The vote is 19-2.
MM 2913, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 29.14, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2915. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item? Oh, does the staff have your amendment? Okay. MM 29.16. Oh, we dealt with that. MM 29.17. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion is subject to reopen of item 2025 DM 28.1 only as it pertains to part 2 of the instructions to staff. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 29.18. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. Okay. Councillor Carroll wants to hold. MM 29.19. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 29.20. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 2921. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 29.22. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 29.23. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. Okay, so we do have a couple of new ones that we'll add on and then we'll post them. Yeah, we'll deal with them later, but we'll just add them on now. Councillor Moyes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have a Motion to add here, request by city solicitor to provide additional instructions for a limited distance agreement in relation to application for 25 Jarvis Street.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Candavel.
You want me to introduce it?
You're introducing a motion.
Yeah. Do you want me to reopening amendment MM 24.13, preservation of architectural character in Guildwood community to extend that scope of the architectural character study by to the Cliff Crest and Scarborough Village community.
All in favor?
Oh, to be included in the work plan of planning.
All in favor to introduce it? Carried. Kara?
Yeah, I just wondered if before you leave, notices a motion. I held 18 just because I hadn't finished reading it. I can release it.
You want to hold it? It's in your word.
But I don't, I'm fine with it. Oh, okay. We can just pass it. Oh, I see. Okay, got you.
Okay, so if you have any motions on these, if you can submit them to the clerk so we can get this all done before 6. We're at IE 20.8, which is safety barriers along the Lee Side Bridge. Councillor Fletcher held the item down. So if we have questions on the item, if you can please put your name on the list.
Here, EMS is here, and I asked that they be here to answer questions.
Yes.
So perhaps somebody could help them get down and where they're sitting, where they need to be here.
Okay, so if I can ask everyone to come on down.
This is the bridge that everybody, sorry. I'm looking at him. What is it? Yes. I am, if everybody's settled in there. I'm just going to have a lot of questions, so keep your answers as tight as possible. I'll ask for transportation services. In 2018, it was requested that there, an ECS, a bridge barrier would go on the Lee Side Bridge because of the number of people that are jumping off of it. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, in 2018, we had a report to Executive Committee from Public Health, and Transportation Services was to work with ECS on projects that are in the State of Good Repair program to identify high-risk bridge locations, and at the time of State of Good Repair, work on feasibility studies to implement bridges.
So a lot of work has been done on the Lee Side Bridge. I guess all kinds of things have happened there. It's been upgraded. Have you put a barrier on the Lee Side Bridge? Yes or no?
No, State of Good Repair work has not yet happened.
State of Good Repair work has not yet happened, but many things have happened to the Lee Side Bridge. I have emergency services here, And I just want to ask, what I'm trying to determine is the impact. One thing's the bridge, the other thing is the impact on staff, the impact on the system, the impact on traffic closures, the impact not so much on families, because we know about that from people that are committing suicide on this bridge, but there's tremendous impacts to the city. I think that I'm going to ask our staff inspector, Michael Hales, there are issues at 55 with your officers going back and forth constantly to this bridge and people in East General and back and forth. Is that right? Is there a lot of staff time, operational dollars that are spent on this bridge because it has no barrier?
I hear you. Thank you for the invitation to speak today, Councillor, and I thank you for the question. Yes, there's a significant amount of resources that are associated with these types of calls. Even the ones where we are successful in terms of a threatening suicide call, when we are able to de-escalate the situation and apprehend the individuals, there are hours and hours after that are taken up assisting that person into care through one of our health partners.
And just to ask, are there consequences traffic-wise at that point? I understand the DVP was closed for 4 hours on the weekend.
Yes, Councillor, that is correct. Usually, whether we have a sudden death that occurs in relation to the bridge where someone does jump, or we have a negotiation that occurs, the bridge and usually the portion of the DVP underneath are closed until the incident is concluded.
For the duration. And you would support as quickly as possible having a barrier erected on this bridge to limit unfortunate deaths, plus all of the ancillary issues that have been experienced by yourselves and Toronto Police Services.
Once again, Councillor, yes, I can definitely tell you that the difference between the Bloor Viaduct, the amount of calls that we get there, to the other bridges that are within 55 Division, it's a significant difference.
And actually, the command at 55 Division has asked for this in particular, correct? Yes.
That is correct, Councillor, yes.
Thank you. I'll just ask Toronto Fire, and so there's also a significant impact on all the officers that have to attend these types of dreadful deaths, correct? Yes, I believe so. I'll ask that to Toronto Fire and EMS, the kind of impact that's, these are bridge deaths and they're quite traumatic. Does that have a long-term impact on your staffing?
Chair, absolutely. These calls are very traumatic for our staff, and quite often one of the reasons we've invested so heavily in mental health, our second staff psychologist in the 2025 budget, is to make sure that our staff can deal with these types of traumatic events.
And do you find you have a lot of long-term disability and other disability from these particular kinds of events?
So, Chair, I can't specifically link causation to this specific one, but certainly 45% of Toronto Fire staff off on WSIB is post-traumatic stress and traumatic event related.
Thank you. So you would support, as quickly as possible, having a barrier on this bridge for many different reasons, for family protection, but also just in general, emergency services, impact, etc.
So Toronto Fire would absolutely support any measures that could reduce the traumatic events to our staff and the public.
And on this bridge?
Certainly.
With that barrier. And I'll ask EMS the same questions, please, which is basically, would you support the erection of a barrier on this bridge? I'm sure your staff attend regularly when there's incidents of this kind. I'm sure it's traumatic and there's probably a lot of time off that is taken and impact on staffing, correct?
Yes, Councillor. There's no denying that there is a traumatic event for each of our staffs, not just our paramedic, but also our call takers and dispatchers. And similar to fire, it's difficult to equate the dollar figure, but we would support a bridge barrier.
And this is probably one of the most traumatic events that your staff would be attending.
It's a very difficult call.
It's one of the top layers.
Last question.
And you would support a barrier here as quickly as possible.
Toronto Paramedic Services would, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
you
For attending.
Question?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Now we have the Leaside Bridge is the focus of today's discussion, but we have other bridges. I think the Overlea Bridge is also in design stage. Do we have a strategic working group that inspects, studies, and does safety reviews of our bridges? And are we putting in the capital plan monies to put barriers there? Is there a strategy embedded?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, the strategy is informed by work that was done by Toronto Public Health in 2018 and Ontario Coroner's work on prevention of suicide. So the transportation services and engineering construction services takes guidance from the high-risk locations identified through that work on incorporating feasibility studies and building barriers as part of our bridge rehab program when those bridges have the opportunity for those structural improvements. So we've done several bridges. The Glen Road Bridge is currently under construction to be opened later this year. You mentioned Overlea, that's in design and will be constructed in 26, 27. So there are a number of bridges and there are a number of others underway with these types of barriers.
Now, are the bridges the sole responsibility of the City of Toronto, or do we get help from provincial or federal levels?
This is solely a City of Toronto responsibility.
Now, over the years, this is more of a mental health question. I hope we have people who can answer it. Over the years, there's been announcements from the federal government through health transfers and negotiations with the province of I guess, hundreds of millions of dollars that would go to mental health. Are we seeing any of that trickle down to the City of Toronto, or is it blocked to the province and they deliver it through the hospital system?
To the chair, the dollars for mental health care and treatment predominantly go to the hospital and acute care system and community care system. There are some public health services that promote mental health, which are predominantly in our school program with children and youth, as well as our work in harm reduction.
So there's a federal initiative, I think it's called the 988 Suicide Crisis Helpline. Are we a partner on that in any way?
The way we're a partner is that we do help promote the availability and awareness of that service. So, for example, on some signage in the city, you can see that phone number is referenced, as well as in some of our other communications promoting mental health.
Now, other than signage, do we have anything else on these bridges that would be a barrier to someone committing suicide, such as a crisis line or some kind of a way to contact crisis response, or it's signage with a phone number? Is that the main way we communicate with someone who is in personal crisis?
To the chair, currently at this particular bridge, there is a sign with the phone number, but there is not a direct line to the phone number.
Okay. And at committee, I guess we talked about funding, and it's my understanding that the Leaside Side Bridge is fully funded, and it's just a matter of doing engineering work, design work, and picking one of the proposals that are before us.
Through the chair, just to clarify, the design work is fully funded. We do not yet know the capital costs, and once we know that through the design work, we would propose to put that into the capital budget. But we don't see the cost of the barriers being a barrier to moving forward.
What can we do to accelerate that?
Thanks for that question, Councillor. You had moved a motion at committee to ask us to consider procurement approaches such as sole sourcing at different stages of the work, either design or other stages, to accelerate the work. We've worked with engineering construction services to identify an amount with our consultant that undertook the feasibility study to pursue the detailed design, and we've provided you with a suggested motion that would allow us to enter into a sole source to save some time there and move into design process.
I did receive that. I'd be happy to move it. So we've got Leaside, we've got Overlea. How many other bridges are in the hopper, or are there?
The initial work with Toronto Public Health identified about
Last
10
question.
bridges, and we would continue to look at the other locations as high risk as times change, and so we would continue that work with Toronto Public Health for whatever bridge was necessary for these types of interventions, which are very important.
Well done. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. I know Councillor Pasternak touched on a few of my questions, but we know that suicide or attempted suicides is a symptom of something greater. Depression, isolation, economic uncertainty, all those things impact these things. What strategies has public health put in place to help reduce or mitigate some of these factors? And perhaps who you work with to help address some of these issues?
To the chair, currently Toronto Public Health work on suicide prevention is part of the integrated plan to promote mental health in our city through the Our Health, Our City plan. Specifically with suicide prevention, our actions include broadening the use of our suicide prevention policy with staff and potentially sharing that with other divisions. And the Our Health, Our City also talks about future work to support the health, well-being, and professional development of service providers who work with vulnerable populations in the city, and expanding mental health and post-traumatic stress support. So Toronto Public Health is often a coordinator and a collaborator and partner with other agencies and divisions on suicide prevention.
Thank you. And maybe to city staff, maybe the deputy city manager. In regards to our new, crisis service that's been placed on for a year, do you see any positive results of that in regards to reduction of suicides?
Chair, thank you for the question.
Yes, please do.
We certainly have been responding to over 25,000 calls since the creation of the Toronto Community Crisis Service in 2022. I can't say at this point that we've seen a reduction in suicide calls, but we certainly see an increase in Torontonians using the service.
Okay, that's good to hear. And my last question, I think Councillor Pasternak may have asked this question, but I know we're focused right now on the Leaside Bridge, but do you see similar attempts of suicide in other bridges in the downtown, across the city? Perhaps fire or paramedics can answer. Chief.
Chair, I don't have that information at this time. The data we brought today was just specifically for Leaside.
Okay. Perhaps offline, if you have it, send it to me. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to ask all of the different services and divisions if they can comment on the impact of trauma on staff and the attention that is required for those having to contend with suicides at this and any other location, in addition to the resources that are required to do that work.
Chair, certainly any type of response when it comes to suicide is traumatic on not only the firefighters, but certainly our peers in our emergency services, which is why we've invested so heavily in mental health and resiliency over the last number of years with council support. That is why we hired our first staff psychologist in 2022. We have seen a 61% decrease in the number of WSIB claims related to post-traumatic stress. And of course, council approved the hiring of a second Toronto Fire Services staff psychologist in 2025. So it is top of mind for me, and is certainly top of mind, for all the staff that are with Toronto Fire, and it's something we work as well exceptionally close with the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association on, and making sure that we take all steps necessary to protect our staff.
And has that at any period impacted, the resiliency of the group in general, the team?
Councillor, would you mind repeating? I couldn't hear you.
Prior to these interventions and over time, have you seen an impact on the team in general when there is incidents of trauma and the increase in WSIB claims?
No, absolutely. So that is why mental health has been and will continue to be a top priority for myself and the command team. That is why we will continue to work with our staff psychologists as well as our peers and the association. But it is certainly something, the numbers are staggering. We have over 190 staff off right now on WSIB alone right now in Toronto Fire at a cost of close to $10 million a year.
Thank you. Any other comments? Please go ahead. I think you're going to stand.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, similarly, that we take these calls very seriously and they have a large impact on our staff. We have a comprehensive psychological health and wellness program. We also have a peer resource team. We've put a lot of resources into training and building resiliency for our staff. The reality is it does have a traumatic impact on them, so we're constantly working with our partners to find ways to support our staff during these calls.
Thank you.
And Councillor, what I can tell you from the police service perspective is that we treat each and every one of these instances as a traumatic critical incident, which involves a mandatory defusing and debriefing session for all of our members that are involved. Ongoing supports are provided also through our peer support network and as well as our psychological services. And so we we keep this in the forefront of our minds in terms of the care and the resiliency and the mental health of our membership because it is so important. Similarly to our partners in paramedic service and the fire service, we do have a significant number of members who are also off in the hundreds due to PTSD, WSIB-related claims.
Thank you.
Okay.
To the Medical Officer of Health, I'm hoping to ask a question about any known good practices with relation to suicide prevention that public health might be aware of.
To the chair, yes. So we know that just as with most public health issues, a multi-pronged approach is what is most successful. So certainly having interventions at the point of crisis to be able to prevent an attempt is important, as well as support for survivors and mental health promotion before someone gets into crisis. So those are recommendations from the Public Health Agency of Canada to have those three elements in place. Second, I would just note that there are also guidelines about how we talk about this subject, particularly because of its sensitivity and the audience of our youth. And that is a role we can play in terms of helping everyone understand how to be able to talk about this in a sensitive way.
Thank you.
Okay, if we, what we have before us is the safety barriers along the Lee Side Bridge. So can we keep the questions on the bridge, the Lee Side Bridge, please? Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik. Yeah, just one sec. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And while we are talking about the Lee Side Bridge, as we can see, this is an issue of importance to all of us, and we're looking closely because this is a matter of public safety as well. And I wanted to hear a little bit more about what degree of exploration has been done about and learning from other jurisdictions. We are not the only city that has structures like this where the type of support that is being laid out is necessary, and what efforts have been taken to look at other jurisdictions, what have we found, and how are we applying that here?
Through the speaker, the work that Transportation Services is relying upon was work that was done by Toronto Public Health, which included a jurisdictional scan of best practices. As was stated, a multi-pronged approach is needed, and as the next phases of bridge designs are advanced, then I know that our colleagues in Engineering and Construction Services would be looking at best practice in bridge design for these types of barriers elsewhere in the world.
So thank you for that. I'd like to hear a little bit more from Toronto Public Health about what kind of rose to the top from those jurisdictional scans that are most important for us to be taking forward.
To the chair. So some of the evidence we have is when we look at other jurisdictions across the country, as well as in the United States and Europe, that when there are barriers put in place, we do find decreases in deaths from suicide of about 93%. We have our own experience in this city of barriers put in place and at another bridge, and at that bridge, whereas previously there had been completed attempts, there was only one after the barrier was put in place. So we do know that this intervention makes a difference.
And to the point that was made around the expertise of transportation services and the advice from Toronto Public Health, how are we moving forward with a more integrated and interdivisional approach to addressing, the learnings from this experience?
Thanks for that. The work that was done by Toronto Public Health identifies the types of bridges that are at high risk, and so we take that not as a prescriptive list, but as an approach to the State of Good Repair program, because most often the types of interventions to create barriers has a weighted load on the bridge and does require engineering assessment to ensure that that can be adequately added to a bridge and is most likely to be done at the time of State of Good Repair. So it is through our State of Good Repair program that Engineering Construction Services manages our bridge assets for the city as a whole, where we work together to identify which bridges need a feasibility assessment for barriers to be added in addition to those that meet bridge code to be able to prevent death from suicide. So that's how we undertake it. It's not necessarily a list of 10 bridges. It's taking that approach to the types of bridges that we're working through that process.
Okay, so just so that I understand, this has informed an overall approach, and Leaside Bridges is what is before us. So is it kind of looking at which bridges have repairs coming, from that list, have repairs coming up, and then from there, seeing how this approach can be applied?
Yes, I would say that's accurate, but also when there is bridge work being done by, for example, when the city is working with Metrolinx on bridge work and they're doing electrification of their corridors, there's an opportunity, and we have been working with them to add safety barriers to prevent suicide at those locations, even when the city doesn't have State of Good Repair work, because Metrolinx is adding other elements to those bridges. So it's an integrated approach in that way with our partners in Engineering Construction Services and with other agencies such as Metrolinx.
And I guess just my final question is on that piece related to the province, and I'm glad to hear that they have been an effective partner in the approach that is being taken. Was there also learnings from other parts of the province in terms of addressing this issue?
I can't speak to that specifically. I'm not aware of
I
any.
guess Toronto Public Health, was that, in that jurisdictional scan, did it also include municipalities in Ontario?
That was your last question.
To the chair, in the jurisdictional scan, it included municipalities in Canada, such as Vancouver and Montreal.
Councillor Chen, questions, please, on the bridge.
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering what kind of data do we collect about mental health related incidents on bridges across our city? Is that something that police are tracking, transportation, or public health? Is anyone tracking that?
To the chair, the Office of the Chief Coroner for the province has the mandate to collect this information. This information does come to Toronto Public Health after some lag in time, but it does not have the specificity for location. So there is not a data source for this topic as it relates to locations or particular bridges.
So if we wanted a deeper dive into our city, who would be able to have that line of sight to be able to collect that data?
To the chair, it would likely have to be a conversation, a special request to the Office of the Chief Coroner.
Given the growing population that we have and the complexity of issues in our city, Do you think that this type of data would be helpful, especially as we consider the investments that we need to make our city safer?
To the chair, I think information does help us make decisions. I would just caution that the sensitivity of that information is that it probably would need to be handled very sensitively.
Mm-hmm. Because we definitely don't want to inspire other people to follow suit if they knew which bridges had more incidents. Do you think that would be a risk?
To the chair, yes.
And so I guess that my question then to the police is, do you see a trend from your vantage point? Are you able to know where the hot spots are, where you're being called to mental health incidents on bridges across the city?
So, Councillor, thank you very much for the question. And we do collect some data. There are some factors that will affect the collection of that data. We have 5 different call types that are related to these types of instances: attempt suicide, jumper, person in crisis, possible sudden death, and threatening suicide. And so we do have data, but pulling that data is not exact because it is all based upon when people call our communications, what location they provide, how much information they give us. And so I think it would be possible for our analytics and innovation to come up with some numbers to give you some type of a representation of the frequency relating to the different locations of the bridges, but it would not be exact.
And is there sharing of data between TCCS and the Toronto Police Service with regard to these types of incidents? Because are they being called, or are these calls generally directed only to police because lives are in danger?
So one of the areas of agreement between the Toronto Police Service and the Toronto Community Crisis Service is to respond to calls of thoughts of suicide and self-harm. So there is an agreement between Toronto Police Service and the city in order to coordinate around those and share information as well as evaluation.
So would that then add a layer of complexity with regard to if we were to try to collect data? That would mean there's some data that sits with TCCS, some data that sits with TPS, which we could then cross-reference with coroner's data. Is that where the significant points of data would be on this matter?
So certainly, since the Toronto Community Crisis Service has been created, there is ongoing coordination between Toronto Police Service and the city on the data. So that point of coordination is already happening.
And my last question is a demographic of this, I guess, people who are experiencing crisis who are going to bridges. Do we have an idea of the age range of the people who are in this circumstance?
Again, thank you for the question, Councillor. I don't believe that exact data set has ever been looked at from the police service perspective. However, I do believe that it would be possible to extract some data, but again, I'd have to defer to our analytics and innovation to exactly find out how they would drill down on that data set.
Thank you.
I don't know. Hold on, Councillor Holiday. The screen seems to freeze on me. Go ahead, questions.
Thank you. What is the status of the rehabilitation of the bridge?
Thanks for that question, Councillor. It's an important point. The bridge is not in the current program, in the 10-year program for rehabilitation. This feasibility study was accelerated to look at whether we can put bridge barriers on before in an independent of bridge rehabilitation. So this is one of the times that we've gone ahead of the State of Good Repair program and are working towards advancing that.
So you have some sense of the design cost, but you don't have the capital cost.
That's correct. We'll be reporting back to committee in September, accordance with the motion that came from IEC. So we may have more information at that time, and if we don't, then we would identify when we expect to have more information on the capital cost.
More generally, bridges are often like this one. They have a concrete parapet wall, and then they have some sort of guardrail assembly on top of that. Do we have standards on the height of the parapet wall and climbability?
Through the chair, yes, we do. The height of the parapet wall is based on collisions with vehicles typically.
Why don't we look at climbability?
There is, so there isn't a lot of climbability in terms of the height of the barrier wall, but I take your point.
In this case, I was looking, I know the bridge, but I don't know the measurements. The parapet wall looks very tall, and so does the top of the guardrail, like I'm going to say like around 5 feet, which to me is very tall. I know of other bridges that it's down to here, like over the Gardiner Expressway. So do we have standards that are evolving towards taller walls? And it's not about vehicle safety, it's about pedestrians, people on bikes, whoever's crossing that sidewalk, for the lack of a better term. Are we doing better?
So through the chair, yes, as you've noted, the height of the barrier has actually increased over time. So the walls that you see on the Gardiner Expressway are older walls and are shorter. And over time, the bridge code has required us to increase the height of the wall.
Can we go even higher?
Yes, there's considerations for how high you can go. And there's also considerations about line of sight for travelers, as well as what you're talking about related to walkers and cyclists as well.
Sorry, could you just explain the line of sight? I'm truly intrigued.
So there's provisions within the bridge code that talk to, there are times when it is not advisable for people to be able to see over the structure.
What would it take to add another pipe to the 2 or 3 that are already there, just to bring the height up a bit higher?
So through the chair, that is part of the analysis that was done in terms of looking at barriers, was what could be done in terms of the range of barriers and adding in height. We have to do further structural analysis to see how we can mount those barriers onto the wall or around it.
Understood. There was something else that I heard today that I've never heard before. And I'm sorry, I hadn't heard this stat, but it's my understanding that somebody had defeated the other barrier that we'd installed in the bridge and had a successful suicide. Did I understand that correctly?
Earlier this year, Councillor, we did have what appears to be a suicide by jumping from the Bloor Viaduct. However, the investigation at the stage where it is at, we have no information as to how the individual, whether or not the individual went through the luminous veil or whether or not they climbed on the exterior of the bridge and leapt from there. So, but we did find a deceased person earlier this year underneath the Bloor Viaduct. That is correct.
Without going too far into details, the luminous veil and others they're outrigger style, lack of a better description, but they're add-on barriers as opposed to just increasing the wall height. Is it fair to say that these things are not 100% effective? Sounds like it's not.
So through the chair, I would say that nothing is 100% effective because there is considerations about people trying to find a way.
Thank you for answering the questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Oh, I have my name on there? There they are. Direct, staff, you'll see them there. Thank you. I just want to say, very happy to have this motion here today, and I want to thank all of our great emergency first responders for being here and adding a different dimension to this conversation as to the impact on their lives. We know that the impact on the lives of people that have lost loved ones on this bridge very high. A tremendous human impact for that. I'll say that one night I got a call from former Councillor Janet Davis, who had driven across that bridge and happened to witness one of these terrible incidents herself. Called me crying. That was many years ago. We have been on this subject for a lot of years to say we need to save lives on this bridge. It's important. It's a place, the Bloor Viaduct, which our mayor isn't here, but that was a project that I know she worked on, Jack Layton worked on, and was successful. That was done privately. It's hard to believe that after seeing the success of the Bloor Viaduct, and we've heard from staff inspector that that has been very successful, that we're somehow dithering around making sure that the Don Valley and is not a place where you can go easily, go to a bridge and end your life. So that there were many signs on the Bloor Viaduct, lots of signs, call, do this and that. I hate to say it, happy if you put up signs, that's not going to work. What's going to work is making it very difficult to do that, to end your life. These tragedies are absolutely terrible. Every one of us here, every councillor, every member of city staff has the greatest sympathy for anyone, any family that has lost a life in this way. It is a terrible tragedy. But what we're also hearing today is there's another aspect besides the human cost of the families that have lost loved ones. There's also a human cost for all of our first responders, that this is probably one of the worst kinds of events to attend, the worst kind of events to attend and get a call. It's having a very deep ripple effect in all of the staff. And we need to take that into account because those are dollars too. Those aren't capital dollars. Those are operating dollars. That is how we're going to deal with staff that can't come back to work because of what they've witnessed. So not only do we need to save lives, which this will do, we need to save money as well. When the Don Valley is closed for 4 hours, that is a very big impact on everybody. I don't ever want to take away the human impact to the families that have lost someone in this most tragic event. When our first responders say this is the worst kind of tragic event that we can have, it's the same for a family. To think that is your loved one that's died in that way. So there's many different reasons to fast track this. I'll remind you, I asked the question about 2018. It wasn't really the first time we asked about this. But now, we're going to wait, we're going to pick, no. We're just going to do it. Time to start doing things. There's a recommended version, build the recommended version. In an environmental assessment, we have a preferred version. Here we have a preferred version. Get at it, get it started, get it done, save lives, case closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak on the bridge, please.
Yes, a bridge too far. I have a motion. It was drafted by staff, a technical motion on this item. And the message here is, if you want to get this done fast, this is the way to do it. So staff are asking in general for a sole source contract to a company named in the motion, and they're authorizing, we're delegating to staff to get this done. So I leave it up to you. I think this is, if this is really an emergency, we would support a motion like this. The reason I'm involved in this, and my ward is not near the Least Side Bridge, but we got a call many months ago from the friend of someone from someone who was killed due to a suicide that took place over this bridge. A grandfather was riding in a vehicle northbound on the Don Valley Expressway. He was on his way, his car was driven by his wife, he was on his way to a Father's Day brunch. And someone jumped off the bridge and landed on the car and killed him. And, you know, when you hear a story like this, you know that we must act. The family came to committee, and it was one of the most, the daughter came and the son came, it was one of the most heartbreaking deputations you can hear. So it's our responsibility to do two things. One is to make sure this bridge has the best barriers possible to prevent a tragedy like this from happening again. To make sure that our bridge safety program, or whatever we want to call it, rolls out to as many bridges as possible. We can't stop suicides 100%, but we must do everything within our power to make them more difficult and to prevent them. Mental health is the greatest public health challenge of our generation. 10 years ago, you couldn't even talk about it, and now it is forefront. And you know, when I read about the billions of dollars, and they are billions, in May of 2024, the federal government announced $2.4 billion to help the province and territories bolster mental health support. Unfortunately, that's not trickling down to the cities. And in the same announcement, they said the Youth Mental Health Fund was going to get $500 million. Once again, not trickling down to the cities that we'd like to see. So bottom line is, this was a terrible tragedy. A grandfather on his way to a Father's Day brunch, killed by someone jumping off the bridge who obviously was in crisis. We were unable to prevent the jumping. We were unable to prevent the tragic series of events that took place. But here it is before us, and I urge you to support the motions that we have here, support the staff report, and let's get this done as fast as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
Speaker, this is an exceptionally sensitive discussion at Council today. I don't know how many members have had to console somebody that lost a loved one suddenly to suicide. I don't know how many members have talked to someone who's lost somebody who has fallen from a bridge. I don't know how many members knew somebody that fell from a bridge. I don't know how many members knew or found themselves onto the scene where somebody fell to their death. Wading through trauma, sometimes that lasts decades, wading through sensitive family discussions, even religious discussions. These are points in my life I will never forget. But I find myself in an incredibly difficult position to not support what's before us. And I have a reason for that. It's not because I don't ever want to see anyone fall from this bridge. But there are so many in the city, so many places, I don't think we could possibly build enough guardrails and enough platform edge doors to stop what's going on. And I ask members of council to really think what we can do. I don't know if any of you have had to try to help a youth or someone try to seek mental health supports. It's not easy in this city. Anxiety and depression grip people at different points in their life. And to me, it seems that if you can get to someone early, you can help them treat those situations and maybe course correct. I'd like to put it to council. I mean, think of the precious few resources we have. And I'm not saying when we rebuild bridges, we don't think about doing it as best as we can and increasing those edges and those barriers taller. But think about things that cross our floor all the time. You know, are we creating spaces where medical clinics can be accessible to people within their own community? Are we seeing developments take away those kinds of buildings that exist already so that, people have to travel farther to get counseling? Can they even access counseling? Can we help facilitate a medical system, knowing it's not our responsibility, but maybe that of the province, but can we help so that people have access to care? I think those are the most important first conversations that we have. I'm sorry that I can't support this particular initiative, because I just think there's so many places in this city where these tragedies occur and will continue to occur, and we'll be continuing to chase it. But I really urge colleagues here to think about what I just talked about, is how do we help people? How do we help people resort things or solve what's been gripping them that drives them into one of these circumstances? I think this is probably one of the most serious conversations of this council meeting. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to talk about that and draw attention to the piece that we haven't spent enough time talking about today.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. So we're going to hold the vote for a few minutes because there has to be some adjustments done to the motion. Councillor Fletcher, are you ready to go to EX 22.3?
Sorry, is that the bins?
That's towards a beautiful city.
I wish I could, but I've just brought something to the attention of the city solicitor, and I'm asking her opinion on one of my...
Is this on this item?
EX 22.3.
Right.
I've given my motion to the city solicitor
Okay.
to review motion number 3, and
Okay.
she's currently doing that. So
Okay.
I'd really like to have her opinion before we proceed.
Okay.
I may need to change that piece of my motion on EX 22.3, which is about beautiful city.
Okay, so we'll wait for the city solicitor comment, then we'll move your motion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. Next timed item was CC 29.2, results of collective bargaining negotiations between the city, and Councillor Holyday held the item down. So do we have questions? If you can put your name on the screen. Councillor Holyday. Is staff here?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Holyday.
So, Speaker, I don't want to delve into anything confidential, and if I do, please feel free to stop me. I don't think these questions are, but do I understand what's before us is a very specific collective agreement that has not been here before?
Speaker, that's correct. This is the first collective agreement in the residential sector of the construction industry.
So that's important. To be distinct, the city has carpenters in our employ in the ICI sector, I think a limited number. And they've been here for a long time.
Speaker, that's correct. We directly employ a limited number of carpenters, and we're also certified by the Carpenters Union in the ICI sector of the construction industry.
The ICI carpenters, they're not QP members like other city staff. Could you explain to us the difference?
In the ICI sector, typically what happens is the city contracts with a general contractor, who then subcontracts to a subcontractor who employs carpenters directly.
In the ICI sector, do we employ anyone that is directly that's represented by the Carpenters Union?
The City of Toronto does employ some carpenters directly.
And how are their wages and benefits governed?
As a result of a longstanding agreement, the directly employed carpenters are paid in accordance with the ICI collective agreements.
The ICI collective, and so the wages and benefits and all of the typical things that are negotiated, how are those determined in that ICI sector for carpenters, for example?
Speaker, in the ICI sector, the agreements are negotiated province-wide between employer associations and the union directly.
But we also have collective agreement terms as well that go beyond that. Do I understand that right?
Speaker, no, at this point we don't.
And in the case of what's before us today, this is a collective agreement. We can't discuss the contents of it, but that it could be far-reaching. Like it could mean a lot. Is that's true? Like maybe the easier question: when can the contents of this collective agreement be known to the public or discussed?
Speaker, the contents of this tentative collective agreement would be known publicly if council ratifies that agreement. Staff would take it away, we would sign it with the carpenters, and then it would be publicly available.
I want to go back a little bit in time just to make sure I understand. You know, we normally work with QP and a couple of other unions between the employer and those organizations. Why are we dealing with a trade in this circumstance? I thought council previously looked at some provincial legislation and some circumstances with respect to having trades in our employ or under or in a relationship with them. How does all that work?
So through the Speaker, Councillor, Bill 66, this was the Restoring Ontario's Competitiveness Act. Under that act, what happened was that the province gave municipalities who were deemed construction employers the option not to do anything and become non-construction employers. There was an opt-out in that, and if a municipality decided to opt out of the legislation, then it would continue to remain a construction employer.
So we're a construction employer, and here we've got an agreement between the city and the carpenters, or it's residential. So why are we discussing, why is this here? Why are we discussing residential all of the sudden? What's changed at the city that this is now a conversation?
Speaker, in 2011, the Carpenters Union did certify the employer, so they had the right to negotiate a collective agreement with us. As alluded to earlier, the city opted out of Bill 66, so those certification rights and the right to collectively bargain with us remain.
What residential work are we doing?
There are a listed number of projects in the confidential attachment, and it's for any future projects that may be tendered in the residential industry. So
okay, that was your
bill. Okay,
that was your last question. Councillor Matlow.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through the staff, why was there an agreement made specifically with the Carpenters Union and not with the other building trades?
Speaker, the Carpenters certified the employer in 2011, which means they have bargaining rights with us, so we negotiated a collective agreement with them as required under the Labor Relations Act.
Would there ever be any interest in exploring similar or mutually agreeable arrangements with other trades?
Speaker, that would be a direction of council. At this point, no other trades, no other building trades have certification or negotiation rights with the city in the residential sector.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Without going in camera, I just want to be clear. Just as we had a certification vote, I don't know, when was that for our QP 79 vote? That was maybe 6 weeks ago, a month ago?
That was a ratification vote, Speaker. That was about 6 weeks ago, yes.
And now we're just being asked to approve this contract here?
Speaker, it's essentially the same thing, yes.
So basically, This is normal. I'm just asking the city solicitor now, actually. We're brought contracts that have been negotiated and asked to ratify that. That's what's in front of us today, correct?
No, that is correct, Madam Speaker. Council ratification is required.
We're not being asked to ratify this and then add 416 or add firefighters or add anybody else.
Just the one item in front of you
This is particular,
today.
that's been negotiated. This is what we're being asked to ratify. Could we just add anything we wanted on here, or would that be out of order?
No, you could not.
We could not. So the only thing that's in front of us is this ratification vote, just as when we had QP 79, that was the only ratification vote that had been negotiated and was in front of this council. I just want to be extremely clear on what we can and can't do.
That's correct.
That's correct. I've hit the nail on the head, correct?
Yes.
Speaking of carpenters, thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. A quick point of privilege. Just wanted to invite my council colleagues to try Albanian savory pie treats from Barista and Chef at 1006 St. Clair West.
Councillor Bravo, we're in the middle of a vote.
We weren't voting yet, and Councillor Pasternak was waiting, so.
Okay, no. Okay. Councillor Holiday to speak on the item. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll just begin by acknowledging the work of the Toronto Public Service and the Carpenters Union for going through the process of bargaining and reaching an agreement. But I want to point out a couple of important stops that Council made that brought us to here. The first was a Council debate where Council actually took the recommendations of the public service, put them aside, and put different recommendations forward with respect to Bill 66. Council made the very, very conscious decision of remaining a construction employer. And that's important as part of the background of this story. The second thing that's occurred, and what is very interesting, is that it speaks to the residential sector. And you have to wonder why that's here.
On a point of order. On a point of order.
It's here. Hold on. Point of order, Councillor Perks.
It is very clear and has been made very clear that the only thing in front of us is whether we ratify this contract or not. Councillor Holiday is talking about an entirely different thing, and I would ask him to keep his comments to the item in front of us.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, keep on the item that we have before us, please.
But I will bring it together. And so the reason why we're discussing residential is because the City of Toronto has decided to be a public builder. And so a process went forward which brought the document that is before us.
No, but Councillor Holiday, please, just what we have before us, please.
I don't know if I could be even more direct about what's before us.
Okay.
But I will wrap up my comments only in saying that all of the context that brought us here is important.
Right, so we still.
But I'm also unsatisfied with all of the terms and conditions that is contained with what's before us, and I will not support it. Thank you.
Thank you. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Mayor Chow, your vote, please.
Councillor Cole, your vote, please. And Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Cole, may we have your vote, please? And Councillor Thompson, may we have your vote, please? Affirmative, thank you.
The item is adopted. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, members of council, I just want to, Councillor Fletcher, I just want you to listen to this, please. Okay, on the item, if everyone could just hear what I'm going to say. On the item IE 20.8, which is the safety barriers along the Leaside Bridge. So Councillor Pasternak moved a motion, and the city clerk has reviewed his motion, and there's a confidential attachment to his motion. So we're going to go to the next item for an opportunity for members of council. That confidential item will be posted so you can review it before we take the vote. Okay? Okay, so that's being held down. All right. So the mayor held this item down, you know. Deputy Mayor Malik, did you still want to speak on that last item so we can take the vote, which is EX 22.9? Okay, because we want to take the vote. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and we are on the item related to the Mayor's Economic Action Plan and the city's response to tariffs. And I want to echo the thanks to city staff for this report, for the work that has been done to be responsive to this evolving situation, especially as it has been quite chaotic and uncertain and unpredictable and impacting us in many ways that we could have anticipated and many more that we haven't. And what I see through the report that was put forward and the updates that we have been receiving is that we are laying a strong foundation in how we will continue to manage and respond to this, as we've described it, senseless trade war that has been imposed on us. And we are going to make sure that we are promoting, procuring, and protecting our local businesses, that as much as possible we are continuing to strengthen Canadian businesses in order to ensure that we come through this very uncertain time better, building coalitions in Ontario and across Canada, and echoing what the Mayor has said over and over again in taking a Team Canada approach to this situation. And most of all, and I know for many of us and for me in my community, being open and receptive and in partnership with our local businesses and our business improvement associations about how we can work together for a stronger city and for stronger main streets. And my ward, I am very proud, has in its boundaries neighborhoods that cover 13 BIAs. And they are some of the biggest and most active BIAs in the city and have an incredible amount of experience and support to strengthen our city's economy and the resilience that we need to come through this experience. And this past week, I was proud to host those BIAs with city staff in a discussion, a roundtable discussion about how the city is responding to this situation and to make sure that we have their expertise, their insight, and their partnership in how we move forward. And one thing that they reminded us of, which is so important for us to continue to apply to our efforts, is that this is not the first time that we have faced a crisis in the City of Toronto. This is not the first time where we have had to come together and put our heads together to figure out a path forward, to draw on those really important learnings, and also to think innovatively and collaboratively about how we meet this moment. And they had incredible suggestions that were smart and practical about immediate next steps related to campaigns like Love Local, and also how some of the measures that we take can build sustainability when it comes to the highest priorities of our local businesses and our business improvement associations. We talked about examples like Cafe TO, about the tax subclass, and about other measures that we can take. You'll also know that in my ward we have, I cover a part of the financial district, and we spoke about some of the unique interests and challenges that we have in our downtown related to Main Street and a place where people work and enjoy, and how important being able to draw tourists from across Canada to our city can be. And I'm so glad to be in that conversation and in that partnership with them. Right now, we do have the power to use the levers that are in our control and in our city to make some good choices and to use this crisis in a way that continues to strengthen our efforts and makes us really proud to be Canadians and Torontonians. We are doing this work to make sure that we strengthen our relationships with each other, our local economies, and our communities are coming through this even stronger, and I'm looking forward to our continued work on that.
On the item, recorded vote. Come on, guys, let's get going. On the item, recorded vote. We have to have a recorded vote because Councillor Myers has a conflict. All right? Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. The item is adopted unanimously, 21 in favor. Speaker, just a correction, that's 22 in favor with Councillor Sachs.
Okay. IE 20.1, the mayor held that down. I believe that the mayor has an amendment.
Councillor Perks has an amendment.
What is it? Councillor Perks, the amendment. What is
Yes, I have an amendment.
Oh, I don't know that. Just approved. Councillor Perks?
Yes, I have an amendment.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm waiting for it. This is IE number 1. Okay, members, I'm moving two things. First, I am deleting the recommendation 4, which would have directed staff to begin implementing a construction delivery model known as Construction Manager at Risk, and replacing it with directing staff to adopt industry standard project delivery models to improve the city's capacity to deliver large and complex municipal infrastructure projects. And then I have a second motion, which is directing the chief engineer and executive director engineering and construction services to develop a more comprehensive training and skills development program aimed at strengthening in-house capabilities and enhancing the city's ability to attract and retain talent to manage large, complex municipal infrastructure projects, and that any associated budget requirements be included in the 2026 budget submission.
Okay.
And that's a mouthful. Just very, very quickly, one of the things that has been bedeviling the city of Toronto is in some work, we have these vertically integrated contracts. I like to think of it as the city hires the fox to design the hen house, to build the hen house, to operate the hen house, and then to tell us how the chickens are doing. And the reason that we get stuck doing this on these large, complex projects is that for a variety of reasons, we don't have sufficient top talent here at the City of Toronto to manage these projects in-house. This has caused a variety of problems. Some of you might recall a while ago when Councillor Bravo and I were on the Government Management Committee, we asked staff to look at these top-to-bottom contracts. Some of you might remember a particular tunnel boring machine in my ward as an example of the kinds of very complicated project problems that we can get into. We can't solve all of that today, but we can certainly tell the staff, yes, we know you have projects right now that you need to get on with, and you should be using industry best practice on how to manage those very large projects. But at the same time, we should make the City of Toronto an employer of choice for young engineers who are looking to build careers. Someone who, I can think of a lot of great young engineers who come through the City of Toronto. I'm reminded of a wonderful young engineer who worked on reconstructing Roncesvalles 15 years ago and is no longer with the City of Toronto as an engineer. Found a better job elsewhere. If we retain that talent, our capacity to manage these large projects and to have better public transparency, better prices, frankly, better accountability to the people who are paying for these projects, the citizens of Toronto. And so with that, I commend these two motions. I should let you know that I've developed them in consultation with a number of you on the floor of council, with Mr. Johnson, and with his excellent engineering and construction staff. Excellent staff. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, but we do have speakers. We have a whole bunch of speakers.
Madam Speaker, we've just reset the speakers list.
So, Councillor Holiday, you have a question to
Councillor Perks.
Councillor Perks?
I do.
Three
Yes.
minutes.
So this is big. I wondered, Councillor Perks, if you have any sense on how long it would take to develop adequate project management capacity to do what is needed.
I think that's going to take a while. It's going to take quite a while, which is why my first motion directs staff to go ahead and use best practices to continue to be able to manage large, complex projects. I'm not taking that off the table. I'm not saying it's a quick fix. This is something that could take years. I first started banging the drum about the need to do this work in 2010.
So do I understand your motion, though, takes off the table the ability to have a construction manager at risk model and replaces it with more or less the status quo?
No.
Okay. Well, what does it replace it with then?
What it does is not prescribe a specific model, the construction manager at risk, but rather says use industry-wide best practices. It's conceivable There could be a project where the construction manager at risk model is the correct model, but it does not prescribe that that's the way we're going to go and do things. Rather, it broadens it. In some cases, it may mean that we use a standard design tender build. In some cases, it may mean that we break up the work so that the firms who are doing the design are different from the firms that are doing the design. In some cases, it could mean that we do a construction manager model that's not at risk. And I would tell you that there's real concerns about that specific model. Because you put the contractor at risk, you're asking them to guarantee a price. A consequence that some people in the industry find from that is that they all price in any penalties that they may have, so all that the bids come in at a higher price. So the way that my motion would do it gives the city more flexibility, a less rigid instruction, and allows us to, in words that you frequently use, protect the ratepayer.
But you did mention the contractor as opposed to the construction manager, and you do appreciate the distinction.
That was your last question.
A construction manager at risk is a contract. We can play parsing semantic games if you want to, but in the phrase I was using, they have equivalent meanings.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Perks, I certainly celebrate bringing the expertise back in-house. My question about your first motion, one of the elements of the original mayor's motion was to develop specific legal templates so that contracts don't have to be negotiated hammer and tongs over and over again, specifically on risk transfer,
Yes.
which is very expensive, takes an awful lot of time, and results in inconsistent results.
Yes.
You've taken out any reference to templates and standard forms.
No, I have not.
Well,
The other motions, this is only deleting recommendation 4.
yes.
The other recommendations remain untouched.
So we will still have standard forms to simplify
Standard forms,
contracting?
all the great work that our city
Okay,
staff
great, thank
did
you.
for improving this, that's all protected and good, and let's go, and we're going to get, because of Toronto's excellent public service, we're going to get better project delivery at better prices, more reliably as a result of this report. It's just this one piece.
It's fine, as long as she agrees, I'm good.
Pardon me?
As long as Jennifer agrees, I'm good.
Thank you.
Jennifer Roden. Yeah. Go ask Jennifer. Go.
Councillor Bravo, please. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, through you,
Clarification of the
Speaker.
motion.
Just to, Councillor Perks.
Yes.
Just to summarize here. We're moving away from one vendor, defining the problem, proposing the solution, building it, monitoring it, and then evaluating its success. And now we're moving to a place where we have better governance, more accountability, potential savings, and potential much better outcomes, producing more value for money, perhaps shorter timelines, more transparency, and better outcomes for the people of Toronto.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Another way to say it would be it's a win-win-win-win-win-win.
Thank you.
Yeah, it keeps getting frozen. Okay, Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Sometimes the council processes are tough, and in instances like this, details matter. I wish we actually had more time to open this up and ask questions, because I think it is fundamentally important. Councillor Perks's recommendation that's being deleted, it's the staff recommendation that's being deleted, asks to develop procedures around alternate delivery models with the initial construction manager at risk model to be completed by the end of 2025. And if you go, of course, into the consultant's report, recommendation number 16 says, develop a delivery model selection framework, a series of choices. And they could be other delivery models like design build, like, of course, construction manager at risk, progressive design build, or alliance integrated project delivery, because they have distinct advantages that may be more appropriate for the project. And it substitutes it with something called industry standard project delivery models. Probably interpret that many ways, but I think what Councillor Perks is saying is that we basically insource all of the project management and we assume all the risk. All of it. So instead of having a palette of options, this narrows what we're able to do. Now, I don't disagree with Councillor Perks' second motion. That is to increase our bench strength and capacity with respect to project management at the City of Toronto. I think that has come up in the consulting reports here and has come up many, many, many other times. If you spend enough time around the audit committee, you hear stuff like that. And you hear also about contract management capacity. All good things. All good things about a public service that watches public resources very, very carefully. So councillors, beware, Madam Speaker. Members of council should beware of the little fine details in the language that's before us. Because this is a big deal that comes near the tail end of a meeting after many, many items. And I urge you to read very carefully and think very carefully about what it says. Otherwise, I do thank everyone that worked on this report because I think this, in essence, is a very important topic of conversation. And it evolves around how we get things done at the City of Toronto, but also how we manage very precious and scarce resources to make sure that they're done optimally and they're done to the best standards and best practices that are out there. And one of those practices, of course, revolves around project management and all of the bits and pieces that go into that. And I seem to recall project charters, for instance, being really important. Having that conversation and that agreement up front at the start of a project heads off so many other issues that, hey, sometimes issues that cross our desk as councillors. All of these are really, really good steps. And by the way, it's not just about construction. It's about any of the projects that we work on in the City of Toronto, be they technology ones, policy ones, things having to do with public infrastructure, development, whatever it is. It's a universal methodology that smart organizations like ours use properly and have people that are very well versed in it. Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity to talk about this, but I really do hope that Council is very careful in its choice, and I will not be supporting the amendment, the first amendment by Councillor Perks to delete and replace one of the recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Candeville. Vote on Councillor Perks' motion. Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Turnus Lynn, Councillor Crisanti, and Councillor Thompson, please. And Councillor Matlow, if you're able to access the vote. Councillor Turnus Lynn, are you able to vote using the system? Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Matlow, your vote, please. Affirmative. Thank you.
Motion 1A carries. The vote is 18-5.
So is there two motions here? Okay, did you want a recorded vote on the other one too? Pardon? No? Oh, Councillor Perks wants a recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor
Councillor Pasternak, your vote, please.
Motion 1B carries. The vote is 21-3.
Item is amended. On favor, carried. Okay, ma'am. Members of council, has everyone had the opportunity to read the confidential from Councillor Pasternak on the safety barriers along the Least Side Bridge? So we can vote on that now if everyone has viewed that. There's two motions. Okay, so let's vote on the motions now. Okay, the motion by Councillor Fletcher first. Recorded.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion carries. The vote is 22-1.
Motion by Councillor Pasternak. All in favor? Oh, come on, Stephen. Come on, Stephen. Come on, enough is enough.
Councillor Myers, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Motion 2 is adopted. The vote is 21-2.
Okay, item is amended. On favor? Oh, come on. You want the item as amended recorded? Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Moyes, Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Turnus Lynn, please.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
Councillor Fletcher. Do you have your motion for EX 22.3 yet?
The item is amended carries. The vote is 22-1.
All right. So you don't have it yet? Okay. We'll go to the next item then, which is IE 20.5, transition of the Blue Box program. Councillor Lily Cheng held it down. Are there questions to staff? Do we have staff here? Okay, if you have questions, put your name. Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Cheng, you held the item down. Did you have questions? Okay, can you please put your name on the list, please? Okay. Councillor Fletcher? I know. Well, we just started this item now.
Just letting you know for the next.
Okay. No. Okay, Councillor Cheng, questions?
Councillor Chernos Lynn's name is before mine, but I'm happy to start.
You held the item down, so you go first.
Sure. Okay, so I just wanted to go over what is going to change for residents of Toronto in terms of how they are notified on what days they should be putting out their garbage versus their recycling when we switch over to province running our recycling.
So through the chair to council, all notifications on recycling services will be provided by the producer group through circular materials for waste collection, so garbage, organics, your bulky items will still come through the city.
So in my household, there's a scramble every Thursday night. What should we be putting out tonight? And so in that scramble of trying to figure out what I need to be pulling onto the curb, I will need to look for 2 documents in order to cross-reference to make sure I'm putting out the right bins. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, the city will be providing its calendar with all of the services that we provide, and it's expected that the producers will also provide a calendar with the services that they provide.
And why are we doing this? Why are we not able to create a calendar together that makes clear who to call if there's an issue with which bin?
Through the chair to council, council was very clear last year, 18 months ago, when we were discussing the blue bins moving forward in terms of branding and having the city logo on them, which to report is not going to be the case starting in 2026. All of the blue bins will be rebranded and have the logo of circular materials on them. And so in order to make sure that the residents know that the blue bin program is no longer a responsibility of the city, we made it clear that we would separate those services. So again, if there's issues with your blue bin starting in January, it's 311. We know we are going to get phone calls, but they will be redirected over to the producer group. So that's the main reason why when we look at the calendars, to have our own city calendar for our own city services and let the producers provide their own calendar for their service.
But couldn't we put yellow fluorescent band across the calendar to say, this is a year unlike any other, blue bins are no longer the city, and then have the blue bins have a highlighter around them, each one that has a phone number attached to it that's not 311? Like, isn't there a design solution that prevents us from duplicating the work of creating 2 calendars? And even though it's not the city's cost to mail out the second calendar, it's still taxpayer money.
So to council, the city calendar that will be going out will have the information for to contact the producers so that residents do have that at their fingertips. But if we are to put the blue bin on on the calendar on a specific date, there's challenges there that it will still look like the city is providing that service, that councillors could expect potential calls if there is challenges on collection days.
Aren't there design solutions for that? Couldn't we put a yellow highlighter box around every single blue bin in the calendar and say, not the city, not the city? So people would visually see easily that it's not the city, but we're listing it here as a service to the community?
So through the chair, yes, that's absolutely possible. But the challenge there is that Circular Materials is responsible to change or maintain the collection day of recycling. So again, if they provide us their schedule or their calendar for the year and we put it in a city document and they decide to change the dates, now our residents are looking at a stale dated document that has old collection days for recycling and cause confusion.
But we could put an asterisk to say subject to change, as we sometimes do with things like that. And I guess my last question is, do you think that residents want different levels of government to collaborate, to be more efficient, and to be able to work together towards more efficient solutions? And actually, sorry, my last question is, will the app include circular? So we have a Waste TO app. Will that include the blue bin date?
So through the chair, we're currently working on how to align the messaging to move it over to Circular Materials. That's still to be determined.
So we might have another app.
Correct.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
So to staff, with questions regarding the recycling not in private homes, but in terms of our public spaces, what does this mean for recycling on like our main streets and in our parks?
So through the chair to council, starting January 1st of 2026, under provincial regulations, the city is no longer responsible for the collecting of the blue bin materials in parks or on our roadways or right-of-ways. So that all becomes the responsibility of the producers and no longer the responsibility of the city.
And this is going to be, I mean, as Councillor Chang has just pointed out, this is, you know, at the household level, this is significant. But in terms of what people see in the city, how are we communicating this out, or is circular economy communicating this out?
Through the chair, the city has a very robust communications plan to let the residents know that this is going to be changing, that the blue bin regime is changing January 1st. We can definitely provide council with full communications plan. We do allude to it in the staff report, but more than happy to give you further documentation on that.
Okay, and so I gather this was, I mean, this was a little bit before my time, but I'm gathering that this was a decision that was made by the province that we were going to be changing this. That's correct?
That's correct.
And so with that in mind, we have a very robust idea of like how much recycling we produce and how much garbage we produce, or how much waste, I guess, recycling waste. But particularly when I think of the stuff that goes into bins in parks or commercial kind of ones, they're not necessarily clean. Like, we don't know, is circular economy prepared for this? Have we been meeting? Like, has there been counterparts from the city who are meeting regularly with circular economy? Because at the end of the day, I think, you know, Councillor Chang and I are worried about similar but different things. That what is the standard going to be? Are people going to understand what's happening? Are we going to have proper garbage collection? Do we feel confident in this?
Through the speaker, in terms of garbage collection, absolutely confident that you'll continue to have garbage collection because we're doing that. With regards to the Blue Bin program, we have been working very closely with Circular Materials for 3 to 4 years on the transitions for January 1st and how to do that seamlessly. The contractor that's doing the work citywide is GFL, so they have experience in Districts 1 and Districts 2 right now doing the recycling collection, so there should be no impacts there. Districts 3 and Districts 4 again are going to GFL through the contract awarded by Circular Materials, and we're very confident that they will be able to continue to provide that service. We are here to share any information. At the end of the day, our goal is to make sure that there's seamless transition and the residents experience no change in collection, which was similar in 2023 when we changed over to extended producer responsibility, where the city kept the work and there was no impact to service delivery. So we are working very closely with the producer group and the contractor.
And so what about in the public spaces?
So the public spaces is quite frankly, that's where I think a lot of the issues are going to end up happening. And that's why in this council report, we've asked council for the authority to enter into agreements to negotiate with Circular Materials so that the city maintains our operation in terms of collecting blue bin material in parks and on the right-of-way. What there could be, the challenges that could happen is that when we're looking in 2026, the number of public space recycling bins that we have is around 15,000. Under the regulation, that goes to 7,000, so we're looking at a reduced service level. And also challenges with where those bins are going to be placed, the size of those bins, and the frequency of collection. So there is going to be a risk potentially that, again, if the city is not successful in our offer to do this work with Circular Materials, that when those bins become overflowing, we're going to have some bylaw mechanisms in place to recover some of those costs. So the transition on the curbside for a resident, again, we've worked very closely with Circular Materials and are hopeful that January 1st, very seamless transition. For the public space, that's where the division's concern is right now.
Well, I would just, I'll save my comments for after, but that concerns me as a councillor. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That was your last question. And Councillor Crescenti, please.
Thank you, Speaker. So just for the people who are listening in, can you describe the term that's used in your report that speaks to the transitioning of the Blue Box program to the extended producer? So what does that entail precisely? Can you clarify it and break it down?
Sure. So through the chair to council, the province has regulated that the producers of the materials that are recycled, so big box stores, your major brands, are now responsible for collecting those materials, processing those materials, and marketing those materials to be recycled. Now, instead of having, let's say, a Pepsi day on Tuesday and a Sprite day on Wednesday for collection, all of the companies pool their money together and set up what's called a producer responsibility organization, and that group then goes out and procures a service provider to do the work.
Okay, so that doesn't change any of the recycling habits that the regular residential families have for recycling in their own homes in the Blue Box program they have?
So for the city, no, to the exception of there was the addition of hot beverage cups into the program. So there was an addition that was done by the producers. But the overall intent of producer responsibility is to streamline so every community in the province accepts the same type of materials, which is not the case today. You can recycle some things in one community but not another. This is to streamline it for the entire province and also have the burden of the cost not on the taxpayer, not on the ratepayer, but move to the makers of those products.
All right, but otherwise people can expect that their Blue Box, their garbage gets picked up in the same way that it currently is, whether it's for commercial properties, businesses, residential. The producers you're speaking about are for the big box stores, for essentially those large businesses that are creating some or creating the larger bulk of recyclables.
So through the chair to council, yes, like we see that the curbside collection of the residents' material to stay the same.
Okay, that should do it. Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, questions?
Yeah, I just want to understand once again, because I saw this as an opportunity, but I forgot. So we currently in the eastern part of the city, we currently collect the blue bin, correct?
Through the chair, we currently collect that material with in-house staff.
With in-house staff?
Correct.
And we do an entire district of the city. It's, call
Correct.
it roughly a third of the city, right?
Half the city.
Okay, half the city, okay. And we do that fairly efficiently. I remember a while ago, we had a report that looked at our in-house collection system compared to the contracted work that, for example, GFL and others do. And our in-house, collection was very competitive, if not more competitive than the private contractors, correct?
Through the chair, yes, in terms of customer satisfaction and our service delivery, in-house versus contracted is very similar.
Yeah, but I also recall we had a report here at council that did a cost comparison with like-to-like districts and so on. And basically that report, if my memory serves now, I know that it was under the former Mayor Tory, and I remember some folks here didn't like it, but the comparison there, money for money, was that the in-house service was more competitive than the private contracted service, correct?
So in that report, if capital costs were not a factor, yes, capital costs are a factor for us, and the internal costs in that report had our costs slightly higher than the contracted costs. Now, that being said, we did enter into a new contract for District 2, and that price has increased dramatically compared to the figures that were in that report, and the numbers now are much more competitive than they were a couple of years ago.
Okay, so given that we've been collecting waste in all its streams for a long time, and given that we are competitive, and we were invited to participate in the competition work or the provincial work or the what do you call it, the user,
yep.
The buyer thing, yeah. Whatever that terminology is, right? Remind me again, why weren't we able to be a successful participant in that and potentially be collecting the blue bin, not just in the city of Toronto, but in a greater area and making some money for the city for a change?
So through the chair to committee, when we put forward a bid on our transfer station work, and we were not selected for that contract by Circular Materials. On our collection side, there were some very challenging contract terms that were put in place that would really prohibit the city from collecting the materials citywide. We might have got one district, but not all districts. And council provided direction to not bid on that work because of the significant challenges in the requirements put forward by Circular Materials. That being said, when the requirements were more flexible, which is where we're at now, we are doing that work. So districts 1 and 2, although it's contracted out, the city is providing that service through our contractor to the producers, and districts 3 and 4, it's in-house and we're providing that service, but they are ceasing to use us as a service provider at the end of this year.
And it's fair to say that once we lose the capital equipment, to use your words, once we lose that infrastructure, the trucks and the employees and so on, it will be virtually impossible for us to ever, well, it'll be completely impossible for us to ever get back into this business again, right?
So through the chair, I'd say it's not impossible. There's definitely some considerations that have to be reviewed to take that work back in-house, but it's not impossible, no.
Okay,
so
thank you.
It's simply a due.
Thank you. Councillor Chang to speak.
Sorry, I'm still working on a motion. Can I hold this, please? No. Oh, I'm good to go.
Councillor Cheng, you're up.
Well, no, the motion's ready? Okay.
Is the motion ready for Councillor Cheng? Okay, there it is. Go ahead.
City Council direct Executive Director of Solid Waste Management to collaborate with Circular Economy and Strategic Communications to design one calendar and app that makes clear who is responsible for which bin and which number should be called if problems are encountered. What people want in our city, in our province, is for governments to work together. They don't want different levels of government to work adversarially. And I just know the parents across the city in particular who will be stressed out to have to find 2 calendars or have 2 apps to figure out which bin to pull out. And so this is one way that we can work together collaboratively to make sure that people know which bin to pull out and who to call when there's a problem. This can all be solved with effective communications. It doesn't even have to look pretty. Use a highlighter, use something ugly to make it very clear who is responsible for what. Or print 2 calendars in the same book, so at least they only need to look up one book. I think that communications is a very important aspect of how we touch our residents. And when you have good design and clear communications, you can mitigate a lot of problems. And so I hope that we can work together on a more collaborative and efficient communications process to be able to achieve a better result for our community so they don't have to look up 2 documents or 2 apps to figure out which bins to throw out and when. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Councillor Chernes-Lynn, do you have a question, a clarification of the motion?
I have a question. I have some questions for the mover.
Yes, okay, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, it says circular economy, which I may have inserted earlier in my speech by accident, which is not the company's name. My question is, this is direct. So I have 2 questions. One, this is direct as opposed to explore. And I guess my question to you is, have you discussed with staff, or do we have a concern? Like I'm a little bit worried that we're taking on a task that the company appointed by the province to do this is supposed to be doing. So we're now using taxpayer dollars to do this. I understand the intention of your motion, which I think is really good, Councillor Cheng. I think people want a simplified process, all of that. I'm just really concerned that we're taking, even though we might be saying another company does this, it sort of looks like we're taking ownership for if things go wrong. We will be the one fielding calls, and I am really worried when I hear about the fact that they're only supposed to do 7,000, like less than half the bins that we have out in terms of the public realm. So I have some serious concerns with how this is going to go. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm worried about the financial implications of this and whether we're going to get saddled with a bill that we really should not be picking up.
So I think that that's going to happen regardless. Regardless, there will be people who will call the wrong number. There is a journey here where people will have to learn who is responsible for what. But clear communications can actually solve a lot of problems. And, happy to take friendly amendments, definitely need to amend the name of the company, and also happy to change the word direct to explore. But I think we have to give our best effort to ensure that we have tried to work together. And, even having 2 calendars published in the same book that really makes clear who's responsible for what is still going to be miles ahead of having to track down 2 booklets. People are stressed out.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng, thank you. Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
I'm just wondering about the motion asks us to collaborate with Circular Materials but council has previously asked us to sever any relationship with circular materials. Are you not concerned that we're flying in the face of a previous council direction?
I think what people want is different levels of government to work together, and getting 2 calendars is very impractical for residents. It's stressful enough to find the one book to find out what you should pull out on the right day. So I think this is just trying to simplify life for the residents of Toronto.
So, but given the nature that having created this separate company, that circular materials isn't the provincial government. It's an entity of its own, and council has previously decided that the clearest way to communicate that we have no jurisdiction over them or control over their decisions was to sever our relationship with them and make that clear to the community. Are you not concerned that this doubles back on that?
Well, I feel that creating a pain point for our residents to make a point is not helpful. People will not enjoy having to look up 2 calendars to figure out what bin to pull out. So we should be collaborative. I don't think we should burn the bridges.
Even though we've agreed that collaborative is not our policy?
I don't agree that that's not our policy. Our policy is to serve our residents, and we want the best outcome for them. And there are pathways where we can maintain separateness, but still work together. I don't think that that is in conflict.
Okay.
Not sure.
Okay, let's. Councillor Bravo, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm hearing from your words that what you are looking for is an exploration for how these changes and what the implications are for residents in their how they approach waste disposal and recycling, et cetera, is clarity, correct?
Clarity and simplicity, that in a pinch of a moment, you only
Yes,
have
I
that.
understand that. Yeah, so we want people to understand how to work through that. So perhaps what you'd be open to some kind of friendly amendment that actually indicates that what we want is for staff to explore how these changes will be communicated to staff, to households in a simple way that doesn't countermand our policy, which is that we can't take joint responsibility for this. There's 2 distinct pieces here, and that this is the responsibility of the provincial government. Is that correct? You'd be willing to do, and thirdly, I just want to clarify that you're not asking for the City of Toronto to take on costs that should better be borne by the province.
Definitely not.
Okay.
There should be shared costs and shared responsibility. That's what collaboration is about.
Okay, so I hope we can work together to
Yes,
get there.
I would welcome that. Thank you.
Okay, on the motion by Councillor Cheng.
We're amending it.
Okay, let's move on. Councillor Fletcher, are you ready for your item? We'll hold this item down. Councillor Fletcher? EX 22.3. I believe your motion is ready, EX 22.3. Okay. Okay, we'll put it on the screen.
Is it ready?
Okay, we ready?
I don't know. Pardon? Did I see the final? Oh, here it is here. With thanks to the city solicitor for writing number 3. Okay. Do I have to ask questions now?
Hold on. How come all these names came on? Councillor Myers, are you speaking to this item? Yes, just briefly. Oh, and Councillor Matlow? Oh, okay. Do we Are there questions to staff on this item? No? Okay, so
Maybe
Councillor,
just check, because last time people
Yeah.
didn't ask, and then we had to go back.
okay, well, I just thought that this item has been, we've been deferring it. I thought it was a quick item. Councillor Fletcher, go ahead, you can move your motion.
Thank you. There's my motions.
There it is.
Basically, I think I started speaking about this. I spoke about this at executive, and now I'm speaking about it here. We have a beautiful new park on the waterfront, and I'm quite concerned, as is Waterfront Toronto, and I think probably our parks designers, in just plunking down our big plastic bins that are quite ugly. I'll spare you all the pictures that I brought here today, because you want to see the pictures? Well, here they are. There they are at an arts location. There they are. They're all there. They're everywhere. When we decided to, and I think it was close to that time when we contracted everything out, we let solid waste come and do our parks. Parks used to pick up that. The same people that maintained the grass, that lovingly did everything in the parks with the flowers, they picked up the waste. No offense to any of the staff in solid waste, but that's not what they do. They pull up, they pick it up, they put it in the truck, and they go. Whether it looks good, not our problem. Whether they drive on the grass and make big ruts, not their problem. So the same people that have to maintain it, they have to go back and often fix everything that's happened because of that pickup for solid waste. So I really am on this point, when this new park opens, hope to have something different there than these garish, god-awful, gigantic toters. Messy. Number one. Number two, in my quest to have this happen, I've now understood from Mr. Kelleher that our extended producer responsibility is now going to extend itself to everywhere, apparently, to our streets, and they believe our parks. So in this motion, we'll have a report back, but it's really my understanding, and I know this from the Ontario line, that a right-of-way, everybody has access to that right-of-way, that the province has access to that right-of-way. They can put up the ugliest thing they want. GFL can put something up that says something about anybody that said something about them here over the last 2 days. They can do what they want on the right-of-way because they've given themselves that ability. I personally don't believe they can do that on city property, and I've learned that from Metrolinx. They do not have access to city property, even if they think they have it. So here we are looking at a permit system for parks, which would mean definitely that that's our property. We care about our parks. We can control city property in a way we can't control the right-of-way, which everybody has a right over that way. So the permitting system, we would come back with that, which would say, yes, you can put this here, has to look like this, going to go here, you can pick it up like this, which essentially is what we've done with our own solid waste. All of those agreements where things go. So trying to keep our city beautiful is going to be much harder with the new legislation from the province, because nothing says that it has to be tasteful, nothing says it has to be great, nothing says it has to fit in any city. So we need to start looking at what our city's going to look like. I also want, and I talked to Mr. Kelleher about this, we have this notion that we're really good people, and on the street and in the park, we're putting, oh, there's my recycling, there's my organics, there's my garbage, there's my waste. Everything is commingled. Everything is contaminated. We are fooling ourselves that somehow we are doing something noble in every one of our receptacles, anywhere outside of our homes, where I know we're all very careful. Put that in the blue bin, put that in the green bin, put that in the gray bin. We all know how to do that. Once we get into a public space, that's over. Let's stop kidding ourselves. When that truck picks up that on Danforth, it's not picking up 3 different trucks aren't coming by. It's one truck coming by and it's picking everything up. But we feel good. We think we're recycling. We're not. Everything's contaminated. Everything's commingled. The same in our parks. So let's try to focus on having something that looks good there, that fits in our streetscape, at the same time as knowing that we're not really recycling anything on any major street or our park. Thank you, Speaker. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Myers to speak.
After a whole day working on...
That's why I thought it was a quick item. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to voice my strong support for this motion and thank City Planning,
Oh, well, okay.
Parks, and Transportation Services for their work. I was proud to vote for this motion last June because of this work is long overdue. When we talk about a beautiful city, we're talking about more than aesthetics. We're talking about dignity, public trust, and excellence in our public design and how we use our public funds. Toronto spends millions on parks, buildings, and streets, but if we choose teams based solely on lowest cost, we risk poor results and higher costs down the road. I always bring up the example of the bollards, who they're hideous if you ever see them, and they're constantly being knocked down, and then someone has to go fix them, and I'm just like, this is such a waste of money, and it doesn't really instore public confidence that this would actually protect you from getting hit by a car. That's why I support a shift to quality-based procurement, and that's why I brought the motion forward today about the pilot project in Ward 23 that will use quality-based procurement to bundle and deliver a set of park upgrades. This approach has worked at TCHC and in Regent Park, where selecting based on expertise and innovation led to better outcomes and time savings. I believe our public spaces should reflect the excellence and creativity of our residents, and I believe this motion is a necessary step forward. And I'd like to thank my colleague, Councillor Matlow, and Councillor Candeval for putting this initiative forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I first brought Toward a Beautiful City to Council, it was inspired by a number of observations that I have had for years, along with many members of our community. And what is so clear to me, they're the very observations and concerns that I believe most all of you and your communities have experienced as well. As Councillor Myers said, you know, we can have debates about bike lanes, but why do the flex posts have to be so damn ugly and broken all the time? Can we all agree on that? Why do the bollards need to be bent over and broken? Councillor Fletcher brings up a really important point. Why do our garbage bins need to look like Tonka toys? You go to Paris, you go to cities around the world, they're nicely designed. Our street furniture can contribute to the design and the beauty of our city rather than detract from it. Our civic buildings don't need to just be glass boxes. They can be beautifully designed the way that we used to do so. Our sidewalks can be more beautiful. We reach for the height of mediocrity when it comes to our public squares. Why are we so addicted to concrete? Why not more green? Why not more playful, creative, innovative? We envy cities around the world. We all go to these cities because we want to be inspired and in awe of what we see around us. But why should we envy cities around the world? Why don't we create the city we want to live in? Well, we can. We can. And we have a wonderful new chief planner who, working with his colleagues, an interdivisional approach, like Barbara Gray in transportation, Howie in parks, and more. They can work together and work with us to raise our standards, to raise our expectations on behalf of the people of Toronto. We also need to look at procurement. It can't be the same people that have always been doing the same thing forever. We need to allow for smaller firms to come in, creative startups and others, to get involved in designing and improving our city. And yes, as some of you have said, once we design things better, we need to maintain them better. That's more cost-effective and more beautiful. And ultimately, we need, I called it a city architect. We can play with that name, I don't care. But we need a quarterback. We need somebody who can ensure that that interdivisional approach continues not just for one round, but for many years in the future. And I also want to acknowledge a leader in our city that had a very similar vision that we can manifest. Former Mayor David Crombie and former Mayor David Miller. David Crombie had a vision for our city to be visionary, to provide leadership, so other cities would talk about what we're doing. And David Miller initiated the Clean and Beautiful City initiative to not always do the big things, but even the small things like a few more flowers here and a few more trees there, and clean it up and maintain it well. So I just want to thank all of you for embracing this initiative, because I know all of you feel the same way. I know your communities will appreciate the work we're doing, and this is something that all of us, as this generation of a city council, can feel really proud of beginning, because this is our legacy. We want Toronto to be designed beautifully, maintained wonderfully, and be the city that we want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Cheng, we want to get through this agenda, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My stretch of Yonge Street had the good privilege of being in the Toronto Star last year to talk about the derelict tree planters on Yonge Street. They described it as a sorry state of raised concrete tree planters on Yonge Street filled with dead plants, weeds, garbage, and expired trees that were long ago decapitated. Sadly, this condition has not improved since then, and I'm grateful to see the strategy. I hope that we can prevent this kind of situation from continuing. In fact, today on our women's lunch, walking back from the restaurant, we saw a couple of decapitated trees. This should not be the norm in our city. We should take responsibility for the planters that have been placed across our city. And I'm grateful that Urban Forestry will be working on our planters to at least get them in plantable condition, and we will be looking for volunteers to help us plant our planters while we figure out a pathway to beautifying our stretch of Yonge Street. Because we have Transform Yonge on the horizon, we won't be planting new trees, but that could still be 8 to 10 years of public realm purgatory. So we need to have a strategy to beautify our streets. We shouldn't allow for decapitated trees to stay in these planters indefinitely, which I think is something that happens across the city. So I hope that this plan that we're putting forth will address this situation, and I hope that my stretch of Yonge Street won't make the headlines on the Toronto Star again. Thank you.
Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank staff for their work on the plan before us, which will help us build towards a more vibrant and livable city, as well as to the councillors who brought this forward. As Toronto continues to grow and change, it is important that we move forward with a vision in mind for our city. I'm hopeful that the actions proposed in this report will help us put our best foot forward in this regard. Toronto has so much to be proud of in terms of our natural beauty, our wealth of cultures, and our strong tradition of architectural excellence. However, we do have so much room to improve. We've lost so many beautiful buildings when they've been torn down, and some of our public spaces are needing a lot of love and care. There's so many examples of cities around the world which are excelling in the beautification of public space, and I'm sure we can learn from them. Recently, I had the opportunity to visit Taiwan and see how they maintain public space. In particular, I was impressed with how they utilized green walls in construction hoarding to not only improve the aesthetics of development, but to actually clean the air at the same time. It underscored an important point to me. When we think of the beautification of our city, we need to think holistically, not just our parks, but our roads, our buildings, and even our construction sites. These are the kind of ideas we should be bringing to our city, and I am glad to see that through the actions proposed in this report, we are taking a broader view of what can be done to beautify our public spaces. I'd like to see us push for character across our city with fresh and creative approaches to programming our public spaces. We should be encouraging creativity in this approach to public spaces. Significant assets such as Nathan Phillips Square's Peace Garden, which I recently had a meeting at with regarding this with Councillor Malik's staff and the individuals involved in that original Peace Garden. This could be revitalized and restored as sites for gathering and for community and for education of students when they come to visit City Hall. I look forward to seeing the results of this approach and to the future of Toronto's public spaces.
Councillor Holiday.
I was enjoying a photo on my phone that I snapped earlier this year. I don't have time to get it up on the screen, but I'll be quick about it because it's relevant. I originally voted against Councillor Matlow's motion on this. In that there was something about a city architect and some additional bureaucracy, but I think that the public service did a great job bringing back a report to us that talks about things like design excellence and coordination. I'll give, sort of one really quick example about why this is important and relevant. So on today's council meeting, in preparation for the discussion on the Leaside Bridge, I was looking at the Google Street View, and one of the things about that bridge that you'll see is the parapet walls that traverse the bridge have really nice inset concrete design. Like there's a pattern that's set in there. It's delightful if you look at it. That probably didn't cost very much more, if anything at all, than just a flat slab parapet concrete wall. Maybe the engineers will tell me no, but I suspect it's pretty close. The experience of anyone there is night and day difference, right? There's a little bit of joy in that design that's brought in with a little bit of thought ahead when creating the projects. The alternative is just this flat concrete edge where, like the snow plow wheels grind up against it and you get these big long streaks. So, I don't think this report suggests that we reinvent everything, but I think it tells us and tells the city to look for opportunities where we can do just a little bit more. And I'm not sure that it even comes at a higher cost. It just means having a bit of thought and a little bit of pride in a decision that we make or a project that we do. So, that's my ask of staff. I'm not going to write a motion on it, but, every opportunity where the city casts a flat piece of concrete, whether it's a bridge, abutment, a retaining wall, we should think about, how can we cast that in a way that is delightful, that maybe doesn't really use any more material, but might just take a few minutes extra effort when you put the formwork in place. And that creates a durable, perhaps a piece of art is a stretch, but something that's a bit delightful when you experience it. And I think collectively those things over time do lead to a more beautiful city and something that people really appreciate and remember. So, there are answers in there, and I encourage people to seek that excellence. But I do thank for that report coming back and for the way that it was brought to us by the public service. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I think it's Councillor Carroll who's next.
Thank you. No, thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, if you don't mind, I'll just speak from the overhead.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to set expectations. I fully intend to support Councillor Fletcher's motion, and I agree with all of the guidelines, but I just want to set expectations. These are garbage bins in Paris. That one's called the Buckeye, Le Bac Brun. There's Le Bac White, there's Le Bac Vert. They might look familiar to you because they're actually made by companies we've used in the past. And that is pretty much the world model. From Sydney to here, everyone's using these bins. I think the reason that it's all things seem ugly now is because there are so many things in which our beautification has fallen short of expectations. And so something that's quite serviceable, like a garbage bin, begins to look horrendous because it's surrounded by other horrendous things. And so I wish I could go back in time and get back the entirety of the 2 years that as the chair of works at the time I spent on the current street furniture contract. But you can spend all that time, land on a contract, and still over time, the appliance that you've agreed on and perfectly designed begins to look like it's underwhelming in our city spaces if we don't just have a sense of the need for excellence overall. But one of the things is, as we walked across the street at lunch today, we stopped at a boulevard tree planted in a sidewalk, and for some reason, I guess the tree was unhealthy, and someone has just lopped off the branches, trimmed it down to a stump, and there it sits, a little square of dirt in the middle of a sidewalk on what should be a beautiful tourist area in front of a hotel. And so I hope that while I support the exploration of looking at alternative waste receptacles, I hope that the Towards a Beautiful City doesn't suddenly narrow down to now we're just focused on this one task, we got to change the garbage can. Because it's the overall that I think is what is making a world norm, the plastic bin for different types of solid waste sorting, now stand out as awful. It's because there's so many other awful things. That is a street in Paris that I quite like. It's high-end shopping and all the rest. But that's the bin they're using. But when I look up and away from the bin, I'm looking at beauty all around me. And I think that's the overall intention of this. So I hope that we keep looking at the big picture and don't end up zeroing in on, we just got to find a clean garbage can and the job will be done. Sure, maybe these could be designed better, but there are so many considerations that go into the cost and the mass production and the need for uniformity to get compliance and so on and so forth in solid waste, that we've got to look at the many other ways in which we can improve the picture and not end up unduly focused on this. Those are my only comments. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
On the motion by Councillor Fletcher. On favor, carried. Councillor Moyes. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Councillor Moyes, your motion that you moved earlier, did you just want to move it? Okay. For 295 Jarvis.
Yep.
Okay. On favor, carried. Councillor Candeval, you want to move your motion on Guildwood Community? Okay. On favor, Guildwood. It's one that he, yeah, 2925. It was a motion that he introduced earlier, Councillor Ainsley. Oh, sorry.
Yes?
MM 24, sorry. This motion is on the screen. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion is subject to reopen of item 2024 CC 18.10. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 29.25. We'll put that on the screen. Okay. We just need a vote to reopen. On favor? Carried. Where's Councillor Candeval? On the item, on favor, carried. You want to hold?
It's my ward. Nobody asked me.
On MM 2925 is your word?
My ward.
Okay, well, all right. Okay, so we'll hold the item down. Maybe we can defer to the next council meeting. Yes. No, hold on, Councillor Fletcher. We have to do things one at a time. Okay, Councillor Cheng, you want to introduce your motion?
Because we're starting consultations.
Councillor Cheng.
No, because this, we have to.
Councillor Cheng.
Yes. This is an off-leash policy that is being moved today, and we need to move this motion because the consultations include an option that is off-roading a little bit from the policy that we're passing today, so it just creates the conditions for the consultation.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Carried. Fletcher, did you say you had a quick release? Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
I'll release TE 21.30 Corridor Safety Review, Mortimer Avenue between Pape and Broadview. Thank you, Speaker.
T 2130, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor, carried. Are there any further releases?
Speaker, I have one.
Councillor Myers.
9.6, there's a quick amendment to the updated language. Staff have it.
Okay, MM 29.6?
Yes.
Okay. You say there's an amendment?
Yes. Is that on the screen?
Okay, it's on the screen. MM 29.6, the amendment is on the screen by Councillor Myers. On favor, carried. Item, is that the item? Okay. Deputy Mayor Malik, did you want to release your member's motion? Councillor Fletcher, what about your member's motion, MM 29.7, which you held? You don't want to release it?
Speaker, I have one more release, please. I will release my off-leash.
Okay, Councillor Myers?
Yes. Dog.
Go ahead.
I'll release the off-leash dog.
Okay,
policy.
Councillor Myers is releasing IE 20.9. It's Toronto's dog off-leash strategy. On favor? Pardon?
Well, then I'll hold it. Okay.
Is it just an amendment? Does the staff have your amendment, Councillor Moyes? Councillor Moyes? Councillor Moyes, I'm speaking to you. Does the staff have your... Okay, do you want to do your amendment then? Okay. Can you go ahead? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Moyes.
Yeah, I would like to add the amendment to the item.
Okay.
I don't have to speak to you if you don't want to.
Okay, just present your motion, your amendment.
Yeah, there's a 11-point motion here. It's around environmental, it's around tree protection, and the report back. Okay?
Okay.
And I amended item 1, not the rest of it. Just within my ward, which you asked for.
Yeah, but John... Okay, let's have a quorum call. If members of council are not in the room that have amendments, let's have a quorum call. told that there's other members that have amendments, but they're not in the room.
Members, if you are present, would you please press your the button on your panel, please? Councillor Chang. Speaker, there are 21 members present in the chamber.
Can I have everybody's attention? We are at IE 20.9. Councillor Myers has released it. It's my understanding there are members of council that have amendments. So if they're in the council chambers, move it now, or we'll just move the item. No, we're talking about IE 20.9.
Yeah. This one.
Pardon? We're just asking members if they have an amendment just to introduce it because we're releasing the item. Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik, can you just present your amendment, please?
I have a motion, and it's to request the Executive Director of MLS to consider incorporating coyote sightings and encounter data into the planning of proactive enforcement patrols conducted in priority parks for dog off-leash and park use issues. The thorough work that has been done in advising us on this approach also means that we need to integrate it with what we are seeing as activities and outcomes of loss of habitat in our communities, and to make sure that our resources as a city are aligning accordingly. Thank you very much.
Motion, thank you. Okay, so I believe we have two amendments. One by Councillor Moyes. We'll put that on the screen. On favor? Carried. Motion by Deputy Mayor Malik on the amendment. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next item is IE 20.7, basement flooding. Councillor Proots, I understand that Councillor Morley released it yesterday, but you wanted to hold it because you have an amendment. Councillor Proots?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. Just to kind of get through this quickly, I do have a motion which was worked out with both water and. You know what? Do you want to ask questions of staff on this or no? I don't know. What do you want to do?
Well, I think that we released it yesterday. I didn't know if anybody held any. Does anybody have any questions on this? Because it was held down by Councillor Morley and she just released it.
No, I understand that. But since we're dealing with the
issue. No, I understand. Does anybody have any questions on the item? It's IE 20.7, basement flooding protection program.
Okay, so if there are no questions, I'm happy to list my name to speak for just a few a couple of minutes? I
Yeah.
do have a motion.
Yes, I
Okay.
understand.
All right, and the motion
Yeah.
is very straightforward. Basically,
Okay, just a sec, Councillor Prutz. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You can start.
but you have a list there. You got Morley, Holiday, and Peruzza.
Councillor Morley released it. She doesn't have to speak on it.
Councillor Holiday is ahead of me, right?
Yes.
So Councillor Holiday is in before me?
Well, it's just because you held it down, Councillor Prutza. You held it down from yesterday. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to present my motion, which is to request staff to install some sensors at a particular intersection that have had significant amounts of flooding, and to thank staff for their work on this. It is a very, very sensitive and important issue to the residents of Ward 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peruzza.
By both water and the Environment, Climate, and Forestry Office as well, and basically deals with, with this whole flooding issue. As you know, Speaker, first of all, let me commend our staff, our water staff, for all of the work that they have done in relation to flooding, basement flooding, and all of those things. I think they've done some amazing work. There's still a great deal of work to do, as you see by the report in front of you today, where we're going to be giving them some direction to go out and find some additional monies to be able to put into this program, because as you know, changing sewer pipes and going from 2-year storm sewers to 100-year storms and making all of these changes and to try to sort of get the city of Toronto to not flood during severe weather events is quite the challenge. But what my motion does, Speaker, is actually sort of simplified in a sense, and I know that our water staff has been trying to get to this for quite some time through a series of different measures, and it kind of accelerates it. As you know, sometimes when we get these very, very strong, severe weather events, a number of properties saturate and flood, and often water ends up in people's basements and so on. And even though you've gone ahead and spent millions of dollars fixing the sewers in the middle of the street, going from those 2-year storms to 100-year storm pipes and so on, you still have situations where water ponds and people can't deal with it. And it ends up in their basement and so on. So, and also we need, to understand that there are some climate objectives, and we have some climate goals that we also want to get to as well. And this is just, asking our staff to look at, when you have these situations, what can a property owner or a series of property owners do in getting together and finding those mitigation measures, things like have been listed here, like harvesting systems, French drains, soak-away pits, and all of these other kinds of things. And in bringing a number of property owners together to be able to do those kinds of things. I experienced a situation similar to this on Rita Drive, for example, in my ward, and people are at their wits' ends and they're looking for remedies, and maybe this is a way for us to get to a solution there. I also have another very challenging district in my area, and I know that many other councillors have as well, in the Jane Wilson area, the lower part of the Black Creek. As you all know, the Black Creek is very narrow. It's a fairly large tributary, And when we get big snow events, it floods, it rises very, very quickly and floods the entire area. Speaker, you know as well, because you have the creek coming into your ward, and you know that we're about to launch a mitigation project at the southern part of the creek, which is going to cost us hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. And it will go some ways to mitigating flooding, but won't deal with specific property issues. So people in those neighborhoods are at their wits' ends, and this is a way for our staff to basically, and this is a report request, basically to go out there and look at what is it that people can do in this area collectively in order to mitigate basement flooding, in order to better deal with severe rainwater events where that rainwater then ponds and begins to filter down into people's basements or floods their properties and so on. So there's lots and lots of things, good things that we can do here, lots and lots of good very, very low-cost things we can do. So this simply asks our staff to go take a look at what all of those mitigation measures are and report back to us on, on what they may or may not be. And then at the end of the day, we can make some decisions
Thank you.
In that regard, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much for that.
Hold on, we do have a question for you.
Yeah.
Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. I just want to clarify what you mean by exploring the feasibility of the grant program. We talked about some of these mitigation measures in the context of the stormwater surcharge, but council decided not to do that. So in exploring the feasibility now of a grant program for these measures, you would want them to explore the context of feasibility in the context of basement flooding mitigation needs, capital backlog. You want them to take those things into account in their feasibility study.
Correct. Our climate objectives and all of those things. I believe that they are doing this work. I believe that our staff are in sync in terms of, the objectives of this. They've thoughtfully weighed into this, and they're, from my understanding, they're supportive of it. So
yeah, they're supportive of all these measures. Council just failed to give them a revenue stream to fund this type of work, other than the water bill that's currently paying for the infrastructure work. So you want them to look at that feasibility piece. You wouldn't want them to jeopardize some of that capital calendar. You're asking them to look at the feasibility of squaring the circle somehow. Okay, thank you. Just making sure.
Thank you.
Simple as that. Yep.
Okay, so I believe that Councillor Morley, she moved an amendment yesterday on it, and then we reopened the item. So am I correct to the clerk that we voted on Amber Morley's motion yesterday? We don't have to vote on it again, correct? Okay, so now we have Councillor Holiday's motion that we can vote on now. Because it was reopened yesterday. That's where the confusion was. Okay, on Councillor Holiday's motion, on favor, carried. Councillor Pruitt's motion, on favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Now, if I can ask staff, what happened? What happened? Oh. Yeah, I just want to find out too, did we amend the motion? Was there an amendment? There was an amendment to a motion, that's why we held the vote down? Yeah. Yeah. Remember, Councillor Bravo said she wanted to amend Councillor Cheng's motion. That's why we held it down and we didn't vote on it. Okay. Next item, Councillor Perks, is PH 20.7, which is Toronto's academic housing strategy. Do you have any, Councillor Perks, any questions?
No, I do not have any questions.
Does anybody have any questions on PH 20.7? Anybody have questions? No? Okay, to speak, Councillor Perks? Councillor Perks?
I'm Chair, I'll speak last. I understand the mayor has an amendment on the item.
Okay, Mayor Chow.
I do.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the...
Oh, there it is, yeah.
The motion is in front of you. It basically say that let us work with the other levels of government to see whether we can build affordable student housing, because we know that it's a difficult housing market out there, and there are a lot of students that are paying a lot of student debt. They come from families that may not have enough, and the rent is very high. So this basically gives them the, if their housing that they are creating is affordable, that the City of Toronto has various existing incentive program, and if it's applicable, go ahead and apply it. Because no matter what kind of housing, whether it's student housing or rental housing, if they are deeply affordable, they would qualify for the city's incentive program. So that's what these motions say.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Perks, did you want to speak now? Oh, sorry. Councillor Holiday? Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be very brief, but I want to express extreme concern. We've spoken at length at this council meeting and others about all of the things that the city is doing to support housing, and I have plenty of criticism on that. But here we are, yet another expansion, digging ourselves deeper into a deeper hole. So now we're taking on student housing and effectively subsidizing the education system through this. Not direct, not one-to-one, but it is effectively a subsidy. And it's as if the Housing Secretariat isn't busy enough, but to add this on. I regret that this is here, and I believe that this will come at great cost. And so I cannot support it. Thank you.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you. The issue of student housing has confronted the City of Toronto in various ways many times in recent years, some of them quite horrifically, for those of you who remember the story about Cecilia Zhang. Properly housing students is about giving them a safe and secure place to live, a place they can afford, so that they can get their education and contribute to our society. While there are some who don't think that that's a worthwhile endeavor, I'm sure that the majority of members of this council understand the urgent need for student housing. I remember Councillor Perruzza getting up and talking about all the housing problems we had around York University and the illegal rooming houses that were popping up there, and we've made efforts to try to solve that problem. How anyone on this council could say, oh, well, you know, we do a lot of other housing things, so we shouldn't look after our students, is something, frankly, that boggles my mind. What Mayor Chow has done here is nothing short of miraculous. It is saying we've had this lingering problem that continues to frankly create casualties in our community. that undermines our future, that undermines the ability of young people to build a life and then a career and a way to contribute. Instead of challenging that, members like Councillor Holyday should be congratulating the mayor. This is how you build a city that includes everyone. So I urge all of you to support Mayor Chow's excellent initiative here.
So on the amendment by Mayor Chow, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, how do you vote, please? The motion carries. The vote is 20 to 2.
Item is amended. Recorded.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Bravo, Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Myers, please. The item is amended. Carries. The vote is 20 to 2.
Thank you. Our next item is SC 21.10, Scarborough Busway. Councillor Candeval held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday we talked a great deal, rightfully so, about congestion, and many Scarborough residents are wondering why, since early 24, when council gave direction, it's been 16 months, what is taking so long on the Scarborough Rapid Transit Busway?
Through Speaker to you, Councillor. The TTC has been advancing work on the busway since 2023 when the initial derailment happened. In 2023, bus lanes were installed, and then after in 2024, when Council provided full funding for TTC to advance the busway, design work happened. The transits, the TPAP, the EA process occurred in 2024, and then now that we're in 2025, since February, the contract has been out to market now for us to bring on a contractor to help us construct the busway.
Thank you. And to follow up, few of us were in Taipei recently, and we saw the speed at which subways are being built. The timeline of 3+, perhaps even 4 years is unacceptable to thousands of Scarborough residents. Can you explain why what is essentially the removal of the rail lines and the construction of the pavement for the busway, on first glance, it's very clear this is not a capital-intensive project. Why are we seeing timelines that are greater than 3 years for a straightforward project?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, the TDC is certainly seized of the project, and we are trying to advance it as quick as we can. The complexities of the project mainly have to do with property easements at this point and having a contractor come on to help us. And so once we move through the process and we get going on the construction, it will be quick, and we hope to have it complete before 2027.
Given that the bulk of the intermediary work is easements and property discussions, it's been more than 2 years, nearing 2 years since the derailment. What is staff doing to expedite those conversations to make the easements and the property accessible to move design and construction?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I think the best I can offer is we're certainly seized of it. We're working as quick as we can, and then if there's any support that the TTC might need from the board or from council, we would bring that report back to get support where we need it.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thompson, questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to TCC staff. Can you maybe just give us a little bit of background on this issue? Prior to the derailment, there had been discussion with my office because this particular area is in Ward 21. Is that correct, firstly?
Through the speaker, yes, that's correct, Councillor.
There had been ongoing discussions and conversations about the end of life for the SRT prior to the derailment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There had been ample discussion and conversations with respect to the BIA and members of the community. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There was discussion about bringing the busway online in 2030. Do you recall that 2030, 29, but there was no money?
Correct. The busway project was not funded initially.
Right. So there had been ongoing discussions with the community and my office, correct?
Yes.
So the TTC hadn't fallen asleep at the switch.
That's correct.
Correct. So you and others, and because I've had numerous meetings with you online and others about the process.
That's correct, Councillor.
There was funding needed for the complete design. Was that correct? Which wasn't available because there was no fund, and a motion was moved by myself under the, I guess, support with the previous mayor. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Right. So there were numerous discussions around timelines and ensuring that this work could be done as rapidly as possible. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So at no time was there a failure to look at accelerating or ensuring that this particular bus right-of-way would come forward in a timely fashion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So again, no one was falling asleep at the switch, correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
So there's a report that's coming forward by the TTC that seeks to provide update with respect to this plan that's coming to the board in May. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So there's a lot of work that's going on. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
And then the other question I have for you, the amount of money that is being spent, is it, my recollection is $100 million. Is that correct?
The total project for the SRT bus replacement,
yes.
Phase 1 and Phase 2, is just under $100 million.
Correct. Now, is that a throwaway sum?
Sorry, Councillor?
Is that a throwaway sum? Is that like wasteful money? Is that not a lot of money?
Yes.
Right. So you weren't falling asleep at the switch. The community has been aware. The community has been part of the planning process. and everyone is aware as to what has transpired because you've also incorporated red lanes and on Kennedy and red lanes on Midland, correct? In order to allow for smoother flow, albeit there's great impact to the community. Is that correct?
Yes, with the support of Transportation Services, we implemented red lanes on Eglinton, Midland, Ellesmere, Kennedy.
So the desire to move forward, as a motion that Councillor Candoval has brought forward, you are already moving forward.
Yes.
So this motion could simply be, okay, great, thank you very much, Council, we're already doing that job. Would you agree? Aren't you doing the job?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I'm asking. All right, can you just finally please tell me a little bit about your experience and what your roles and responsibility is at the TTC at this time? And you're from Scarborough, right? Or near there?
Near there. Sorry, Councillor, I don't think I follow the question.
I was asking about your professionalism and your role at the TTC. What is your responsibility? Can you give us your background, please?
Oh, so as the...
Short version. I know it, but I want everybody else to know.
Yeah, I'm leading the planning and development of the busway project.
First question.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to sort of pick up where Councillor Thompson left off, when did the TTC receive the funding to do the design work for the Scarborough Busway?
Through the Speaker, I believe it was in early 2024.
Early 2024. When did the TTC actually receive the money to start the construction to do the design work? So I think it was 2023 actually to do the design, and you received the money in the 2024 budget.
That sounds correct, Councillor. Yes.
That sounds correct. So that money wasn't released until, let's say, February when the budget passed. So you've really only had about 12 months to actually start construction. And is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in that time, can you just give us an idea of the work that has already happened, such as ripping up the tracks, getting the easements you need? What kind of work have you already been doing?
So throughout last year, the amount of work that was done included undertaking the environmental assessments, we completed the design work, and then as you alluded to, we did the early works to already start removing some of the rail and to prep the right-of-way for busway conversion.
And in that time, we also had multiple community consultations as well, correct?
That's correct.
And we explained the timeline to the community got on board, we also had meetings with councillors as well, correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Great. So we are on time. It would be nice, though, if we could get this work done quicker, but we are on the set schedule that we have set.
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Candoval to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my responsibility to echo frustrations, concerns by many residents, and I applaud Councillors Thompson and Myers working with me to put, I understand we may have to go into camera for the motion. I'm looking for guidance.
No.
It's very quick.
Well, you did. No, but can't you just give it to the clerk and then?
They have the motion, but the advice we got from staff.
Yeah, but can't you just move it, like, speak in public and then adopt a
Sure, yeah. I'm happy to do that.
What are we doing here? We can't just go in camera in the middle of your speech.
The
I'm
motion
sorry, but
that we sent to you guys, TDC staff are asking us to do it in camera. Okay. Great.
that's what I said, yes.
Okay, I'm happy to take whatever advice. I don't
Okay, because you're in the middle of your public speaking, so just
Right.
speak.
Okay, do I speak to the motion or not?
Yeah, but not the
Okay,
confidential motion.
I won't speak to the motion, but summer 23, we saw the derailment, which was okay, I'm hearing I'm hearing different advice. Okay, I'm moving a motion that I won't speak to. Is that what you need? Okay, sure.
Okay, we just, let's just, okay.
Okay. Speaker, can you pause my time while the mayor?
All right, we'll hold the item down. Deputy Mayor Malik. Deputy Mayor Malik, please. MM 29.1, you held the item down. Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik, you held the item down. Did
Yes.
you have questions or anything?
No questions, just
Okay,
wanted to speak
you just
to
want
it.
to speak on it? Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. I'm very proud to be putting forward this motion that allows bike share to be part of the experience of visiting the Toronto Island Park. Improving access to the Toronto Island Park and better connections while there has been one of my biggest priorities. It's also a main goal of the Toronto Island Park Master Plan adopted by this council last summer that I have been working hard to move forward. And I'm so excited that the city will offer people, locals, visitors, people who enjoy our island in the summer season, more cycling opportunities while they're there. This season, this summer, it's going to begin through Bike Share Toronto for the very first time, with plans to expand for future seasons after this one. I want to thank staff from Parks and Recreation and from the Bike Share program who have been working to move these plans forward. And I'm so excited to see how Torontonians and visitors enjoy the island in this new way. And I want to reassure everyone who loves their tandem bikes on the island, who loves the quad cycle, that there will continue to be those rental options for their visits too. Thank you very much.
On the item, on favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher? Okay, you're up. You held MM 29.7, which is your motion, your member's motion. So Councillor Fletcher, do you have questions?
Yep, I do.
Okay.
This is a motion because currently at the committee,
Okay, hold on, Councillor Fletcher. Let us put the motion on the screen. This was your motion.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Has my name on it. You ready? Just waiting, Speaker. Yeah, I've just got questions, yeah. Sorry, I'm unclear what we're doing, just.
It's MM 20, I'm following the agenda, MM 29.7. There it is there. Councillor Fletcher held the motion down, and now she has questions.
Yes.
Do we have staff here?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
We do have staff.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sure that it's not the intention of the Committee of Adjustment or applications to end up, first of all, is there a, when an apartment building is subject to a Committee of Adjustment, means there's tenants in that building, correct? Yes.
Generally, an apartment building can be a condominium or a rental building, but certainly tenants often live in apartment buildings.
But they're not, sorry, Speaker, Mr. Connect can't hear. And this is about saving rental housing. Thank you. Those people, there's a sign that goes outside 10 days before any Committee of Adjustment hearing.
That's
but
correct.
There is a letter that goes to only property owners in the neighborhood, correct?
That's correct. The Planning Act requires that property owners be notified by mail, but it doesn't require that for tenants.
Can the city say, in the case of apartment buildings, that we will be letting the tenants know about that situation, that there'll be some changes coming? Is there a problem with that?
There's not the city can go above and beyond the legal notice requirements. Our challenge has always been the physical ability to generate the mailing list that we need to do.
It's very hard to hear. I think you'd mic closer.
Sure. Madam Speaker, I would say the city can certainly go above and beyond the minimum legal requirements for notice. The challenge that we've always had when trying to better address this question and enable tenants to participate in the Committee of Adjustment process.
There's far too much noise.
We're having a Scarborough issue here.
There's too much. People are talking. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Maybe they should go in the back where we normally do that business.
Go in the back. We don't have quorum. There's nobody here.
We haven't built a box.
Thank you. I'm going to try. You're trying to tell me about that situation.
That's
Mr.
right,
Connect.
Madam Speaker. The challenge that we have when endeavoring to give better notice to tenants and better enable their participation in the Committee of Adjustment process are the mechanics of generating the mailing list that we need to do. So I think what's helpful about this motion is that it will better enable us to go and figure out a solution on how to do a better job of that.
Because it really is for those tenants that may be impacted by an application to the Committee of Adjustment.
That's right. When there's an application on a building with rental units occupied by tenants, the primary way that they will find out about that application, if the landlord does not take the initiative to inform them themselves, the primary way will be through a sign posted on the property just 10 days in advance.
Just the sign with the 10 days. So
That's
getting
correct.
prepped for that's difficult. And I know that the city and your department, all of planning, is quite concerned about rental housing. That's one of the things that's very prime now in our thinking and maintaining that supply.
Madam Speaker, we have extensive policies in the official plan. Many councillors are familiar with those that prioritize the protection of our rental housing stock, the growth of that rental housing stock, and ensuring that tenants are protected through the planning and development process.
So if there's applications that will mean evictions or rent-evictions, how do you think it's, and I know it's not under the Planning Act, but it might be something that would be considered by the Committee of Adjustment members as they're reviewing something?
It will be incumbent on the Committee of Adjustment to hear all the information from all the interested parties and weigh that information against the test in the Planning Act for approving or refusing a minor variance.
Is there some way then to indicate, I'm very interested in the Committee of Adjustment not being a forum for landlords with small buildings to find ways to now have evict tenants. So we're going to do this, we're going to change the number of bedrooms, we're going to obviously change something where you're going to have to move out. What's the opportunity, and maybe Mr. Sharma should ask this, what's the opportunity to let the tenants know or let the landlord know of the requirements about moving back in, giving notice, all the kinds of things that we're doing to try to protect tenants, which in some cases are lost at the committee level?
That was your last question.
Madam Speaker, the things that we would explore in response to this motion are our abilities to provide notice to tenants in different ways, to ask applicants to submit information about the tenant occupancy of any buildings that are subject to minor variance applications, and then using that information to make sure that we're working with applicants and tenant communities to implement the official plan policies regarding rental housing protection.
Thank you.
I did get interrupted quite a few times, Speaker.
No, I did. I give you extra time. I did. No, I know, and I was counting it here. I didn't put the timer on, but I gave you a lot of extra time. Councillor Holiday has a question. Councillor Holiday?
I don't know if it's for Mr. Connect or the solicitor, but so we're wading into two areas here. We're asking for more information in conjunction with a committee of adjustment application. It's not clear if the information goes to the committee or if it's something that goes to the city, but we're collecting it. And then the other thing is we're getting into changing notice provisions. And I have lots of ideas. It's not just about this particular case. You know, I'd love to ask things about parking, about the rental rates of parking when they get changed. I just want to make sure we're okay. It's open season. We can bring motions here to ask for different things to be collected, and we can ask questions of applicants to answer, and we can change notice, because I got lots of issues with notices as well. We're okay to do that.
No, the item says tenancy information. Title of the item.
Would you like to answer it, Councillor Perks?
I just did. Speaker.
I didn't ask the chair of the committee, I asked staff, but
Okay, hold on.
Speaker.
Yes, just one moment.
On a point of order.
Okay, Councillor Perks, point of order.
Councillor Holiday has done something highly irregular, which is he has asked a member of staff to define what is in and out of order. And that's not really...
No, I didn't.
Despite
That's
the
nonsense.
incredible talents Mr. Connect brings to his job, it's not his job to do that, it's you. And if Councillor Holiday...
Okay, let's not get into a debate about this.
lots of energy for today.
Councillor Perks.
I'm just asking you, the title of
Okay.
it is tenancy information.
Play the tape back about what I asked.
Councillor Holiday's remarks to that would...
Whether it's in order.
Councillor Holiday, finish your questions, please.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes,
So
on the
I'll
motion.
rephrase my motion. You know, is it now okay for council to ask all sorts of information of applicants? Is this precedent setting?
Madam Speaker, the comment I would make in response to that question is twofold. I think it's important to remember that the Planning and Housing Committee has already asked, and City Council has already asked us to do a fairly extensive review of the service levels that we provide in Committee of Adjustment. And one of the report backs that we brought about 2 years ago reported on 15 recommended service improvements by our third-party consultant.
Yep.
And one of those, for example, was that we should be looking at ways to improve tenant participation in the Committee of Adjustment process. And I would suggest that the motion before you today is very much in line with that consultant recommendation that Planning and Housing Committee has asked us to go forward and figure out how we might find ways to implement that. And also in response to your question, one of the other recommendations was that we, meaning Committee of Adjustment staff, look at our application requirements, look for ways to streamline those and simplify them, and also make sure that the information that we require as part of an application is complete and really enables the committee to make a well-informed decision and the public to participate in an informed way. So to the extent that your question aligns with those priorities that Council has already suggested to staff they are interested in, I'd say those are in order, and we'd always be happy to discuss those.
It's not about order, it's whether or not we can do it. So council can ask you to ask all sorts of things on the application, information. That's okay to do.
That's a question to the clerk.
I think we're losing order in here, Speaker. I mean, I got important questions.
Councillor Fletcher, hold on. Councillor Holiday, it's question not to staff, to the clerk. Yes,
Okay,
I heard Councillor Fletcher. I heard your point of order.
Appropriate question to the planning staff. It's to the clerk what
But
we
that's
can
what
bring
I just
forward.
said,
Thank
Councillor.
you. So end that questioning, please.
I just said that, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Holiday, can you proceed? To the clerk if you have that question.
I'm happy to take the answer from anyone that believes that it is appropriate to answer. I just want to know if council can ask for additional information on...
Madam Speaker.
Are you asking the clerk the question?
Sure, or the solicitor.
Madam
Whoever
Speaker,
needs to
perhaps I
answer
can
it.
assist.
Apparently the planning staff is not okay to
Okay,
answer
Councillor
it.
Holiday, hold on. Can the clerk answer that question?
What
Okay,
I-
the
what I-
solicitor can answer that question.
Perhaps I can assist, Madam Speaker. My staff have reviewed this particular motion and are comfortable with what is being proposed here. We have not considered any other suggestions to add any other information to the application, but we are comfortable with what is being proposed in this motion.
Okay.
Thank
That
you.
helps. Question number 2 then is, are we now able to change notice provisions? Because I think that's what says here. Again, the members of council are great at answering the
Councillor
questions.
Fletcher, please just let him ask the question first.
It's incredible. I can't even ask questions in the chamber, Speaker. We're so out of order.
Madam Speaker, I did not understand this to be proposing changes to notice.
Okay,
Myself.
Councillor Holiday, please proceed.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I just
Who are
wanted
you
to-
asking?
Okay, so here's a broader question.
A point of order, I'm moving to extend, I'm sorry, it's 6 o'clock. May I move a motion to extend the meeting time so that we would finish just a few more items and hopefully before 7 o'clock when the game starts?
Well, no, that's not the point. The point is if we're going to stick here and ask questions that are
allow me,
inappropriate.
it is 6 o'clock, it's 5:58, I
okay.
need to move
On
this motion.
On the motion, carried. Now, Councillor Holiday? Okay. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Do you want to speak on your motion? That's it for questions. No, I'm sorry, Councillor Holiday. We're just going all over the place. Councillor Fletcher, do you want to speak on the motion? Councillor Holiday.
This is not a joke. I'm asking serious questions about what's before us. So my question is, and now I'm being chirped. My question.
Title of the item, and no one will chirp.
Okay, Speaker, on a point of privilege, the chamber is out of order, and I can't even get a question to you because I'm being chirped from behind and from beside.
No,
It's as if
and
they
I
don't want the
understand that.
answers.
And I would appreciate if Councillor Perks and Councillor Fletcher do not interrupt, please. Now, Councillor Holiday, the staff answered your question.
I want to finish my questions.
Okay, just answer one more question and that's it.
So
Okay.
I have no idea what the time is, but I'll ask one more.
Well, you're over time, so just ask that last question.
My question is, can the staff explain the mechanism to council that is proposed in here? Because the second bullet point, the second recommendation is about changing notice. So can someone explain to us how that works?
Okay, that was your last question. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I would say we are going to look at this motion and understand the extent at which we might respond to it and implement it. I would say we do have examples of in the past where council has asked Committee of Adjustment staff to go above and beyond the minimum legal requirements for delivering notice. So, for example, we mail notice to property owners not just 10 days in advance of a hearing, but rather 20 days in advance of a hearing. And that's something that we do because council has asked us to go above and beyond the service level that the legislation requires us to do. And so to the extent that a response to this motion is within the bounds of legislative requirements and which enables us to provide good service to the public at a cost that we can sustain, we will do our best to report back in a way that does that.
So, Councillor Fletcher, did you want to speak on it? Okay, do you want to speak on it, Councillor Fletcher? Go ahead.
We have a development and growth division that was set up. We have a renoviction bylaw that Councillor Perks and I spoke about on Wednesday. Say, here's the public education period for that for tenants and landlords. And if we have anywhere in any part of the city where there might be a spot where we are liable or susceptible to a renoviction of some kind through any city process, I think it's up to us to catch that and be able to make sure that everybody has the information that they need. I'm looking at Mr. Sharma, who's nodding his head. Most committee of adjustment applications are about the house next door or somebody's private dwelling. They want to fix that house. They want to add a second story. They want to build on the back. Once we come to apartment buildings there's less than 6, because 6, of course, is rental replacement, those tenants don't know until 10 days before. So there's something that's procedurally unfair, that the landlord who's making the application gets a letter that says you're making an application, but those tenants don't know about that in order to be able to look at it, see the impact, etc. Nor does the committee have an opportunity to say, well, I'm looking at this and it's going to mean all of those people will no longer be able to live in that apartment. So I think I know the Committee of Adjustment has its own rules of procedure, just as the TLAB, but we should make sure everything's procedurally fair to everybody. I would think that everybody in the planning department, the housing secretariat, would be interested to make sure that every tenant is aware of the implications and what their rights are and what they can and can't do. So that is my interest here. I'm just interested in making sure that the Committee of Adjustment is not a place where we're just loading up on renovictions and nobody's thinking about it. Maybe we can't make those changes, maybe we can make those changes, but I would argue it's incumbent on the leadership of this city to look to maintain every single rental accommodation, particularly those under rent control, to make sure that while we're making decisions and those who we've appointed to places making decisions are acting with procedural fairness, all the pieces in front of them, be able to advise everybody about their rights, etc. So that's my intent here, because I have run across a case of this nature now. People don't know that's happening. All of a sudden a sign goes up. None of your walls are going to be there. You're going to have to move. We are looking at people's homes, losing your home. Somebody comes and takes your home, Councillor Crisanti, that would be very surprising. Somebody came to my home and took. This is what's happening in the world of rental. And I'm only asking that we look and see how we can always protect tenancies in the city of Toronto. Nothing more, nothing less. It says, Committee of Adjustment and Tenancy Information. Period. Full stop. I believe that's our duty. Thank you.
Okay. On the item, Councillor Bravo, you need to speak on it.
I just want to thank Councillor Fletcher for bringing this motion, and to say that many of us here are contending with homelessness, encampments. We're figuring out what to do with the scale of the problem. The number one line of defense for ensuring that that we don't have the homelessness problem in Toronto that we have is to protect tenants today, so that we are ensuring that they can stay housed.
On the motion, on favor, carried. Councillor Candeval, you would like to, your member's motion that was introduced, MM 29.25, you would like to withdraw that motion?
Yes, and we're submitted a new motion.
Okay,
with Councillor
so
Ainsley.
a motion to withdraw the member's motion 2925, all in favor, carried. and you're introducing a new motion, which is MM.29, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and so we'll post this motion, so members of council. Okay, Councillor Candeval.
Yeah, the motion is to, in regard to the preservation of the architectural character in Cliffcrest community, modeled similar to Councillor Ainsley's Guildwood community one.
Okay, so that motion on favor, carried. So that motion will be posted so members of council have an opportunity to review the motion. So we are going to go back to the blue box, and I understand there was an amendment made, and we're just going to be voting. So Councillor Cheng, you're going to withdraw your motion?
That's right. I want to thank Councillor Bravo and Councillor Chernos Lynn. We worked on an amendment which Councillor Chernos Lynn will move instead. Thank you.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Councillor Chernos Lynn.
Thank you. I just ask that the amendment for item IE 20.5 be put on the screen.
Okay, it's on the screen. And then we have Councillor Bravo. I thought Councillor Bravo wanted to do. Okay, just on Councillor Chair. Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Chernos Lynn, all in favor. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Now we're going to go back to the bus bay. I believe that got sorted out. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, we rightfully heard about the impact of congestion in our city. The motion on the Scarborough busway addresses a reality for so many Scarborough residents. And I'll move the motion. City Council requests the TTC to update City Council through the Scarborough Community Council on the SRT busway project by July 2025. I want to thank Chair Myers, Councillor Thompson, other Scarborough councillors to support this opportunity for Scarborough residents to allow us to hear directly in Scarborough of the challenges they're facing with commuting into the core. So many Scarborough residents come into the core to work, to serve our city in so many different capacities. The challenge we've seen since the summer of 23, where we saw negligence lead to the derailment, and thankfully without any injury.
A point of order by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I respect the member's right to speak, but I do not accept the member's commentary about negligence with respect to the derailment on the SRT. It is in my ward. I have read the report. I'm not aware of any issue of negligence. So I'd ask the speaker maybe to retract that unless he can actually provide that information where it is publicly known that there's negligence associated with the derailment. As it's in my ward, I've seen the area, I visited it. I'm not aware of any notion of negligence. So I'd ask my colleague if he would retract that particular commentary, unless he knows something I don't.
In the interests of today, I'll respectfully withdraw it, and we'll continue the conversation about the context leading to that summer. This is an opportunity to address the lived reality of thousands of Scarborough residents, both TDC riders as well as car commuters. The reality of a capital-intensive project requires timelines. For thousands, tens of thousands of Scarborough residents that are looking at the scope of the project before us are constantly asking our government, why is it taking so long? So we're hopeful this motion will result in a report that would allow our residents to ask questions, to comment on this process, and to share their ideas. There is tremendous potential with this project, given the public space ideas that we've advanced here at City Council. When a few of us were in Taipei, we saw the beauty of the night markets, the ability that planning can be reflective of community, that can create vibrancy and beauty. So we're looking forward to this process to address the lived realities and experiences of residents with our transit, as well as opportunities to create places and spaces of beauty. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Looks like we have a question for you. Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion?
Yes, just a very quick question, and I think that the councillor was careful during his comments, so perhaps he understands this. I just want to be sure for clarification. While this could go there for information, the community could be heard. You understand the rules of order of community council, so while you can hear from people, you cannot necessarily move motions about this project in a community council forum. It's a city project.
Yes, that would require a motion similar to this at City Council. But I think the important premise which you spoke to...
You can't action anything there. You can hear and you can receive the update, but you can't make any changes to the project.
Fair enough, and I think it's an opportunity for us from a governance perspective to go where people are. I think there's a big challenge, commuting being one, to allow people to come to the TDC board at City Hall. So this opportunity, by having a community council...
From a consultation perspective, but from a governance perspective, this would be the room in which that would happen.
As I shared, we can, councillors there can now take that and action it here to council member motion.
Just making sure.
Of course.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak to this issue, and I would first of all like to thank the amazing staff at the TTC. In fact, Speaker, I think I go back to 2005. A professor from the University of Toronto was hired by the TTC to take a look at a scan 20 years into the future, and we are in that particular 20-year scan phase. They looked at the necessity to replace the SRT. They looked at the necessity to look at how buses could be incorporated. What were some of the challenges associated with that? We also talked about expanding the Bloor-Danforth subway line at the time. We talked about the connection with respect to the Shepherd, whether or not there was going to be a subway or an SRT coming, or a light rail vehicle coming across. My point to that, Speaker, is simply to suggest and to allow members to understand that we have long had plans with respect to transit for Scarborough. In fact, in 2005, when I spoke to Mitch Stumbler and asked whether or not there was a transit plan for Scarborough, he was, well, non-committal. He didn't think Scarborough needed a transit plan because the transit plan was working quite well, but obviously it wasn't. And to Councillor Candoval's comment about transit and the impact of residents of Scarborough, that has been an issue, but there's been a lot of work to address these particular issues and so on. I know that we've had ample opportunity to work with our BIAs. Well, not everybody's happy about what has taken place. The fact of the matter is that a lot of work has taken place, a lot of planning has taken place, a lot of discussions have taken place, a lot of information has been provided to the community, so information has been provided at great length. There has never been a situation in which residents have not had the opportunity to come in to speak to the issues that impact them with respect to transit. There are approximately 38,000 plus people that are moving through the varying network of buses and the adjustments that's been made in the community, and certainly the hardship, because there's some hardship, because the red lanes that has been put in place narrows down lanes on Kennedy Road in my ward, narrows down lane on Midland in my ward. But before those decisions were made, before the planning was done, the TTC, along with my office, we had meetings at the Scarborough Town Center, at Scarborough Civic Center. We had meetings in the community. Information was sent out. In fact, again, I want to thank the TTC because what they did was, through our discussion, I remember many cold winter days, we're out on Kennedy Road walking, talking to the BIA members, talking to the shop owners and so on. They spend hundreds of dollars and maybe thousands of dollars to help the businesses to promote their businesses, recognizing the impact that the red lanes would cause in the community and so on. And there's no doubt there's impact. But the fact of the matter is that the TTC did look at a plan, and the plan was in the works well before the derailment of the SRT. So when the SRT derailed, they were able to implement a plan within, I would say within hours, quite frankly, because there wasn't a marked departure from the ability to transfer people through the corridor, through the area. And we're all supportive of the approach to utilize the corridor for better, improved transit. There's impact, no doubt, but at the same time, I simply wanted to reiterate the fact that the TTC has actually, and staff have actually done a lot of good work in planning and preparing for the end of life for the SRT, albeit the life ended much sooner, a couple of months, a month and a half, whatever it was, like in whatever the date was in August or something, and they were supposed to retire the line. I believe it was November 19th of that year. And so I don't fault them, and I don't have any evidence that suggests, other than the reports that came out and said, yes, maintenance and so on. They had indicated it because I went through the line with the then CEO of the TTC, walked through. They had been doing their mechanical work in terms of testing and ensuring they evaluate the system. While it failed, thank God no one was seriously injured, but we do have a system that's going to help us moving forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. On the motion, on favor, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Myers and Councillor Matlow, we're going to need your vote.
Councillor Mantis and Councillor Thompson, please. And Councillor Matlow.
The motion carries unanimously, 20 in favor.
Okay, just one moment, please. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Point of order, Mayor Chow.
Given the latest of time, I'm going to withdraw the
MM 2915.
Thank you. I've been assured by all the councillors that if they choose to have a in-person meeting for planning purposes, they would do so. So the motion is redundant.
Okay, so the mayor would like to withdraw members' motion MM 2915. On favor, carried. Thank you. Now, Councillor Cheng, your motion MM 2926, if we can put it on the screen. Yeah, MM 29.26. It's on the screen. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor, Carried. Oh, so on MM 29.18, which was held by Councillor Candeval? Councillor Candeval.
I'd like to move deferral, which was shared.
Okay, so Councillor Candeval is moving deferral to make council meeting. This is on the Scarborough Bluffs. On favor?
Can I get a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? Motion to defer the item carries. The vote is 18-1.
Now, if we can put Councillor Candeval's motion on the screen, MM 29.27. Okay. On favor? Carried. All right, so that's it for the agenda. Pardon? Okay. May I have a motion regarding absentees? Who's absent? Oh, sorry. Okay. Can I have a motion on that? Well, Mayor Chow, would you like to move that? We'll just, hold on, we'll put the motion on the screen.
The City Council excuse the absence of Councillor Deputy Mayor Jennifer McAuliffe from the April 23rd and 24th, 2025 City Council meeting and wish her good luck.
Thank you. All those in favor, opposed if any, carried. Members, before I ask for a motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Moved by Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Pasternak, if you can read it.
The committee and council considered submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
All those in favor, opposed if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Moved by Councillor Thompson.
My mic is, oh, here we go. Thank you, Speaker. That leave be granted to introduce bills 298 to 354.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor, opposed if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor, opposed if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Councillor Holiday, would you like to do that?
I'm not sure, but okay. That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 29 on April 23rd and 24th, 2025.
Shall these bills, shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Shall these bills be declared as bylaw? On favor? Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be signed? It's hard for me to think here. Everybody's talking. Come on, we're not finished.
Let's do it. Finish. Come on, go.
Okay, shall these bills be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City Toronto Act 2006? I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on this one. Okay. Yeah. People are just sneaking out and, okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Turnus-Lynn, may I have your vote, please? Sorry? Councillor Crisanti? Councillor Candeval? Okay. Councillor Carroll? Councillor Pertza? Yes. Councillor Ainsley? Favor. Councillor Bravo? Councillor Myers? Councillor Myers? Who am I missing? The motion to pass the confirmatory bill carries 19 in favor.
You see, what happens when people leave, you don't even have a quorum to pass the bills. So in the future, you stay in your seat until these bills are passed. I mean, after all, some of the members that want to leave delayed the council meeting. So, no. Meeting, we're now adjourned. Thank you. Thank you to staff. Thank you to members of council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Go Leafs, go.